moves towards Southern California.
Hilary is now a Category 2 hurricane and is expected to be a tropical storm before it reaches the southwest U.S., where there is the potential for catastrophic and life-threatening flooding.
Now, right now, millions are bracing for Hurricane Hilary's impacts. Here's some time-lapse video here showing you the storm's outer bands moving over Mexico's Cabo San Lucas. Now, a bit closer to home, heavy rain. That could trigger some flooding, landslides, and debris flows along the southwestern coast of the U.S. So this thing means business. Let's get the very latest now from Doc Postel. Hurricane Hilary still on the move heading north.
Yeah, it's a very potent tropical cyclone that is moving northward and getting closer by the hour to Southern California. Let's look at the latest information now, the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Yeah, we're talking about a region here in the Pacific Ocean. Normally we think of this in the Atlantic. Well, not this year. We've got it here and now. Category 2 hurricane, pressure about 960 millibars. It is moving steadily toward the north-northwest pretty quickly at about 17 miles per hour. So it's not going to be long before some very impactful weather gets to Southern California. It's already there to some extent with some rain showers around the region, but a lot worse weather is on the way. Look, we've got a cone over California. Who knew, right? The cone, we're bringing a tropical storm with a lot of heavy rain and the potential for catastrophic flooding into the region. I would say the worst of it comes by midday tomorrow. So we do not have much more time. If you need to get the preparations completed, do them now. Now, I'm showing you on the visible satellite picture, you might think this is an academic exercise. It's not. Because when you look in closely, there are clues here to what's going on with Hilary and what will happen in the future. What we're seeing there is actually the circulation center. It's visible. In other words, from space you can see it, meaning there's not a lot of thunderstorms right in the interior of it, right in there. That means that it is weakening and it is encountering some of those environmental conditions around it that is going to allow it to continue to weaken. One of them being, and this is the oceanic component, much cooler water. Thankfully, as Hilary, right here, right now, moves northward like that, it is going to continue to move over progressively cooler water. Temperatures eventually, water temperatures being in the 60s. That is going to give it much less fuel to work with, and it will continue to weaken all the way to landfall. That's good news. It is also encountering some dry air aloft that is getting into the circulation. That's part of the reason why we can see the circulation right near the surface. But here's the thing. Forget about that for a second. We know it's going to weaken. It is still going to be a very dangerous event, in part because it's got so much tropical moisture to work with, and that tropical moisture is going to be flowing northward into California. In fact, it's already there in parts now. You can see some of the sparse observations that we've got here. Most of the heavy rain is still to the south, right there in Mexico, moving steadily northward. Right now, places like Palm Springs, Los Angeles, we're not seeing any rain yet, but it is going to come, especially later on tomorrow. Radar estimates of the amount of rain in the last 6 hours, yeah, that's a lot, but we're going to get a lot more. What's going to be critical to dealing with this is accounting for the rainfall rates, how hard the rain is going to come down. That is going to provide a lot of flooding potential. Got to show you this. What we're seeing here is the extent of the radar. It's not able to see that far. I'm telling you, there is a ton of rain that the radar can't see that is yet to move northward and bring all kinds of rainfall flooding threats to the region. This is an estimate for the amount of rain yet to come. Alex, it could be 3 to 5, 5 to 8 inches. And it does seem that the maximum rainfall rates in Southern California move in early tomorrow afternoon.
Conditions no doubt going to be going downhill for sure. Thanks, Dr. Postel. Meanwhile, how about we get a live look at some of the conditions that are on the ground there in Southern California. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf joins us live from Rancho Cucamonga. It's one of the many cities there in Southern Cal under a tropical storm warning. Reynolds?
Yeah, when you say that, people scratch their heads. They're like, did I actually hear what you said? But it is a topic of conversation. I can tell you it was a topic in places like Los Angeles through much of the morning, and certainly is a topic right here in Rancho Cucamonga, home of roughly 174 people that have had quite a bit of experience when it comes to flooding. Now, in this area, you have on average 287 days of rainfall a year, but when it does rain, it could rain in a very big way. Now, at our location, we're actually set up behind a fire station, and really, it's just been a busy time where you have moms, dads, grandparents, brothers and sisters, you name it, just neighbor helping neighbor, filling up these sandbags. And what they're doing is as soon as the sand is gone, they'll bring another truckload in, and it is just doing the heavy work. Now, let me tell you, this stuff actually can be kind of heavy. And the idea is just to use this, and this becomes a fortification to keep the water out of the house. That's the idea. But one thing you have to know about this community, which rests about 37 miles just to the east of Los Angeles, it's in the shadow of these hills. When I say hills, we're talking mountains. This is, again, part of the San Gabriels. You got the coastal range. And then if you follow the path of where this may be going, we're talking about Hilary, of course, it eventually moves up in the Sierra Nevada. Now, I want you to think about something. When you have a heavy rain event that moves into a place like, say, Houston, Texas, relatively flat area, this is a complete game changer because of orographic lift. This is where you have not only meteorology in the story, but also geology, geography, and topography. So with ridge lines like this, it enhances the rainfall. It truly does. I'll tell you, I did speak off camera to a couple of the firefighters here. They're trained with all kinds of swift water training. These guys are ready. They're ready for this event. However, it is truly an anomaly to have something like this in the tropics, again, saying the H-word hurricane, which should be a tropical storm or weaker by the time it gets here, but the rain is going to be the key thing. So truly a flooding story, and this community doing what they can to prepare for what Hilary may be dishing out. But right now, we've got overcast conditions. We had temperatures earlier. They were in the low 90s. Right now, we're resting into the 80s. But tomorrow is going to be the day where the clouds really begin to move in and the rain comes down. Alex, let's send it back to you.
All right, Reynolds, you said that the rain comes down and could come down pretty hard for quite some time. All right, thanks so much, Reynolds. We'll check back with you there. We're, of course, stepping now into our virtual view of San Diego Centennial Park, where conditions were overcast and kind of dry for most of our day here. But, yeah, start to see those changes. That's going to be on the move here for us as the rain moves in for us tonight, and then strengthening as we head through the day tomorrow as Hilary gets closer and closer and moves on in. So get ready for those downpours. It's going to be a day where if you can just avoid being outside, keep it inside and wait for this thing to move northbound, because it is going to be quite a bit of a mess. You can see the widespread flood watches that are up here, not just in Southern California, but we could have some impacts there in western Arizona, even into Utah, Nevada, spreading northbound up into Idaho, eastern Oregon. So a number of areas will be impacted as we head through time as the system moves northbound. But overall, the likelihood of flooding, that's going to be Southern Cal, with the possibility extending though away from that anywhere you see that green. Working from tomorrow into our Monday, now we expand that likely zone into Nevada, but we also add a high risk area. That's that red zone here for us. That's that highest category here when it comes to the flood risk. You definitely don't want to be having to deal with that, but unfortunately with all this moisture coming from the system, that is a big time risk that we do face. Look at some of the rainfall totals that we could see going through the early week. Widespread 3 to 5, pockets of 5 to 8, and there could be locally higher amounts as well. Those mountainous terrain, the hilly areas really could maximize some of that rainfall. And we talked about that high risk area, and that's an important thing because high risk days account for 83% of flood damages here. We don't see a whole lot of high risk days, but when we do see them, they cause a lot of problems out there for us. So this is definitely something that we're going to have to pay attention to here over the coming days. Some tips here for us, heading to some of the highest ground here for you, at least the highest levels of your building here. Now the winds may be a little gustier in those spots, but getting away from those floodwaters is what you want to be doing. Don't get caught in your vehicle. And this is one of the reasons why we're saying if you don't have to be heading out there on the roads, just stay put, because heading out there, you run the risk of running into floodwaters. If you do get stuck in that vehicle, stay inside. Don't get out, because you could end up getting swept off your feet, and now you're at the mercy of where that water wants to take you. Now, along with that risk for the heavy rain, there's the risk for some stronger storms, gusty winds, and can't rule out, whenever we talk about some of these tropical cyclones moving onshore, isolated tornadoes are a risk, so that's something that we'll also face as we head on through the day tomorrow. So very active times ahead here for us, Dr. Postel.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Alex. And let's go live now to Palm Springs, California, where multiple weather alerts are now in effect. Right now, that includes both a tropical storm warning, a tropical storm warning for Palm Springs, and a flood watch. This is because Hurricane Hilary could bring some bad weather, including gusty winds and very heavy rain in the next couple of days to this very region of California that has never seen something like this before, at least in the modern record. And we're seeing the rain move in right now. This is a live radar shot. Palm Springs not raining right now, but it is certainly to the east. Blythe and some areas in the inland empire of California are seeing very heavy rain, and a lot more is yet to come moving northward from Mexico. Looking more closely at some areas in and around San Diego, the winds are not an issue. We could get definitely some gusty winds, especially at higher elevations tomorrow, but only there. I think the big concern by far and away is going to be the very heavy rain with flash flooding through tomorrow morning. Possible, likely farther east, but it is tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. That's when the heavy rain comes in and the high risk for flooding exists. Let's time Hilary out. It is going to be technically weakening along the way. The winds will diminish as it encounters all kinds of factors working against it. But look, tomorrow afternoon it is going to rain really hard over many of these areas. This radar is not perfect, this estimate, but you get the idea that many locations, LA, San Diego, everywhere in between, Lake Havasu, Bakersfield, we're going to see very heavy rain likely throughout the day tomorrow and into tomorrow night. This is going to be with us again for quite a while, and we have a lot of rain to get through, so be very careful and know how to manage your way through the excessive rain. Again, it is going to be the rainfall rate, Alex, that is going to perhaps catch people by surprise in a tropical kind of way.
Absolutely. Now, of course, we're watching several areas for possible tropical development from the Gulf of Mexico to the eastern portions of the Atlantic, as we are now getting closer and closer to that peak of the hurricane season. Now, here's a live look from a bit of a hot and dry Corpus Christi there in Texas, and then in Miami, where we have been talking about some soggy and stormy times here on our Saturday. Two spots, though, that could have some impacts from a disturbance now that is moving its way from the Bahamas into Florida and eventually crossing the Gulf and into South Texas. And as it crosses the Gulf, here's what we've got with those sea surface temperatures. I mean, we've been talking about ridiculously warm waters, upper 80s, low 90s out there for us. So plenty of warm water, and the environment around that may become a bit more conducive for something to develop here as we watch the disturbance that's moving through the Bahamas now push into the Gulf. So what we're seeing right now, not looking for anything, just a few clouds showing up here for us. It's off towards the east. That's what we're watching. It's this area right there, which is bringing some downpours now to parts of the northern Bahamas into South Florida as well. Now, right now, conditions aren't very favorable for it to get its act together. Some Saharan dust that's around out there, as well as some stronger winds aloft, but that may change as it moves on off towards the west a bit. Right now, National Hurricane Center is watching this general zone of moisture that is deep tropical moisture is flowing on in. That surge of moisture is going to keep things a bit on the soggy side here for us throughout our weekend as it gets steered around that high off towards the west. So we're not looking for this thing to jump northbound through the Gulf, but head essentially due west here for us, bringing a lot of moisture. So at the very least, as it moves its way westbound here for us, expect the increase in chances for rain here for us along portions of the Gulf Coast. First, though, we've got Florida to deal with it here through the weekend into our Monday. An inch or so, of course, locally, there could be some higher amounts as well. Those tropical downpours, they can happen very quickly and add up quickly, too. And then as we work from Monday into Tuesday, we'll watch everything begin to push on off towards the west. And so now we start to see that increase in moisture here for you into South Texas. So get ready for some more rain into some areas that could actually use a bit of that rain. So this could end up being beneficial. Of course, you don't want too much too quickly. You also don't want this thing to ramp up too quickly, too, because then winds will become a problem as well. So we're talking 1 to 2 inches here for us, at least right now. South Texas, that seems to be the bullseye in terms of some of the heaviest rain that we could see for your Monday, working through the mid part of our next week. We'll keep an eye on it because, again, it does have a chance of trying to develop. Dr. Postel?
Well, our team of meteorologists are bringing you the latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long. Stay with the Weather Channel for complete coverage with the latest radars and warnings. And for up-to-date around-the-clock information, download our app on Amazon Fire and Roku at streamtwc.com.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to bring you every angle of the storm using landfall cams on our streaming TV app.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
We are bracing for a historic hurricane impacting Southern California and parts of the desert Southwest. That is Hurricane Hilary, right now a Category 2 hurricane with 110-mile-per-hour winds, moving to the north-northwest at about 17 miles per hour. So it is moving fairly quickly here right now, getting closer and closer to the Baja Peninsula. And eventually we'll be watching this thing track its way into Southern Cal and spreading all of its issues. And that does include, even though the winds won't be as strong as they are now, still, Dr. Postel, winds strong enough to bring down some trees, knock power out. We'll have to watch out along the coast, too.
You are right about that, Alex. We do have tropical storm warnings out for parts of Southern California. That seems kind of odd, doesn't it? But here we are. We've got tropical storm warnings that includes LA. It includes Huntington Beach all the way southward to San Diego and westward to Palm Springs in a tropical storm warning. How about that? That means, and I know many of us in Southern California are like, what does that mean? Well, it means that in this case here on the right, that we could see sustained winds of 40 miles per hour or more, and that is expected within the next 36 hours. Now, I don't think we're going to see a lot of places that see sustained winds, like an average wind for like a minute, where you're going to have 40 mile per hour average wind. However, I think we could see some wind gusts that exceed that in some cases by a lot, especially at higher elevations, because that's what tropical systems do when they move along, especially inland. They have a very fast batch of winds aloft that can be brought down to the surface, especially in some heavy rain showers. So here's a forecast of showing you, well, some locations where the expected wind gusts are potentially 40 to 50 miles per hour here, just to the northeast of San Diego. Offshore, the winds are going to be stronger, and I think there's some good news here. I know we say often, don't worry about the exact track, but it matters. I can't say that enough. What's happening here is that the system will likely be inland before it reaches some areas in Southern California, meaning the winds will not be as strong. They'll be strong, as Alex mentioned. We could see some power outages. We could see certainly some trees down in some cases. But thankfully, had this tracked offshore like that, we would have had a whole different ball game to deal with and a lot stronger wind. So the little details, Alex, matter on where that track is. Fortunately, this one's a bit inland and the wind's less of a threat.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Postel. Well, Hilary bringing a significant risk of heavy rain, and that's going to fuel a dangerous flood threat. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf joins us live now from Rancho Cucamonga, California. Reynolds, the folks certainly taking this thing seriously and doing what we are all asking is trying to get prepared for this.
Oh, you're right about that. And preparing, that's what we're doing here in Rancho Cucamonga. I will tell you, though, that one of the big issues that we have is not just an issue with meteorology, but it's rather an issue with geography, topography. I mean, right here behind me, you got the San Gabriel Mountains. That's going to enhance some of the rainfall, so flooding is a tremendous threat in this part of the world. But if you go on the other side of these mountains, you'll find yourself into an area that gets pretty low in elevation. We're talking, of course, about Death Valley, and you have to know soil composition can also play a huge part in the narrative, the overall narrative of this potential and possibly will become a reality flooding situation across much of the region. Here's the video it shows you from Death Valley. Now, with the soil composition, it is a very hard soil. I mean, if you were to take your hand and you were to pound the sand, you'd find that it's almost like a parking lot out there in some places, which means that in a scenario like this, you could have just an inch or two of rainfall that could cause a huge flooding situation. But in this situation, you may have far more than that. So it's going to be affecting a lot of spots. What's interesting, too, is placement. If you had a system like this and you dropped maybe an inch or two of rainfall in the bayou in southern Louisiana, it would cause a problem, but a lot of it rolls right out into the Gulf of Mexico. You have in places like this where you have the elevation and then you have the soil composition that you'll find in the desert. It's an entirely different situation. It's one that is very unusual out here. Now, that being said, there is some experience in much of the region due to those atmospheric rivers that we've dealt with in very recent history. And of course, when they make their way through this part of the world, the rain can not only be dangerous, that flooding can be quite deadly. So people take scenarios like this extremely serious, and they're keeping a sharp eye on the skies and what may be coming in terms of precipitation. But we've got a busy time now, and we're glad that it's busy because this is the step of preparation. It's about being ready for this. Everyone we've spoken to since the moment we came into California, they know about this. They're very concerned. They're very vigilant about it, and that is what you want to see in a situation like this. And thing to remember too, Alex, before I send it back to you, if this system goes a bit more to the north, the south, the east, the west, changes by a few degrees, it can change the story in a big way. But overall, you've got to be ready. Let's send it back to you.
Yeah, Reynolds, such a good point about that, no doubt about it. We'll be checking back with you there. Meanwhile, of course, the Weather Channel streaming app has you covered with our Hurricane Hilary special live stream. This stream will help keep you safe if you're in the storm's path. Download today on Amazon Fire and Roku at streamtwc.com. Our tropical map, no doubt, filling up. Look at all these circles showing up out there for us here. Really getting going here as we are approaching now the peak of the hurricane season. Now we're tracking Hilary as it heads towards the Baja Peninsula, as well as the threat of a tropical system in the Gulf of Mexico. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace, joined by storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel. We'll be checking with him in just a bit as we track this historic Pacific threat. Well, here's what we know so far about Hurricane Hilary. This hurricane is now a powerful Category 2, whipping up winds at 110 miles an hour right off the coast of Cabo San Lucas. Now, for the first time ever, parts of Southern California, they're under a tropical storm warning. That's why the National Park Service has closed Joshua Tree National Park and the Mojave National Preserve to prevent visitors from becoming stranded in the possible floodwaters. And Major League Baseball rescheduled 3 games that were supposed to happen tomorrow. And officials in Southern California are urging people to prepare for heavy rain and flooding. That's going to be one of the big calling cards when it comes to this system. Let's bring in Dr. Greg Postel. He's laser focused on what's going on with Hurricane Hilary. And this system, we were just talking about this off air, just how sprawling and large it is.
It really is. I mean, we're hundreds and hundreds of miles away from Southern California, the center of Hilary, but yet we're starting to see the heavy rain move in already. It is a large circulation, thankfully weakening, at least in terms of the wind speed, and it's probably not even 110 miles per hour anymore. It is going to continue on its terminal weakening trend. But here it is about, well, I don't know, 275 miles to the west of Cabo San Lucas, which is here. So it's in the ocean, but it's over pretty cool waters, relatively speaking, and other atmospheric factors that are continue to weaken it as it moves northward. That's all excellent news. But still, the big problem is the rainfall that is yet to come. But look at this satellite picture. How about that, right? This is telling you that there's still a lot of circulation in there. And here's the thing. You can actually see the center or very close to it from space. In other words, there's not a ball of thunderstorms or clouds right in the middle of this thing. And that tells us that it is definitely in a much weaker condition than it was even 12 to 18 hours ago. But look, it's going to continue to move northward over progressively cooler waters. That's all great news. But we know that it is going to carry a lot of rain with it. Remember, a weakening tropical cyclone is not something to dismiss. Maybe we're not so familiar with that in the desert Southwest, but I can guarantee you in the Gulf Coast and the Southeast U.S., just because the system is weakening as it's moving on in doesn't mean you can dismiss it. It is going to bring very heavy rain, life-threatening flash flooding potentially along the way. The maximum rainfall rates in Southern California probably come in midday tomorrow, and then of course extend much farther north than that. Nevada and Oregon get rain out of this inland tropical system even on Tuesday, Alex.
Wow, yeah, so a lot of areas certainly going to feel the impacts. And here I am joining you virtually from a rainy and soggy Los Angeles. Heavy rain triggering a flood watch that is set to go into effect starting tomorrow morning. So get ready for things to go downhill out there for us our Sunday. Yeah, it's going to be a really, really soggy one. And not just there in L.A. You can see all the flood watches that are up here from western Arizona, spreading northbound into parts of Utah, even getting northbound into Idaho and eastern sections of Oregon. Widespread potential flooding here for us. Anyway, you see the green on this particular map. This goes through tomorrow morning, shows you the areas where we have at least the possibility for flash flooding. That yellow zone in Southern Cal, we're likely to deal with flash flooding, and we'll expand that likely zone into Nevada. Which means these areas are just not very conducive to being able to soak up all this rain, ends up leading to problems with flooding, and that's a risk that we face. Look at some of the heavier rain that's going to be coming in right over that southern fire, maybe 3 to 5 inches plus. Can't rule that out with a couple more inches, including the Valley Fire area. So that's another problem in this whole mix, is these burn scar zones and more areas here as we work our way closer towards LA. Look, all of the different fires that we've seen here over the recent years, and now we're bringing in all this moisture into these areas that have been cleared of vegetation, which is not going to be a good scenario here for us. Some of the mountains there just north of LA, 5, 8 inches of rainfall. That is a real possibility that we do face. So again, watching conditions move downhill as we work our way from basically tonight and throughout the day tomorrow. Now, of course, you can send us your questions about Hurricane Hilary. We're going to get a chance to answer them a little bit later on this hour right here on the Weather Channel.
All right, welcome back. Let's have a latest look at the advisory from the National Hurricane Center on Hurricane Hilary. Still a very powerful hurricane, Category 2 at 110 miles per hour. It may not be quite that strong. I expect the next advisory to bring it down intensity-wise even more, but it is still moving a beeline for parts of northern Mexico here, and it is already raining in Southern California, and the rain is only going to get heavier. How about this? The cone over Southern California. My goodness, we are going to have some strong gusty winds at higher elevations, perhaps over 50 miles per hour, but very heavy rainfall in this location. Look at some of the numbers coming out from the modeling. And it's not just the amount of rain that you can find on the map here. It's the rainfall rate. This is a tropical cyclone bringing heavy rainfall, the kind that we never see right in the desert Southwest like this. We can get excessive rainfall, but it comes over a much longer period of time. When you have so much rain coming at once, we get a lot of flooding. The rain will accumulate, the soil can't absorb it, and the runoff is very dangerous and create flooding and runoff and mudslides and you name it. This could be a very, very significant problem for us when the heaviest of the rain moves in, very likely tomorrow afternoon. So those creeks and river beds will flood quickly, and that flooding will extend some distance away from those regions. So be mindful. If you're in a flash flood watch or a flash flood warning, know how to react. Get to higher ground if you can, because the rain is on the way. We've only really just begun this process, and you can see that through tomorrow morning, the likelihood of flash flooding where water rises very quickly is very high over Southern California, and even beyond there, it extends into Monday and into Monday evening. So now preparations are underway as Hurricane Hilary tracks towards Southern California. Reynolds in Rancho Cucamonga, California, take it away and tell us how everyone there is preparing.
Oh, they're preparing the best they possibly can. I mean, that certainly is going to be the case that you have well inland, but this part of the story actually takes us out to the water's edge and beyond. If we can, let's bring in Rear Admiral Andrew Sugimoto, a 1990 graduate of the Academy with a very long and storied history, a wealth of experience. First off, a comment for you, Admiral, and that is, on behalf of the Weather Channel, we truly appreciate your service to America. We thank you very much. And now the question, and that is, you have tropical systems like this that are very common in the Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico, but this is a place where it is a bit unusual. How can you best prepare for a situation like this?
So the great part is we follow a number of procedures that we use throughout the Southeast as well as the Gulf coasts, and we have brought them over here to help stand up and become prepared for the storm that's coming in.
Well, when you have something of this magnitude coming in, where would you stage people and resources?
We often look to the same weather maps that you guys produce, which is excellent products to help find where we are on the backsides of storms, where we can react the fastest. We find sheltered areas where we put our boats to make sure they're ready to go. in case there's an emergency, even during the storm. And then we prepare our people to be able to span the watch and have redundant communications and all those other things in place.
Now, Admiral Sujimoto, you know the California coastline better than most people. There are a lot of boaters out there. What advice would you give them?
Please come in. Please stay off the water. Not only are we expecting some tremendous wind gusts, as you were reporting earlier, but the sea states are expected to increase up to 20 feet, which is pretty phenomenal. That's about the size of a 20-story building coming at you. That's a lot of power, and most people do not know how to react to those kinds of waves and that kind of weather. So please come in now. Please come in early. Please secure your boats, your paddle boards, your kayaks, whatever you can, so that it'll be there after the storm and you can go back out when it's safe and enjoy the waters.
And the courage of the people that work in the Coast Guard is unparalleled. Is there ever a point, though, where conditions get so rough offshore that you have to suspend rescue attempts?
There are. We do a risk profile on everything we do, and we balance it against what the gain is. And our people are highly trained, among the best that are out there, and able to go out there in search and rescue conditions, either flying or on boats or on our ships. And they do everything they can to mitigate the risk all along to ensure that we can get the best outcome for the American public and do what we can to be safe in our operations.
As you know personally, no two storms are exactly alike, and I guess the same is true for coastlines, right? I mean, the Atlantic coastline, very different from what you'll find in the Gulf of Mexico, and certainly what you'll find on the West Coast. Now, how does the West Coast make it different to prepare?
So there's a little bit of unpredictability here. There aren't very many good models, weather models, about storms coming up off the Baja Peninsula. As you know, cold water tends to kill storms like hurricanes, but then you also have warmer water in the Sea of Cortez and others. This creates a large amount of predictability out here. So we're looking forward to preparing the best way possible.
Okay, great advice. Admiral Sujimoto, an honor to speak with you. Thank you so much. Wonderful advice, folks. Let's heed it. Let's be prepared best we possibly can. Stepping out of the screen, here's a great shot that you have of the mountains and the clouds coming in.
Well, we're here answering your questions as Hurricane Hilary inches closer and closer to the California coast. How about we get right to it? Let's not beat around the bush. Here's the first one here for us, and someone asks, what do you think the max sustained winds will be when it makes U.S. landfall?
Well, it actually may make landfall. It is expected to make landfall in Mexico, but it will be inland over Southern California, the center of it. I don't think sustained winds with landfalling tropical cyclones, especially in this case, aren't something to watch because they're just gusty anyway. So I don't think the sustained winds, to answer your question, will be particularly high. They may be 10 to 20 miles per hour. The problem is that it will be very gusty. Here, for example, if you look going through the day tomorrow, there are going to be perhaps some wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour in areas northeast of San Diego. San Diego itself might be in a 20 to 30 to 30 plus mile per hour regime there. So very strong winds still are going to likely be moving inland, but in the gust form. Not so much a sustained wind, but those gusts will be strong enough to do damage, Alex.
Absolutely. And we got to think about where we are in terms of elevation, because the higher we go up,
Yeah.
the stronger those winds could be.
That's exactly right. This will have very strong winds aloft. So the higher you get up in the hills, the stronger those wind gusts will be.
All right, so certainly watch out and be prepared. Just be prepared for some power outages. That is a real risk that we do face. All right, another question here coming in. This one has to do a little bit more about the rainfall side of things. Weatherman Nick wants to know, could we be dealing with major flooding?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a pretty good bet there.
It's a guarantee we're going to be dealing with flooding, and I think lots of people are going to be dealing with very heavy rain. I think the rainfall rates maximize tomorrow in Southern California during the afternoon time frame, probably 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there is a high likelihood that we will see flash flooding in Southern California, and even a significant risk far beyond that into Nevada and areas in parts of eastern or western Arizona. And then it gets, I think, even worse tomorrow evening and tomorrow night when the rain continues and the runoff continues. Yeah. That's a bad combination. So heads up, we're going to be dealing with a lot of flooding.
Yeah, I mean, the kind of rain that we're talking about here is rainfall amounts that some of these areas don't get for the entire year.
In a matter of hours.
Right.
In a matter of hours, we get a year's worth of rainfall, and it's going to come down real hard. It's the rainfall rates that are going to be so dangerous. Alex, thank you very much. Now, if you have questions, we want to answer them. Send them our way, and we'll answer them more throughout the evening. Please, Alex and I love doing this. This is a great way to connect with our viewers.
Absolutely, we do. All right, well, let's talk about, because it's not just Hilary that's out there, but things have perked up across the Atlantic as well. And we're looking in here on this side here, right through the Bahamas, where the National Hurricane Center has outlined this area, disturbed weather. You can see there are some flare-ups of the clouds here showing up, showers and storms that are around. About a 50% chance of developing. Now, not where it is now, but where it would be heading, and that is into the Gulf of Mexico. This hatched zone is where it has the best potential to develop. Again, it's going to be moving out into the Gulf waters here, which are plenty warm. We've been talking about just how hot it has been out there in those waters. Some record warmth for those areas, upper 80s, low 90s, and conditions may be even conducive in the environment beyond the waters for this thing to get its act together. So right now, it's bringing very disorganized rain across the Bahamas into South Florida, and it's going to continue here through our weekend and then push its way now. You can follow through the spin associated with it as it gets a bit more organized for the early part of next week, pushing closer and closer to, well, the Gulf Coast. But in the near term, this is the forecast here into the Florida. Some of these areas here getting some of the rain, most up to an inch. I think your best bet of getting some of the higher totals, maybe 1 to 2 inches. South Florida, maybe around the Keys. Of course, locally, there could be some higher amounts with the deep tropical moisture associated with this. Could certainly see some downpours add up to be a little bit more than that. But again, we'll follow this disturbance here, which again could get its act together before it makes its way into South Texas. Again, bringing in some rain into those areas. Looking at the probability of tropical development here for us going through Tuesday, and it's right in this zone here where the European models gives it about a 70% chance. So a decent chance of developing. We'll see if it runs out of real estate before it can get its act together, making its way towards land, but a decent chance for it to develop. At the very least, be prepared for an increased opportunity for some rain coming into South Texas. Here's the European models. Look at the forecast. South Texas seems to be the bullseye. Couple of inches showing up there. The GFS American model maybe spits out a bit more, but right now seems like South Texas would be the area seeing the bulk of the rainfall. All right, let's work our way back into Southern California. That's where we find Reynolds Wolf. Things are fairly quiet now, Reynolds, but expected to change.
Isn't that the truth? You know, this is a story that has so many moving parts, not only in terms of meteorology, but in geology, especially things that aren't moving that much, like these mountains. Now, high, just below that deck of cloud you see way up there is Cucamonga Peak at, let's see, about 8,862 feet, and that's going to play a huge part of the story in terms of enhancing rainfall. We'll explain why later.
It's true, though. You won't overpay for glasses if you shop at America's Best. They offer 2 pairs and a free quality eye exam starting at just $79.95. The exam alone is worth at least $59. I can see from your expression that you find that shocking. And you're actually speechless. And you don't have ears. 2 pairs and a free exam for just $79.95. Book an exam today at americasbest.com. It's true, though. You won't overpay for glasses if you shop at America's Best.
Do you have trouble hearing people talking? Do you constantly ask loved ones to repeat themselves? Do you miss out on important conversations with friends? If you answered yes, you would benefit from Nano hearing aids. Other hearing aids are expensive and cost thousands of
historic storm that is on the move near the Baja Peninsula. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace here with storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel, and we're tracking Hurricane Hilary as it moves towards Southern California.
Yeah, Hilary is now a Category 2 hurricane. It is expected to be a tropical storm before it reaches the southwest U.S., where there's a potential for catastrophic and life-threatening flooding, Alex.
Absolutely. Now, right now, millions are bracing for Hurricane Hilary's impacts. Here's some time-lapse video here showing you some of the storm's outer bands kind of moving its way over Mexico's Cabo San Lucas. Closer to home, well, the heavy rain, that could trigger flooding, landslides, debris flows along the southwestern coast. So, yeah, we are definitely looking for things to move downhill here for us over the next 24 hours. Let's bring in Dr. Postel now, giving us the very latest on what is going on with this pretty big hurricane.
It's big and it's going to be very impactful, but thankfully it's weakening as it's moving northward. 110 mile per hour Hurricane Hilary in the eastern Pacific, about 200 and I would say 50 miles or 60 miles west of Cabo San Lucas. So yes, it's over the water and moving northward, kind of paralleling the peninsula's coast there, the Mexican coast. And so it's going to be over water for a while, but over cooler and cooler water. I'll show you in a second. And that's going to allow it to weaken as it moves northward. That's important. Yes, it is going to weaken, but it is still going to bring extremely heavy rainfall as it moves into parts of Southern California. This is a cone. This is the National Hurricane Center's cone for Hilary, expected track somewhere inside of that. We normally see this in the southeast U.S. or in the Gulf or somewhere else in the tropics. Not here. This is a rare event, in fact, unprecedented in lots of ways, and it's going to bring record-breaking weather along the way, I think, in terms of the amount of rain that we get over such a short period of time. Now, on the visual satellite pictures, I got to show you this. This is important. It's not an academic exercise. I'm not doing it for fun. But what we can do is sort of assess the state of Hilary. Is it healthy? Is it not? Not really so much as it once was, to be sure. It's still a potent system. But you can actually almost see the swirl from space. That means there's not a ton of thunderstorms right in the middle of it. That would be a more dangerous scenario than we would already have. Thankfully, we don't have that. It is weakening. We are losing hour by hour some of those strongest thunderstorms. Part of the reason why is because it is continuing to move northward over cooler and cooler water. Look at some of these numbers. That means less fuel for Hilary to access. Hilary will weaken as it closes in on the region over the next 24 to 36 hours. It is also encountering some dry air. That's getting into circulation. So both the ocean and the atmosphere are conspiring together to weaken Hilary. You know, the problem is that it has got a lot of tropical moisture with it still, and it is going to bring all of that tropical moisture northward in the form of heavy rain. That is going to be the most significant impact. We're starting to see that now move from Mexico into parts of western Arizona and eastern California. You can find your spot on that. Palm Springs not raining yet, but it will. San Diego not raining yet, but it will. Here's some rainfall estimates over the last 6 hours, almost 2 inches. But I can guarantee you later on, probably tomorrow, we'll see rainfall rates many times that, as the core of the system, still well hundreds of miles south, is going to bring a lot of heavy rain. And I'm just telling you, the radar cannot see all of the rain and the action that's ongoing in here. There is a ton of rain that is going to be moving northward from the Pacific and the Gulf of California into the region, and is going to bring exceptionally heavy rainfall. This may be an underestimate. There may be much higher amounts locally than that. And you can imagine that it's not just the amount of rain, it's how hard it's going to come down. We're not used to seeing tropical cyclones in the Pacific or in the desert Southwest. We are going to be bringing the tropical kind of rainfall rate into the region that is going to lead to significant flooding. And Alex, I do believe the heaviest rainfall rates in Southern California will be early afternoon tomorrow. And that is what is going to cause the significant amount of flooding.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is something that we have to watch out for, because this part of the world just can't handle that kind of rain.
Right.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Postel. Well, we want to get a live look at some of the conditions on the ground in Southern California. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf joins us live there from Rancho Cucamonga there. It's one of the many cities in Southern California which is under a tropical storm warning, Reynolds. And yes, I did not say that incorrectly. Tropical storm warning, Southern Cal.
Yeah, I've been doing this for 30 years, and it still sounds like the weirdest thing in the whole world. Having a tropical storm, a hurricane tropical system making its way into this part of the world. This does not happen, not very often, but this is going to be the reality we're dealing with. And what's interesting is the story is really not what has happened and what will happen in coming days, but what happened in yesteryear. When you think about a lot of the higher elevation and the burn scars that we have across the San Gabriel Mountains and the coastal range, when you have the burn areas, that vegetation really plays a tremendous part of the story. It holds the soil to higher elevation, to the ridge lines. Well, where it's gone and you have the massive amounts of rainfall, mudslides could be a big issue. So it really is a big concern, not only here in Rancho Cucamonga, but about 37 miles from our position to the west, you'll find Los Angeles. We heard from city officials earlier today. Here's what they had to say.
Los Angeles has deep experience responding to crises. Whether it be wildfires or earthquakes, the city is prepared. We're not waiting for the storm to hit. We have already begun working 24/7 to be ahead of the curve and to be ready as soon as the storm reaches our shores.
Our department's Aero Bureau started to fly over the waterways to assess the area and spot any encampments. They gave PA announcements of the impending storm and potential dangers that will continue to fly over them until the end of the storm.
Sometimes rough experiences can prepare you for what may be coming down the road. For example, with the atmospheric rivers that we've had in the recent past and in much of California, there are a lot of crews, I can tell you, first responders that are used to swift water rescues. We hope it doesn't come to that, but all signs point to that being a situation. You know, the story, as we mentioned, does not begin or end just in our certain location, but throughout much of the region. My friend and yours, meteorologist Paul Goodlow, was in, he was in Coronado, California earlier today. He's still there now with his crew, and let me tell you, there's a lot of concern there too.
We have slowly seen a little change here in San Diego Bay. It went from perhaps glass smooth this morning to a little more chop out here. We expect that to be a whole different story tomorrow. Right now, the forecast is still for Hilary to become and stay a tropical storm as it passes through Southern California and then move north of here throughout the day on Sunday. You see the warships out there, personal watercraft as well. Big outdoor community, not to mention a huge Navy community. Of course, the Navy is preparing the ships they can because that's what the military does. But for residents here, the main concern is getting people aware of the incoming threats. Yes, we had a lot of rain this winter, but this is not going to quite be winter-type rain. It's tropical rain, something that most people have never experienced here locally. Last time we had a named system come through here, a storm or hurricane, almost 84 years ago, and this tropical moisture can bring us 2, 4, maybe 8 or more inches of rain. Areas east of here, kind of desert arid areas here, even 2 inches of rain could cause catastrophic flooding. We could see 4 times that amount. Again, we're trying to get people prepared for what could be coming as we head through Sunday. And luckily, it is going to be picking up in forward speed, so we should start seeing some drier skies on Monday, but we still have to get through a very dangerous Sunday, perhaps record-setting here across much of Southern California.
All right, thanks so much, Paul. Well, we are stepping into our virtual view of San Diego Centennial Park, where clouds have been really the name of the game, overcast conditions here for a good portion of our Saturday. But changes are on the way, and they are coming as the rain will start to move on in as we get into tonight and really start to see that come down in bunches as we head on through the day on our Sunday as Hilary really starts to move on through. So get ready for scenes to look like this, unfortunately, with some very heavy rain coming into areas that just aren't used to seeing this kind of rain. A lot of flood watches that are in place here for us, basically starting from this evening through our Monday from western Arizona, southern Cal, most of the state of Nevada, and even getting up into portions of Utah and farther north as well, because we're going to see this moisture spread north, eastern Oregon, good chunk of Idaho. Potential for some flooding that is in play here for us for the next couple of days. Now let's start off looking at basically today through tomorrow morning. Anywhere in the green shading, whether it's the light or the darkest shade, there's the possibility that we could see some flash flooding. The highest risk though for us for the day is going to be here in southern Cal. That's that likely zone, which will actually expand as we march our way from tomorrow into Monday. So more areas likely to see flash flooding and reintroduce a high-risk zone. And high-risk days here for us, we don't see that very often. And not just here in this part of the world, we're talking about across the country. High-risk days are not something that happens very often. But do you see why? We've got rainfall amounts here for you that's going to be adding up 3 to 5, maybe 5 to 8. And as Dr. Postel talked about, this may be underdoing it a bit. Certainly not out of the question to see some double digits before this is all said and done. So when we look at the high-risk days, we talk about how, again, very few we see of them, but just how much issues they cause. They account for 83% of all the damages that we see from flooding. They occur on those high-risk days. So it's a big deal. So here's some safety tips here for you. You want to make sure you're getting to that highest level of your building if there's flooding that is ongoing. And don't get caught in a vehicle. So basically now, just be prepared to not head out into this mess, because it's just not worth getting stuck in that water. And if you happen to get stuck in the water in your car, just stay in the vehicle. Getting out would be problematic because you could now end up getting swept off your feet, and now you're at the mercy of where that water wants to take you. And another risk that we do face, oftentimes when we get these tropical cyclones moving through, they bring in that threat for some severe weather. Damaging wind gusts is going to be a risk, but also isolated tornadoes, something that we can't rule out either. 4 parts of Arizona, Southern Cal, and into Nevada. That's the forecast here for us for tomorrow. So a number of risks, Dr. Postel, that we're facing.
Alex, yeah, a whole lot of them. And let's have a live look right now at Palm Springs, California, where multiple weather alerts are in effect right now. That includes both a tropical storm warning and a flood watch. Hurricane Hilary could bring Palm Springs their average yearly rainfall in a few days, and I would argue less than that in maybe a few hours. I mean, this is going to be a big-time rain event. We're already seeing rain move into parts of eastern California and western Arizona right now. Palm Springs, it's not raining yet, but it will. For San Diego, it's not raining yet, but it will likely later on tonight in both locations, and then come down very hard during the day tomorrow, in some areas more so than others. So through tomorrow morning, so this covers like most of the afternoon and evening hours, you can see that the likely chance of flooding is farther to the east, where there's some possible flooding near the coastline. Well, we up that as we go from tomorrow night and into early Monday, where there's a very high risk of flooding in eastern zones, and a little bit less right along the coast, but still, Hilary is going to be bringing, unfortunately, a ton of rain, and that is going to lead to excessive rainfall rates and the danger of flooding that we expect, with flash flooding, mudslides, and the like, all throughout the region, I think, especially tomorrow leading into tomorrow night. And then Hilary moves into Nevada and southern Oregon as we go into Tuesday as well. So this is the amount of rain that we expect across parts of the region. This goes through Monday. But remember, a lot of this is going to come down in a very short period of time. I have a feeling this is an underestimate, so heads up. This is now a graph just to show you, just give everybody an idea of what we're going to be dealing in San Diego and areas nearby. This is for tomorrow. There's the clock time. The peak rainfall rates come in by about mid-afternoon, Alex, and that is going to be the time when the flash flooding then and thereafter is going to be most dangerous.
No doubt conditions are going to go downhill there in Southern Cal. Meanwhile, that's not the only area that we're going to be watching for tropical troubles. We're watching several areas for tropical development, from the Gulf of Mexico to the eastern Atlantic Ocean, as we are now getting closer and closer to that peak of the hurricane season. Now, here's a live look. Hot and dry Corpus Christi, Texas, and then in Miami, where we have seen some rain showers and thunderstorms already for the day. Things have been a bit on the unsettled side there, thanks to the system that could potentially develop and have an impact on the folks there in South Texas. Well, here's a look at what's going on in the Gulf now. And there's not a whole lot except for very, very warm waters here for us. I mean, we're talking some record temps with those sea surface water temps. Upper 80s, low 90s out there. Very, very warm in a widespread zone across the Gulf. So that is something that is not going to hold anything back from trying to develop. What's going to be happening out in the environment around that, though, that's going to be key here in the coming days. But you can see there's some clouds showing up, but nothing that is really getting itself together. It's actually what's off to the east that is the concern. It's this zone of disturbed weather. We've been actually tracking this across the Atlantic, and that's pushed its way through the Bahamas now. And the National Hurricane Center is watching that zone, which at this moment doesn't have a whole lot of a chance to develop in the near term. What it's going to be bringing, though, is an influx of the tropical moisture here. It's been raining across the Bahamas. We're going to see some of that wet weather here across Florida here as we head on through the day and into tomorrow. But then we'll watch that whole area begin to push off towards the west, getting steered by this high in the Atlantic. Notice the high pressure there in the middle of the country as well. while. That's just not going to allow this thing to move north. So not expecting a northward progression with this, but due west is generally what we'll find that area of disturbed weather. And so that's going to bring in more moisture here, not just there into Florida, but eventually we'll see this try to work its way there into parts of South Texas. But first, Florida, you'll see some of that rain getting a chance to add up. Right now, looks like most areas through Monday up to an inch. Maybe the far southern tip getting a little bit more than that. And then we'll watch how this pushes towards the west here and starts to try to organize a bit more. Will it have enough time to do so before it runs into land? That becomes a bit of a question. At the very least, be prepared, though, for some downpours coming into South Texas. That seems to be the area where the higher totals are going to be getting a chance to add up. So, Dr. Postel, there's more than one tropical entity we may be dealing with here.
Yeah, Alex, you're right. It's going to be a busy time of it. Our team of meteorologists are bringing you the latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long. Stay with the Weather Channel for complete coverage with the latest radars and warnings. And for up-to-date, round-the-clock information, download our app on Amazon Fire and Roku at streamtwc.com.
Hundreds of millions of lives impacted.
Look at the wind howling through here.
Tens of thousands of live reports where the weather is happening.
Yeah, this is extreme.
Thousands of storms forecasted. 40 years of storytelling. 22 specialized and advanced field degrees. 7 innovative weather presentation patents. And a former National Hurricane Center director. One trusted best-in-class expert team. America's most trusted news network. The Weather Channel.
We are bracing for a historic hurricane impacting Southern California and parts of the desert Southwest. And that is Hurricane Hilary. There is the most recent advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Category 2 hurricane. So, yes, it has come down in terms of its wind speed here since its peak. But nonetheless, still a formidable system, very large. Already seeing some of the outer sort of fringes working its way across the Baja, and even some of that moisture creeping up into parts of Arizona as well as Southern California at this time. And we're only going to see those conditions go downhill as it moves northbound. There's the cone itself showing you here as we work our way through the day on Sunday, watching that center of the circulation move on through. But again, the impacts are already being felt even outside of that. And the impacts, Dr. Postel, do include, even though it won't be as strong as it is now, still some strong and gusty winds and some issues that we face along the coast too.
Yeah, the wind will be a factor in certain spots, especially at higher elevations. We've got tropical storm warnings out for California. Think about that. This is the first time that Hurricane Center has issued tropical storm warnings for this part of the U.S. in California. And this is an incredibly rare event in many ways and unprecedented in others. Tropical storm warning, many of us in Southern California are like, wait, what are you talking about? Isn't this a thing for the East Coast of the Gulf, Mexico, Gulf Coast? Yes, but we need to reacquaint ourselves with what that means for those not familiar with it, because it's significant. A tropical storm warning means that we could see sustained winds 39 miles per hour and above in the next 36 hours, and that is expected. So likely tomorrow would be the time of the strongest wind, I think, in Southern California. But the onset of some of those strong wind gusts could begin as early as the morning tomorrow, as that system, Hurricane Hilary, continues to move north. As Alex said, it will not likely be a hurricane as it moves through, but it will bring some pretty strong wind gusts. I don't think we're going to see sustained tropical storm force winds at any inland location, but we could see gusts that far exceed that, especially at higher elevations. Places, for example, east of San Diego could see 40 to 50 plus mile per hour wind gusts. No doubt about that. And we know, Alex, that could bring some trees and power lines down and create power outages. By the way, that right there is the expected track of Hilary being inland the entire time. So that means the wind will be a little bit less than it would otherwise be if Hilary were to track farther to the west over water.
All right, no doubt watching the track closely and those impacts, being prepared for power outages, which is a real possibility. Well, Hilary bringing a significant risk of the heavy rain, and that's going to fuel a dangerous flood threat. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf joins us live now from Rancho Cucamonga, California. And, you know, Reynolds, this is an area where they're busy trying to get prepared for something that they just don't have to deal with generally, at least at this time of the year. Downpours here like this. We just don't see that much.
You're absolutely right about that. I mean, you don't hear the verbiage of Rancho Cucamonga with tropical storm warnings. It doesn't happen, but it's happening now, and it is a real threat that we have. You know, when it comes to landfalling tropical systems, flooding is part and parcel of what you deal with when they come onshore, and that is going to be a situation here that's going to be possibly really amplified by some of the topography that you see right here behind me. We're talking about the San Gabriel Mountains, certainly playing a huge part. But when it does come to a flooding situation, there's so many features that go to it. There's duration. There is intensity of rainfall. Orographic lift plays a huge part, but so does soil composition. Now, on the other side of these mountains, right before you get to, say, the Sierra Nevada, you will find the desert, and that, of course, is where you'll also find Death Valley. Now, flooding in a desert environment does not take a whole lot, and if you live in, say, places like even, well, Casa Grande, or maybe even into the Phoenix, Arizona area or Tucson, you've seen these dry riverbeds. Same holds true for you in places like Death Valley, that those riverbeds can fill up very, very rapidly in a rain situation. Now, with this tropical system that's very potent, it's just overloaded with moisture, we could see conditions really go from, well, troubling to possibly dangerous and maybe even deadly. Now, in this situation, you've got the soil that doesn't absorb a lot of that moisture. It doesn't have a place to go, so that's when it fills into those riverbeds and can cause all kinds of problems, sort of a sledgehammer effect. And it is oftentimes in the desert where you can have storms that are going to be firing off miles and miles away. You may have brilliant blue skies above you, and that water, with the help of gravity, can actually, it can find its way to you very quickly. But in this situation, with this huge shield of moisture that's coming through, we're talking about millions of people that could be affected in the next several days. All right, folks, it's all about staying vigilant. The best way to do that, my recommendation would be to watch the Weather Channel. Let's send it back to Alex.
Oh, absolutely, Reynolds, no doubt about it, because we got you covered here. Of course, the streaming app as well. We're going to have you covered here on the Weather Channel with all things Hilary here for us. It's a super special live stream here when it comes to Hilary. Going to keep you safe if you're in the storm's path. All you have to do is download it today on Amazon Fire, as well as on Roku at streamtwc.com. Oh, the tropical map is gotten busy. Look at all the circles that are showing up, not just there in the Pacific, but also the Atlantic, as we're now approaching that peak of the hurricane season. Now, of course, we are also tracking what's going on with Hilary as it heads its way towards the Baja Peninsula, as well as the threat of a tropical system in the Gulf of Mexico. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace, joined by storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel, as we track this historic Pacific threat. Well, let's get you to what we know so far about Hurricane Hilary. This hurricane is now a powerful Category 2, whipping up winds at 110 miles an hour right off the coast of Cabo San Lucas. Now, for the first time ever, parts of Southern California are under a tropical storm warning, and that is why the National Park Service has closed Joshua Tree National Park and Mojave National Preserve to prevent people from becoming stranded in possible floodwaters. In Major League Baseball, they rescheduled 3 games that were supposed to happen tomorrow, but officials in Southern Cal are urging people to prepare for the heavy rain and the flooding. So let's get the very latest on what is going on with Hilary. Dr. Postel, you're looking at this sprawling system, which is already spreading some of that moisture into West.
Oh, it really is. The rain is moving into parts of California. It has been for the last few hours, and we've seen estimates over the last 6 hours of 1 to 2 inches of rain already, and that is just the beginning. But look, where Hilary, the center of the circulation, is here, and you could argue that still some of the very heavy rainfall, the heaviest of all with the circulation, would be right about, let's see, let me get a better color in here, right about in here, better color, or even out in here. So most of the heavy rain is still well south of the U.S.-Mexican border, and it will be coming on in earnest. I think the worst of it comes by midday tomorrow. Let's now have a look at the visible satellite pictures, because this is actually very instructive. Hilary is weakening in front of our eyes, and you can kind of infer that by the fact that you can actually see the center of circulation almost anyway. Maybe it's somewhat obscured, but from space. Right? If this were an intensifying hurricane, you would see a lot more thunderstorm activity right in the middle of it. We don't have that. That's good news. Hilary is moving over cooler and cooler waters with less fuel for it to survive. So it will weaken. It is on a terminal weakening trend as it moves northward. But still, it will bring the tropical moisture and excessive rainfall rates. I say this over and over again, but a weakening tropical cyclone moving inland is nothing to be dismissed. Just because the winds go down doesn't mean the threats have, because oftentimes the threats only get worse with the amount of rainfall that they bring inland as they're weakening. And this is going to be one of those cases where flash flooding is going to be likely in Nevada, in California, even in Oregon, Utah. And here's an estimate of what the sort of rainfall pattern will look like tonight and tomorrow. I think the heaviest rain is going to be during the midday tomorrow in Southern California, and then extend northward from there. We could see tropical-like downpours. That's the real problem. Think about this. I mean, we've said all along that, you know, we're going to get maybe a year's worth of rain in a matter of hours, and it's going to come down real hard, and that is going to test and stress the civil engineering for sure in many urban areas. So be careful with a lot of rain, Alex, yet to come.
Yeah, you said it, Dr. Pozzolo. It's just so much coming into these areas. Well, I'm joining you now virtually from a rainy Los Angeles, and that is going to be the scene here for us with some possible heavy rain triggering flood watch, and that is set to go into effect starting tomorrow morning. That's when we really start to notice some of the heaviest of the rains coming in throughout the day on our Sunday and adding up here for us. Dr. Pozzolo outlined the areas that are under flood watches, but tomorrow through Monday, we've got areas where we have a high risk for the flash flooding. And you don't see high risks issued very often, not just here in Southern Cal, but we're talking countrywide. High risk days come few and far, you know, in between here. So yeah, this is a rarity here, having to deal with this certainly in that part of the nation, and it's a big deal because when it comes to high risk days, they account for 83% of all of the yearly flood damages. That's crazy, right? That's a huge amount. So that's why we're stressing high-risk days. We really got to be mindful. Adding to the problems here for us here in Southern California as we look at some of the fires that have burned. All these fires here over recent years here, going back to 2017. You got the Southern Fire, the Valley Fire here for you as well, getting closer towards the border there with Mexico. We had a fire burning there as well. Well, all those areas have left this area just kind of stripped of the vegetation, which would help to kind of soak up some of this water coming from this hurricane and then what will be at this point a tropical storm. But look at the heavy rain, 3 to 5, maybe even locally higher amounts, which is going to lead to some flooding. Well, make sure you send us your questions when it comes to Hurricane Hilary, and we're going to answer them later this hour right here on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back for the latest on Hurricane Hilary, which continues to close in on parts of Mexico and eventually Southern California. Category 2 Hurricane Hilary on its weakening trend, no doubt about that. I am sure the next advisory will be lower than 110 miles per hour on the wind speed, but the threat continues to be the excessive rainfall that we're going to get in a tropical type downpour scenario where the rain is going to come down really hard. We have a cone, a hurricane cone, right, for parts of the southwest U.S., the kind that you see along the Gulf Coast or in the southeastern U.S., but this is California. And this is parts of the Southwest that are going to see a lot of rain. We know that in some cases, maybe well over half a foot of rain, all coming down in a very short period of time. And this is one of the issues with desert flash flooding that is so problematic, because the heaviest rain comes down on the desert soil, which really is not able to absorb the moisture or the rainfall quickly. And so the rain piles up and accumulates and then runs off down the very hilly and sloped terrain. And this is a problem because it leads to the flooding. So much of what we expect is going to come from those incredible rainfall rates, and that is going to lead to flooding with the rivers and the creeks filling up quickly and then overflowing their banks for pretty significant distances. So if you get a flash flood warning, stay safe, stay at higher ground if you can, and understand that we're going to be dealing with this. Probably the hardest rain comes in midday tomorrow, with flash flooding likely, and then even tomorrow night and into early Monday. Flash flooding is almost a certainty across parts of California and Nevada. Now, preparations are underway as Hurricane Hilary tracks towards Southern California. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf joins us live from Rancho Cucamonga. It's one of the many cities in Southern California on alert this weekend. Reynolds.
Dr. Postel, it's one of those stories where you have busy weather and very, very busy people. And one of the busiest thing you'll find, this gentleman right here, John Gilson, the Rancho Cucamonga city manager. We're so thankful that you have a moment to chat with us. You grew up in the area.
Yes.
And you've dealt with heavy rain events and flooding events before.
Yes.
How do you prepare for something like this?
So we do a couple of things. We send Public Works out ahead of time, and we have them survey our known hotspots, and we look for any infrastructure that we need to check in that. So we also do that. We send fire and police out. We check areas that we know we need to make sure that everything's ready and we're prepared for what's coming. And we check all our buildings, any buildings that we have, but also any buildings that have been damaged in the last 6 months that belong to private people. We'll check all of those to make sure that everybody's ready for what's coming, just in case somebody wasn't listening to the Weather Channel and doesn't know what's coming.
It's got to be staggering to hear the phrase or hear the name of the town and tropical warning attached to it. It just seems so bizarre. Yes. So when it comes to the populace, when it comes to the people, if you could offer them advice, what would that advice be?
I think what we would tell them is, look, you need to have supplies for 48 to 72 hours. Want to make sure you have an emergency evacuation plan in case you need it. Be prepared in the event that power fails, because that may happen, has in the past in heavy storms and high winds and that. And then we tell them, stay home. When the weather hits, when the rain starts, when the thunderstorms start, don't go outside, stay inside. If you need to call 911, go ahead and call us, but also know that you may have to be on your own for a small amount of time, because depending on how bad the weather gets and how many calls we get, we may not be able to get there immediately like you're used to. So we want everyone to be prepared.
Extra question, and if there's not an answer, that's perfectly fine, but in a situation like this, is this all hands on deck, 24 hours service? Do you take shifts, or how do you do this?
So it's all hands on deck. We're doing different shifts. We started doing this yesterday. It's been in full swing today. We've called people in that would normally be off duty. We've got shifts of extra fire, police, and public works. Obviously, I'm working today. We've got our team monitoring stuff. So we want to do as much preparation as we can, because by the time the storm hits, there's not much more we can do, and then it's into a response mode. So if we can cut down on responses by doing preparation now, we try and do that.
You guys are going to need to sleep when you can. It's going to be, thank you so much for your time. We really
welcome.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for your kindness chatting with us. So certainly some rough times ahead. You know, when it comes to tropical system, a landfalling system, it's going to bring a bit of rain with it, a lot of rain with it. But then if you bring the rain and you combine it with topography that is less favorable to, well, dry conditions, they can bring wet conditions. Well, you have these mountains in San Gabriel. Some of these peaks are well over 8,000 feet in height. So when you have this moisture that comes through, interacts with it goes up to higher elevation, interacts with the cooler air loft, it condenses, forms the showers, and that rain comes down in torrents. Think about it. So we've got this air mass that's going to be affecting not only places like the San Gabriels, you have the coastal range, and then beyond that, what do you have? The Sierra Nevada. That's right. So these are areas that have been affected by the atmospheric rivers we had. You'll remember those. And you know that we've got an abundance of water in a lot of places, but some places that usually don't get a great deal of water, it's not going to take much to make very dangerous situations. Perfect example of that would be places like, well, Death Valley. You could have some flooding there too. All right, let's send it back to Alex. Busy times here, though, no doubt, in this fine city.
Yeah, you said it, Reynolds. Busy for sure, but looks like folks are no doubt trying to do their best to be as prepared as possible as Hilary gets closer and closer. Of course, the Weather Channel streaming app has you covered with our Hurricane Hilary special live stream. This stream will help keep you safe if you're in the storm's path. Download today on Amazon Fire and Roku at streamtwc.com. We're answering your questions as Hurricane Hilary inches closer to the California coast. So keep them coming. We always love to hear from you, and we love answering these questions. So let's get right to it. Here's one asking, despite the catastrophic rainfall predictions, is there any way that this could also refill or help tremendously one of the reservoirs in Nevada?
Yes, Lake Mead, for example. Right now, it's already at a high level. Highest it's been certainly in a year. Yeah. With rain coming in, it's going to go up. So the answer is emphatically yes. I think we're going to see a lot of rain. The problem is so much of the rain is going to come so quickly. Here's just Lake Mead water shortage levels. By the way, the current level is at 1063. Well below the max capacity, but we do believe that with the rain coming in, that level is likely to go up.
Yeah,
it makes sense.
There is a benefit to this, but it's like a double-edged sword here for us that we're facing there across parts of the Southwest. All right, next question coming in, asking very simply, Weatherman Nick asking, what can we do to be weather aware?
So here's a list that we put together here of what you can do, kind of even in the last minute. I think you can get a lot of these done pretty quickly. And if you look at this list, we have, for example, maybe stack some sandbags around your property if you're in a flood-prone area. Clear leaves and debris from gutters. And that might take a little bit longer time. I don't know, to get up there, be careful. But have your valuables in, like, for example, a waterproof container. That's a good idea.
Yeah. I mean, really simple things to get going, and just keep aware of the weather situation, right? Keeping sort of updated on the changing conditions, because once we start to see this rain coming in, that's when we can kind of nowcast and pinpoint where some of this heaviest rain is setting up. Right now, it's hard to pinpoint exactly where that's going to be. So keeping aware and checking back. Don't see it what it looks like now and say, okay, that's the end and the be all. No, things are going to be changing here as we work our way through the coming days.
Yeah, and one of the things I just noticed on this list is putting your electronics in and higher up on shelves right here. This little check mark there. That's a simple one you can do, and have some backups in your computer in case you lose power for a long time. That's also another good idea. But you know what? It's going to rain, and it's going to rain hard. Yeah. Be prepared for that. So if you have questions, we want to answer them. Send them our way, and we'll answer more of them throughout the evening. I just got a couple on my Twitter. Well, I call it Twitter. What is it? X now?
X now, yes.
Whatever. I got that on my feed, and we'll try to get to those as best we can. So definitely keep them coming.
Absolutely. All right. Well, of course, focus is there on what's going on with Hilary, but look at the rest of the Pacific and the Atlantic basins. A lot of circles showing up out there. So a number of areas that we're watching, including, hey, just issued today a newly deemed a tropical depression. That's number 6, TD number 6 now. Prospects of this doing much, not much at all. Short-lived is what's expected with that as it kind of drifts towards the north and west, generally north of the islands there. But we have a couple of other invests showing up, and then this area to watch that's that's hanging out there in, well, the Bahamas. And that is something we've been watching move across the Atlantic, slowly working its way through the Bahamas, bringing in a little bit more in the way of moisture and bringing more shower and thunderstorm activity. And that's what we're essentially seeing at this time. But the National Hurricane Center is giving it about a 50% chance of developing. Not where it is now, but where it may be headed. And that is here into the Gulf of Mexico. Somewhere in this hatched area as we head through the next several days, really looking at early next week. There is at least the potential for this to try to develop there in the Gulf of Mexico. So we're certainly have to keep an eye on things there. Right now, again, a lot of moisture coming through the Bahamas up into Florida, and that's going to keep things a bit unsettled with our opportunities for rain. But it's very disjointed, disorganized here, but it may have a chance as it moves into the Gulf. Notice as we work our way into early next week, notice how it sort of consolidates a little bit more. That's the organization that's trying to happen now early next week as it approaches South Texas. So that's going to be the area that, at least right now, seems to be the spot where we have the best chance for feeling the biggest impacts. Outside of Florida, which in the near term will be dealing with more of that rain, up to an inch for the most part here for us, maybe higher totals here. The southern tip down towards the Keys could be looking at a couple of inches. But we'll watch this whole area continue to head towards the west. And the question becomes, does it have a chance to develop before it runs out of real estate, before it runs out of its source of energy, that water in the Gulf, before it makes its way onto land? That's what we'll be watching. But right now, the European model kind of gives it a good 70, almost 80% chance here of developing here into a tropical cyclone somewhere here in the Gulf of Mexico before it makes its way onto land. So one to watch. Couple of inches of rain. This is the European model's outlook. South Texas seeing that 1 to 2 more widespread and pockets of 2 to 3. The American GFS model also has South Texas in that zone of the heaviest rainfall. A couple of inches showing up there. So a pretty decent bet that we're going to get some rain, beneficial rains coming into some of these areas that need it. But then we don't want this thing spinning up and organizing more to bring in some stronger winds. All right, of course, we are off watching what's going on there in the southwest. Reynolds there in Southern Cal.
Absolutely. Coming to you from Rancho Cucamonga, where we have cloudy skies and rain. We expect plenty of it tomorrow and possibly some dangerous flooding. We'll have more from the story here, but also we're going to hear from the mayor of San Diego coming up short order.
A historic storm that is on the move near the Baja Peninsula. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace here alongside storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel. We're tracking Hurricane Hilary as it moves towards Southern California.
Yeah, Hilary is now a Category 2 hurricane. That's the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. It is expected to weaken to a tropical storm before it reaches the southwest U.S., but still there is a potential for catastrophic and life-threatening flooding. Alex, that is the big story.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Of course, right now, millions are bracing for Hurricane Hilary's impacts. Here's some time-lapse video showing the storm's outer bands moving over Mexico's Cabo San Lucas. Now, closer to home, heavy rain, that could trigger flooding, landslides, and debris flows along the southwestern coast. So, yeah, this is a storm that certainly means business, even though we are, again, seeing it a weakening, which was anticipated. This is not a surprise, Dr. Postel, that as it's moving northbound, we've seen the wind speeds come down.
Yeah, I mean, that was clear. The Hurricane Center told everyone long ago that this, as it moved northward, would weaken, and rightfully so for atmospheric and oceanic factors. But it is still very potent, and this advisory is a few hours old yet. The next one should be coming out within the next hour, and I would almost guarantee you the winds are going to be even lower than this, and maybe quite a bit. But that doesn't diminish the flood threat that Hilary is as it moves northward. It's got a ton of tropical moisture to work with. Flash flooding will be a very significant problem for us in Southern California and western Arizona and areas nearby. So again, there's the latest advisory, 110, but again, it's going to be less than that. It is beginning to weaken. Actually, it began its weakening trend at least a day ago, but it is now really on the rapid decline in terms of wind speed. And you can see we have a cone. First of all, we have a cone over Southern California. Who knew, right? Before the season started, how many of you would have said, I think there's going to be a cone of uncertainty for a tropical cyclone over Southern California? Well, we got it. And what it means is, for those of us not used to it in California, is that Hilary, the center of it, will likely be moving somewhere inside of there. But the impacts will be surrounding that by a great distance. So that means that we're going to have a lot of rain over lots of places. On the visible satellite pictures, and I've been showing this all day long, this is important. I don't want anybody to think I'm wasting my time doing this, because I can tell you that what it tells us is that the system is weakening. We're not seeing a giant cluster of thunderstorms right in the middle of it. We can almost see the circulation here almost exposed. There's some cirrus clouds there. but you can see it from space. And when you have that, this is sort of the sign that a tropical cyclone is not healthy, and it's going to get less healthy as it moves northward because it is going to be, in part, moving over some cooler waters. Water temperatures eventually falling through the 70s and into the upper 60s. That is not a lot of fuel for a tropical cyclone to survive. In rare occasions, they could, but it's not going to happen this time around. I can almost guarantee you that. So the ocean will weaken Hilary moving northward. The atmosphere is also working to weaken it with dry air nearby getting into the circulation. That's why we could see part of it in the satellite pictures. But here's the kicker. Forget all that now. Put that aside. We are watching a plume of incredibly moist air poised to move in to Southern California and Southern Arizona. That means that the rain that comes in is going to be very efficient, and it's going to come down hard, and that rainfall rate is only going to go up in many locations. You can see it spreading northward from Mexico into Southern California. It's not raining right now in Palm Springs. It's not raining right now in LA. It's not raining right now in San Diego. But it will, in many of those locations, rain pretty hard. I think the worst of the rainfall, the hardest rain, comes in midday tomorrow. Keep in mind, there is the center of Hilary, or the core of the hurricane still. But the radar is only picking up a fraction of the rain around it. That's only the part that the radar can see. There is a lot of other rain in some of these other bands, very heavy rain, that you can't see on radar. But we know it's there based on the satellite pictures. So it's yet to come in. So don't be fooled by the radar. Just can't see that far. It's coming, and it's going to bring a lot of accumulation to Southern California and areas nearby. I'm going to leave us with this, Alex, and show you the movement of Hilary as it parallels the coast here, likely coming inland into parts of California, or making it inland before it gets to California. That's significant, Alex. Some people talk about the exact track not mattering much. It matters a whole lot. You need to know exactly where it goes. And in this case, it is going to be moving inland and bringing the rain. It would be a lot worse if it were just off the coast.
Absolutely. And you mentioned, Dr. Postel, you know, who would have thunk a cone there in Southern California? Not only that, but a cone happening there before Gulf Coast or the East Coast of the U.S.
Incredible.
Unbelievable. Thanks, Dr. Postel. Well, now let's get you live now at the conditions there that are on the ground in Southern California. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf joins us there from Rancho Cucamonga, and it's one of the many cities there in Southern Cal that's under a tropical storm warning. Reynolds, one thing that we have not seen happen before, tropical storm warning in Southern Cal.
It's pretty intense when you think about it. I was listening to you and Dr. Postel, and there are moments in this life where you read about history, and then there are other moments where you live it. We are living history. It's truly incredible, but also kind of frightening to know what these systems can bring. We've seen just tropical weather unleashing across parts of the Gulf Coast, certainly on the East Coast of the United States, but this one is a little bit unusual, I'd say, at the very least. It's a story not just of just the moisture coming through, but how it's going to interact with much of the terrain, like the mountains you see right behind me. You know, where we happen to be in Rancho Cucamonga, you've got roughly 174,000 people. This location is about 37 miles due east of downtown Los Angeles, and some of these peaks go in excess of 8,800 feet, so it can certainly draw a lot of moisture out. And then you think about to our west, the coastal range, the issues you'll have there, but then farther to the east, you've got the Sierra Nevada. Well, that's going to be a problem too. But it's more than just this particular region. We've got problems as far south as Southern California and San Diego. We heard earlier from the mayor. Here's what the mayor had to say.
We continue to ask people to shelter in place during the storm. Tomorrow is going to be a perfect day for you to stay at home and enjoy the company of your relatives, your friends, family, and your pets. Please prepare for tomorrow by making sure that your phone and other essential devices are fully charged in case the power goes out. I also recommend folks take precautions to make sure the batteries in your flashlights and, again, other essential equipment are powered and working. We do anticipate power outages to happen due to the high winds across our county. And so, again, these kinds of precautions will be necessary and I think helpful to you as we get through the storm.
And what's important, too, is even after the rain stops and drier air begins to move through, we are going to have the aftermath of those power outages. But at the same time, some hillsides like this, some of the high terrain that is saturated with all that moisture, well, at times gravity plays a role, and we could definitely deal with some mudslides across the region, too. So there's a plethora of problems we're dealing with and will deal with in days to come. Paul Goodlow has been reporting live from Coronado, California, and it has been a pretty quiet day there, but we know in a big way there will be tremendous changes. Paul.
We have slowly seen a little change here in San Diego Bay. It went from perhaps glass smooth this morning to a little more chop out here. We expect that to be a whole different story tomorrow. Right now, the forecast is still for Hilary to become and stay a tropical storm as it passes through Southern California and then move north of here throughout the day on Sunday. You see the warships out there, personal watercraft as well. Big outdoor community, not to mention a huge Navy community. Of course, the Navy is preparing the ships they can because that's what the military does. But for residents here, the main concern is getting people aware of the incoming threats. Yes, we had a lot of rain this winter, but this is not going to quite be winter-type rain. It's tropical rain, something that most people have never experienced here locally. Last time we had a named system come through here, a storm or hurricane, almost 84 years ago, and this tropical moisture can bring us 2, 4, maybe 8 or more inches of rain. Areas east of here, kind of desert arid areas here, even 2 inches of rain could cause catastrophic flooding. We could see 4 times that amount. Again, we're trying to get people prepared for what could be coming as we head through Sunday. And luckily, it is going to be picking up in forward speed, so we should start seeing some drier skies on Monday, but we still have to get through a very dangerous Sunday, perhaps record-setting here across much of Southern California.
All right, thanks so much, Paul. Well, we're stepping into our virtual view of San Diego Centennial Park, and conditions for most of the day kind of overcast, grayer skies here for us, but we are expecting that to change as we work our way through the next 24 hours or so as the rain begins to move on in. In fact, tonight we'll see more of that sliding in, and then the intensity of some of that rain really grows throughout the day tomorrow with Hilary making its way on in. So yeah, the downpours, be ready for that. Really just going to be one of those days to just stay inside. I know it's the weekend, you want to kind of get out and enjoy, but it's just not worth it getting out there because we've got that risk for flooding. That's a big risk here for us across Southern Cal, western Arizona, spreading northbound, even a bit of Utah, most of Nevada, and even getting up into Idaho. We've got flood watches that are up eastern Oregon there too. Now, when we look at the flood threat force, basically today through tomorrow morning, anywhere you see the green shades here on this map indicates areas where there's at least the possibility for that. But there's a likely zone that extends here across Southern California. That's actually going to expand a bit for tomorrow into Monday. Now we've got more areas that are likely to see flash flooding, and then we also introduce the red zone, and that high risk area is in play. And high risk days do not come very often, not just for this part of the world, but for any part of the nation. High risk days don't happen very often, but they are big deals because they can account for a lot of the damages that we see and the deaths as well. Look at the rainfall amounts through Tuesday morning. 3 to 5 inches widespread with some pockets of 5 to 8. I wouldn't be surprised when it's all said and done to maybe see some double digits coming out of the system. So as I mentioned, those high risk days accounting for 83% of all of the flood damages that we see from flooding. So yeah, it's a big deal. So here's some safety tips for you heading to the highest levels of your building if there is flooding that is ongoing out there. And don't get caught in the vehicle. As I mentioned, just stay home tomorrow. It's just not worth it. If you happen to be out there in that car, do not get out into those floodwaters because you may end up getting swept off your feet. Doesn't take a whole lot. And at that point now, you're at the mercy of where that water wants to take you. So that's just one of the risks that we do face, along with, of course, Dr. Postel can't rule out as this thing moves in, a chance for some stronger storms, gusty winds, and isolated tornadoes.
Severe weather, that's right. That's common with landfalling tropical cyclones. But let's right now, Alex, have a look at Palm Springs, California, where multiple alerts are now in effect. That includes both a tropical storm warning. Palm Springs, California, a tropical storm warning. Wow. Let that sink in for a minute. And a flood watch. Hurricane Hilary could bring Palm Springs their average yearly rainfall. And get this, probably in a few hours, right? A few hours. Now, I don't mean like 1 or 2, but like 6, 8, 10, 12, something like that. In a matter of hours, You get your average annual rainfall. That's nuts. It's not only nuts, that's dangerous. And we have to be careful because there's a lot of rain moving into California right now as we speak. Hilary's not even close. It's off this map by a long way. It's hundreds of miles away. But way out ahead of it, we're seeing very significant rain. And it's not raining right now in San Diego, and the winds aren't particularly strong. And I'm not sure we're going to get a strong, for sure, like a tropical storm sustained wind in San Diego. We may get some pretty strong wind gusts in some of the heavier showers. And at higher elevations to the east in central and eastern California, we could have some pretty strong wind gusts over 50 miles per hour. But it's the rainfall that's going to be very significant. This is a high risk of flooding, and that goes really during the day tomorrow and into tomorrow night. I think the heaviest rainfall for San Diego, Palm Springs, and other areas in Southern California comes midday tomorrow, roughly. As Hilary moves northward, this is a forecast showing you, boom, there it goes. 3 o'clock local time. Maybe by then it's moved north of San Diego, but many other locations in the Inland Empire and parts of the central areas of California, the valleys, heavy rain and flooding really goes on in midday tomorrow. Alex.
Thanks, Dr. Mostel. Well, of course, we're watching several areas for possible tropical development from the Gulf of Mexico to the eastern Atlantic Ocean as we get to that peak of the hurricane season that is approaching. Now, here's a live look from a hot and dry Corpus Christi there. That's on your left. And then you got Miami, where it's been kind of soggy and stormy here. You can see, though, clouds have built back in, looking a little bit more on the unsettled side. Watch for more tropical downpours to slide on in. And what's impacting us there in South Florida is what could have an impact on us there in South Texas earlier in the next week. All right, let's take a look at what's going on in the Gulf because those water temperatures are extremely warm. And we're upper 80s, low 90s, some record warmth that we've had to contend with here. But fortunately, at least right now, we don't see a whole lot ongoing. A few clouds showing up, but certainly nothing that is organizing there. What is the concern, though, is what is off to the east. It's this area here. We've been watching this disturbance that's moved through the Atlantic, slowly now moving its way through the Bahamas. That's increased our rain opportunities. That's what we've seen here over the last few days, but its opportunity to develop hasn't been very great. Kind of surrounded by that Saharan air layer, a little bit more stable as well, just not very organized in getting its act together. But that may change here for us. In the short term, moisture, the influx of deep tropical moisture coming through, and that's going to mean that chances for the rain will be on the upside here for us. But everything's going to continue to move westbound. There's this high in the Atlantic. That's going to push it off towards the west. And you think, oh, well, will it head northbound? Well, not quite. Big high, which is bringing some extreme heat to the middle of the country. That's going to block it from moving northbound, and moving west is the general motion here that we anticipate. By the time we get to Monday, kind of working its way through the Gulf, where, of course, those waters are very, very warm. What's happening in the environment around that? Well, we'll see. But it's going to have that chance with the warmer waters to try to develop. But it'll bring some rain here into Florida. Southern tip, maybe the Keys, seeing the bulk of some of the heavier rains. And then we'll watch this area push on off towards the west. Now, will it run out of real estate? Will it run out of that energy source, the Gulf waters, before it can develop, before it gets into South Texas? Yet to be determined. But just know, at the very least, the increased chance for rain coming into South Texas. We've got that for the early part of next week. Now, of course, our team of meteorologists, they are bringing you the very latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long. All you have to do is stay with the Weather Channel for complete coverage with the very latest radars and the warnings. For up-to-date, around-the-clock information, all you have to do is download our app. That's on Amazon Fire and Roku at streamtwc.com.
of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
So breaking news now out of Los Angeles County. Due to the potential impacts and the possibility of prolonged power outages, Catalina Island residents and the visitors there, especially those with medical access and functional needs, they're really advised at this point to leave the island starting today. A departure by way of Catalina Express is recommended at your earliest opportunity. So yeah, absolutely. This is absolutely what you want to be doing here, paying attention to this. Who wants to be on an island in this situation, potential power outages there? So here you go. Your 6 Ps when it comes to evacuations here, making sure you're looking out for the folks and the pets. Don't forget about the pets. Have those papers, the important documents ready with you, and take that with you. The prescriptions, the pictures, all your personal items that you do not want to have lost out there. Have that handy with you, personal computers, and have the credit cards and cash along with you. Again, some of the things that you do in the just before evacuating. So again, right now, Catalina Island, they're telling folks, recommending here to try to get off the island at your earliest convenience. All right, let's get to the very latest on what's going on with Hilary and some of the impacts that we are expecting. Dr. Mostel, some gusty winds, we'll be dealing with that, and of course the heavy rain.
The heavy rain and the gusty winds. And the reason why we're getting people off of Catalina Island is because the expectation of at least some tropical storm force wind gusts, which is why the Hurricane Center, yes, the National Hurricane Center, for the first time ever, has issued tropical storm warnings out for California here. And we've got those in place, including Catalina Island, in case you're wondering. Right there, just to the south-southwest of L.A. And many of the inland locations could see some wind gusts over 40 miles per hour. Here's what a tropical storm warning means. I know many of us in California are like, what does that mean? We don't have to ever deal with that, and you don't until now. We've got a tropical storm warning out, meaning sustained winds, perhaps of 39 to, well, above that miles per hour. That is expected in the next 36 hours. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of sustained wind of 30 or 40 miles per hour in many locations. At higher elevations, let's say above 1,000 or 2,000 feet, we could see wind gusts that actually far exceed that. They could go gusty over 50 miles per hour. And the timing would likely be at earliest on Sunday, tomorrow morning, and then tomorrow afternoon. Here's a quick forecast. Alex, I'm going to leave you with this. You can see the strongest winds move in from south to north across the region during the day tomorrow. It is expected that some locations, perhaps to the east of San Diego, get gusts over 50 miles per hour. Some of those areas shaded in red and pink are where the strongest winds are. And by the way, this is the track of the expected track of Hilary. Now, it's good in a way that it's inland, Alex. It keeps the wind down. If it were over water, we'd have a much different scenario with stronger winds. Important to keep an eye on the exact track.
Absolutely. Well, you know, Hilary bringing a significant risk of the heavy rain. That's going to fuel a dangerous flood threat. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf joins us live from Rancho Cucamonga, California. And Reynolds, an area that, you know, we start talking about tropical systems, it's like a foreign thing for this part of the nation.
It doesn't fit, right? It's like putting the wrong shoe on the wrong foot. But here we are. We're talking about a tropical storm warning for this area. It's pretty amazing. And one of the things you got to consider is if you have a system like this, and let's say, for example, it's going on the Louisiana coast, if it's going into Mississippi, if it were going to the Texas coast, you know there's going to be a flood threat. You know it, and you've got to take it serious. Same holds true here. You got to take this very seriously. But there are other things that are at play, and part of it has to do with not meteorology. It has to do with geology, has to do with geography, has to do with topography. And these mountains certainly play a part, but so do the deserts. Let's talk about the mountains first. So you've got the coastal range, you've got the San Gabriels, and then you have the Sierra Nevada. But remember, the Central Valleys, and then over towards, well, in this direction, out to our northeast, that's where you'll find Death Valley. And when you think about rain, heavy rain in a desert environment, one of the things that works against it is soil composition. And you have the water that comes down, it doesn't get absorbed into that soil very well, so it's almost instantaneous when it comes to runoff. You add in an inch of rain and you're going to have problems. Get the rain that we're talking about, possibly with some orographic lift mixed in, it makes things extremely dangerous, and that's going to be the situation as we go forward. Remember, though, as it is always true with these situations, if you have the system speed up, slow down, move a few degrees to the west or the east, it could change things in a very big way. So that's the reason why the entire region needs to be ready for what may be spilling out of the heavens over the next several days. There's a little bit of sun that's coming down. You see it's light now, but we expect to trade these somewhat light skies for, well, dark gray, and with it the heavy rain tomorrow, and that's certainly going to be quite the terrifying prospect for many people. Remember, just with the atmospheric river events that we've had in recent history here in California, we know you can have widespread mudslides, widespread flooding. It can be very, very dangerous for so many, and that's what we expect as we go forward in time. All right, for coverage, folks, we've got a great team assembled both right here in the field, certainly behind the scenes, back in the studio, and in the control room. We'll keep you up to speed with what is coming over the next several hours and days. Be safe. Coverage continues on the Weather Channel.
Our tropical map, it is filling up. I mean, we've got all kinds of circles showing up out there from the Atlantic and, of course, into the Pacific as well. We are approaching that peak of the hurricane season. Now we're tracking Hilary as it heads towards the Baja Peninsula, as well as the threat of a tropical system in the Gulf of Mexico. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace. Joined alongside me is storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel as we track this historic Pacific threat. Let's get right into it because, Dr. Postel, we are watching this thing get closer and closer as it's moving northbound. It's lost a bit of its oomph in terms of the strength, but does not mean we aren't talking about significant impacts that are on the way.
That's a great point, Alex, because weakening tropical cyclones are nothing to dismiss. Just because the wind speeds are coming down, sometimes at the same time the flood threat goes up. Many of us in the east and in the Gulf Coast know that, but those of us in California might be looking at the wind speeds, which, as the last advisory shows, were 110. They're probably quite a bit lower than that right now and going down further. That doesn't mean that it's not going to be a powerful threat in terms of the flooding potential. So we have to watch that very carefully. The visible satellite pictures are stunning, and they're showing a weakening tropical cyclone. And I show it to you because sometimes you can spot this on the satellite pictures. If you can, almost clearly see the circulation there, maybe there's some scattered clouds over it, and not see a whole lot of bright whites of, tall thunderstorm clouds right in the middle of it. We're not seeing that. That's good, because when you don't see that, it's oftentimes a sign that it is continuing its weakening trend. And atmospherically, there are lots of reasons for it, but also oceanically, Hilary is now moving over waters that are even going to get cooler than they are now, and that's going to lead to a reduction in intensity. It just has less fuel to work with. So here's the timing for the rain as it closes on in. I think midday tomorrow, Southern California is when the heaviest rain is going to be. Northward from there into Nevada and even Oregon eventually during the day on Monday. So lots of folks are going to get a lot of rain. And here's just one estimate for how much we're going to get, and locally higher amounts. So 3 to 5, 5 to 8 inches. A lot of it, Alex, coming down in a very short period of time in a tropical type of downpour with even the threat of severe weather and maybe a tornado or two.
Wow. Well, Hilary remains a powerful Category 2 hurricane as the storm tracks towards Southern Cal. It's capable of causing catastrophic damage.
This is a large storm with a huge footprint, unlike what we usually see in San Diego. Normally, we're used to small pockets that kind of bounce around. That's not the case. It's already pouring rain out into the desert and east of us. So it will come, and it will have the impact that's projected. Anticipate heavy rains, and the rains will not be absorbed like we normally expect. So this will exaggerate or intensify the flooding that we anticipate. This is not something to go out in. It's not some time to go to the beach. Change your plans, adjust what you're doing, stay indoors, and minimize your impact.
Some great advice, no question about it. And I'm joining you here virtually from the rainy Los Angeles, and some of that heavy rain triggering a flood watch. And that is set to go into effect starting tomorrow morning. We're going to see that rain on the increase and widespread here for us throughout the day, becoming heavier and heavier, increasing the flood threat. Not just there here in L.A., but we've got it across a good chunk of Southern California into Arizona, at least the western half of the state there, getting up into Utah and even farther north. Eastern Oregon into Idaho also have flood watches that are up because we are going to watch that moisture work northbound and increase our chances for the heavy rain to add up there as well. So let's take a look at what we've got for today and into tomorrow morning. This is a look at the areas where we have at least the possibility for flash flooding, and that includes all the areas where you see any shade of the green. Likely to deal with the flash flooding, though, there in Southern California, and we'll actually expand that likely zone for tomorrow and into our Monday morning. So now we're extending that into parts of southern Nevada, but also introducing that red area. That's the high risk zone. High risk when it comes to flooding. You don't see that happening very often, not just for this part of the world, but we're talking about the country in general. We don't see a whole lot of high risk days, but they are a big deal because they account for about 83% of all the flood damage that we see from flooding. They happen on high-risk days. So this is why this is a big, big concern that we have to watch out for. One of the reasons that adds to this is here in Southern Cal, where, of course, over the recent years, this going back to 2017, some of the areas where we've seen these wildfires burn, and we've got burn scars that are left behind, stripped vegetation here for you, and so it's not going to be able to really soak up that heavy rain that comes down and just runs off and ends up being a big problem when it comes to flooding. So this is a risk that we're facing. Got to be prepared for it. Now, of course, we want to hear from you. Send us your questions when it comes to Hurricane Hilary, and we're going to answer them a little bit later on this hour right here on the Weather Channel. All you have to do is send us your questions there on social media. We're talking Facebook, X. Use that hashtag Hurricane Questions.
Welcome back. Hurricane Hilary continues to close in on parts of Mexico and California. It is a long way out still, and it won't arrive really the worst of it until later on tonight and tomorrow, but it is bringing impactful weather even as we speak over parts of southeastern California. It is raining hard, and there are areas in southwestern Arizona as well. The latest advisory on Hurricane Hilary has it at Cat 2, 110 miles per hour. The next advisory is coming up momentarily before the top of the hour, and my guess is that the advisory will be dropped below 110 significantly. It's on a weakening trend, no doubt about that, but it will bring very impactful weather, primarily heavy rainfall and flooding. And the rain, think about this. We could get a year's worth of rain in some locations, let's say in Southern California, in a matter of hours, not 1 or 2 hours, but let's say 6, 10, 12 hours, something like that, a whole year's worth of rain. That's how hard it's going to rain for those of us in California that are so not used to it or conditioned to deal with it. So expect the significant flooding threat. And the cone is just weird to look at. I mean, every time I show this, I'm thinking to myself, what exactly is happening? Because a cone has never been issued for parts, or I should say, even a tropical storm watch or a warning has never been placed over Southern California as it is right now. And we have this heavy rain coming, and it's going to affect many of us. In the deserts in the Southwest, the soils are incredibly dry, and the runoff is very significant. The soil can't absorb the rainfall, so the rain just accumulates in puddles and ponds and pools, and it then runs off into lower altitudes following the topography, which enhances that runoff, and it is very dangerous. So when the rivers and creeks flood up and they overflow their banks, we are dealing with a significant flooding threat, no doubt. Well, preparations are underway as Hurricane Hilary tracks towards Southern California. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf joins us live from Rancho Cucamonga. It's one of the many cities in Southern California on alert this weekend. Reynolds.
Oh, no doubt about it, Dr. Postel. One of the big issues that we have in this community and many others around the area is the risk of flooding that we could be dealing with as the system approaches. And certainly from tomorrow and going forward, we have the issue not only with flooding, but possibly mudslides at the high elevation. But one of the big issues that we have with high elevation, too, is sometimes the winds can actually accelerate through those high mountain passes. With those strong winds, we often have power outages. Well, meteorologist Mike Bettis give us a bit of some illumination in terms of how to stay safe when the power is out.
Strong storms can bring power outages, so here are a few things you can do to stay safe when the power goes out. Without power, you can break out the generator, your grill, or some other similar item, but make sure to use it outside in a well-ventilated area to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. Carbon monoxide is an odorless and colorless gas that can be deadly. The water supply can also be compromised during a power outage, so check with local authorities on the safety of your water and boil it if recommended. According to the CDC, if the power is out for less than 4 hours, the food in your fridge is probably safe. But keep those doors closed as much as possible. But when it comes to food, when in doubt, throw it out. If the power's been out for more than a day, it's best to toss out any refrigerated medicines. If they're life-saving, use them, but get a replacement as soon as possible. If it's hot and you don't have air conditioning, look for a shelter that does. Something like a mall or a store, or maybe take a cold shower. Fans alone don't really prevent heat-related illness. As with any storm, make sure you have an emergency plan and a disaster supply kit that covers you, your family, and your pets for at least 3 days. Better to be safe than sorry.
Remember, if you happen to have, say, a generator or, say, even a charcoal grill, make sure that's outside an area where you do have some ventilation, because carbon monoxide, that can also be another big threat in these trying times, compliments of rough weather. And it could get rough again as we go forward. Alex, let's talk more about, again, on matters of the clock, let's talk about city timing. That does make a difference. Thank you.
A chance to know when some of the worst of the weather is going to have an impact on us here. So let's take you through it as we see the conditions start to move downhill over the next 24 hours or so. We'll start you off looking in on Los Angeles, and again, mostly quiet here for us as we work our way on into tonight. Maybe starting to see a few lighter sprinkles showing up, but then we get a chance to see more of those downpours coming in. This is now Sunday morning, so early in the morning we're going to start to see some of the heavier rains coming on through, and this will be with us through the afternoon, coming in waves. It's not going to be just a whole steady, hefty rain. We'll get some heavy rains, then it'll kind of slacken off a bit, then more heavy rains will come in as this whole system moves on through. Once we start to move into Monday morning, though, much quieter. But that heavy rain comes in, it can add up very quickly. Here's the outlook here for us for tomorrow into Monday. Yeah, LA itself could be looking at a couple of inches, maybe 2 to 3. Higher totals as you start to move up into the higher terrain. Some of those mountains north of LA could be looking at 5+ inches of rainfall. That's a lot of rain coming in. Of course, the Weather Channel streaming app has you covered with our Hurricane Hilary special live stream. Now, this stream will help keep you safe if you're in the storm's path. All you have to do is download today on Amazon Fire and Roku at streamtwc.com. Well, we are answering your questions as Hurricane Hilary inches closer and closer to the California coast. Keep them coming. We'd love to hear from you. Love to answer your questions as best as we can. So let's get right to it. We got one question here coming in from Craig, who says, how bad will the winds be there in Southern California?
I think the farther east you go in Southern California, like let's say toward Lake Havasu or Blythe, the winds are going to be stronger. I don't think we're going to see tropical storm force sustained winds at any of these locations, meaning a sustained wind of 40. But I do think we will see wind gusts over 40 miles per hour into some of these locations. And the higher up you go, even 1,000 or 2,000 feet up, the winds will be substantially higher, enough to do some damage. So be mindful of that. Here's the forecast showing you in this model, and this is just an estimate, right? Perhaps some 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. There's, by the way, San Diego with wind gusts there of 30 to 35. But notice I put the track on here, and it's important to know exactly where we think the center is going to go. Because if the track, Alex, were out here, that would bring a lot more wind to those coastal locations. But because it's inland, less along the coast, more farther inland.
Absolutely. So just be ready, be prepared for power outages here. That is a real possibility.
Yes.
All right. The next question coming in, I want to know what's going to be going on there in San Diego. Specifically, what will the impacts be for San Diego?
Well, we think the rain will be rather significant in San Diego, and watch this timing graphic showing you by, well, this is midnight tonight local time. We may start to see some heavy rain in earnest. And then I think the worst of it comes in during the day tomorrow. You can see a lot of heavy rain in the late morning hours here in San Diego and areas nearby, continuing through the afternoon. This is when the most significant flooding threat is going to exist. And then I think by later on tomorrow night and on into Monday, the rain goes away.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the timing for you. Just plan on just staying put at home. I mean, really, I know it's the weekend, but it's just not worth it. Just stay put. All right. Marcia chimes in, says, why has the Weather Channel shown a stable 959 millibar pressure there for Hurricane Hilary for the past 2 hours? Where is this measured?
So this is a really good question, and the Hurricane Center issues their advisories with all the data that they have at hand, including aircraft reconnaissance and some other satellite estimates. So this, as of the last advisory that was issued at 3 o'clock local time, 5 o'clock Eastern, was 9:59. They're not going to change that until they get some new information. They're going to bring an intermediate update coming up at
It could be any moment now.
Any moment now. So there will be an update to that. But remember, they're not going to change that in between those updates that come now every 3 hours.
Yes, so you just know it's not us doing it. We get the updates from the National Hurricane Center, and more than likely we will see that pressure go up here.
The winds come down and the pressure go up. Hilary is definitely weakening. We know that. Now, if you have questions, we want to answer them. So send them our way and we'll answer more of them throughout the evening. We've got some great questions coming in. Alex, love doing that because it gives people a sense that, you know, we're here along with you to sort of help communicate the risks.
Yeah, absolutely. And gives us an opportunity to know what you want to hear from us in terms of your more pressing questions. All right, let's get you to what's going on in the Atlantic side of things. We've been focusing on Hilary, but here in the Atlantic, look at this now, a little bit of an update here, at least in the position of that disturbed area that's been moving its way through the Bahamas, now essentially moving between Cuba and the southern tip of Florida, giving about a 50% chance of developing here over the next 7 days or so.
We just got the update.
Oh, we did?
From NHC, 964 is the pressure and the wind 100 miles per hour.
There you go. So that's the latest on Hilary. There it is posted there for us. So the winds, as we talked about, they've come down a notch and that pressure has gone up a notch as well.
Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Good to get the update in there for us. Still got a Category 2 hurricane right now, pushing on off towards the north-northwest at about 17 miles per hour. So getting closer and closer to land. All right, back to the Atlantic side of things. There's that area, again, bringing some wet weather here to parts of southern Florida down into Cuba as well. And it is going to continue to move towards the west and move into the Gulf of Mexico. And it's going to be moving in that area, that hatch zone, where it has at least the chance for developing into a tropical cyclone. Right now, not a good chance, but later on, as we work our way through the coming days, early week, watch out there in the Gulf of Mexico. We certainly have some very primed waters. The water temperatures will not be an issue. What's happening in the environment around that, though, we'll have to keep an eye on. So let's follow the spin associated with it and notice how it starts to consolidate a bit more as we move into the early part of next week. That's signs of it trying to organize a bit more. Now, will it run out of time before it moves into land to develop? We shall see. But for now, rain coming into Florida, that southern tip, probably down towards the Keys, where we'll see some of the higher totals, and then we'll watch this area push on into South Texas here for, again, early next week. At the very least, expect rain chances to go up here for us. Development of a tropical cyclone, well, according to the European model, giving it a good 80% chance. So it's a pretty decent risk here that we face. We'll be watching this over the coming days. Storm that is on the move near the Baja Peninsula. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace here alongside me, storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel, and we're tracking Hurricane Hilary as it moves towards Southern California.
Now, Hilary is now a Category 2 hurricane. It is expected to be a tropical storm before it reaches the southwestern U.S., where there's still a significant threat for catastrophic and life-threatening flooding. In fact, the Navy is planning to move about a dozen ships from naval bases in Southern California out to sea.
So lots of preparation that is ongoing out there. Of course, right now, millions are bracing for Hurricane Hilary's impacts. Here's some time-lapse videos showing the storm's outer bands moving over Mexico's Cabo San Lucas. Now, closer to home, heavy rain that could trigger flooding. landslides and debris flows along the southwestern coast. Lots of risks that we're facing. Dr. Postel, you've got the very latest here when it comes to Hilary, a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center.
I do. Hot off the presses. Hilary continues to weaken as expected. Still a Category 2 hurricane. Winds are estimated to be about 100 miles per hour now, down from 110 in the last advisory. And the pressure correspondingly is up from, I think it was 958. Now it's 964. So the pressure's coming up. The wind is coming down. All excellent signs that the circulation is weakening. But remember, that doesn't eliminate or reduce the flooding threat. A weakening tropical cyclone can bring very destructive hazards in terms of flooding well inland, like many of us are used to along the Gulf Coast or the southeastern United States. This is going to be very significant, even though the wind speeds are going to be much, much less of a factor. We have a cone, a Hurricane Center cone, that goes into Southern California. When have you seen that before? Well, we haven't seen tropical storm watches and tropical storm warnings before issued for Southern California. We do now, and it's because of Hilary. And Hilary continues to move northward. These are the last images that I'll show you with the visible satellite picture because the sun is going down here. But what we're seeing, and it's important to note, is the satellite is telling us that Hilary is weakening. You can actually almost completely see the center of circulation right in about there in the absence of a lot of thunderstorm clouds. So that's a good sign. If you had a whole lot of thunderstorms on top of that center and you wouldn't be able to see it from the satellite pictures in that way, well, then you'd be in trouble. We'd have a strengthening hurricane. We don't have that. It is weakening, and part of it is because it's moving over cooler and cooler waters. Hilary and the track expected to be like that. Notice the water temperatures fall through the 70s into the 60s. That's a lot less fuel for a tropical cyclone to extract from the ocean. That's good news there. It's got less to work with. Also, atmospherically, there's a lot of dry air nearby that is getting into the circulation. That's part of the reason why we can see so deeply into it from above. But all that being said, there is a ton of moisture still, a lot of tropical moisture. This is a slug of tropical moisture that is going to come into California and Arizona and areas even farther north from there. This is something that we haven't seen in Southern California. We may get, indeed, a year's worth of rainfall in a matter of hours. Right now, the rain is coming in some places. Many other locations, it's not raining yet. In San Diego, not raining yet, but it will. We'll get there. The rain is mostly confined to the eastern half here of southern parts of California, east of Palm Springs. But I can tell you right now that there's a lot of rain that's not showing up on the radar that is out there lurking and poised to come on in. There's a lot of rain out here, and the reason why it's not showing up on the radar, the radar can't see that far. The center of the hurricane is all the way down here. We have so many hundreds of miles to go of very heavy rain that is yet to come in. And when we add it all up over the next couple of days, it is going to be, well, at least 5 to 8. I think there's going to be places that get a lot more than that locally that is going to lead to flooding. Let's track Hilary on its northward movement. It does seem like, and the official forecast reflects this, that the center of circulation will move inland before it gets to California. That's not going to reduce the rainfall threat, I don't think, overall in the bigger picture, but it might reduce any wind threat that we would have otherwise had it remained out over water. This is why the exact track matters. Maybe we can't forecast the exact track out a couple days out, Alex, but whether it goes there or whether it goes there matters in terms of the wind speed. Things like, well, it looks like it's going to be moving inland earlier, and that would reduce the wind threat, but keep that flooding threat going for much of tomorrow and into Monday.
Impacts will be felt, no question about it. All right, thanks, Dr. Postel. Well, we want to get a live look now at some of the conditions on the ground in Southern California. That's where we find our very own meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, live there from Rancho Cucamonga, and it's one of the many cities in Southern Cal under a tropical storm warning. Reynolds, I was trying to find sort of a parallel or something similar, and this is, you can almost think of it as like getting snow in South Florida. That's what this is kind of like there for the folks in Southern California.
That'll work. Yeah, it's definitely unique. I've been doing this for 30 years. I've covered storms in the Caribbean, in the Atlantic, in the Pacific, internationally, nationally, and this is one spot I've never been. Would never expect to say that Rancho Cucamonga would be a place where I'd be dealing with a tropical storm warning, but that's where we are right now. And I can tell you also that the best way to deal with any of these, regardless of where they happen to be, is to prepare. Preparation is everything. Let's see how they're preparing in San Bernardino County. Let's bring in our guest. This is Mike McClintock, the battalion chief Chief of San Bernardino County Fire Department. We know you're very busy. We really appreciate your spending time with us. How are you and the crews preparing for Hilary's landfall?
Hey, good afternoon. Yeah, we're in uncharted territories here in San Bernardino County in Southern California. The biggest thing is we're working cohesively with our local governments and our state agencies and really getting that education out to our citizens that we're going to see extensive rainfall. We've been clearing channels. We've getting some of our homeless folks out of the flood-prone areas, and we're also doing evacuation warnings. Biggest thing, too, is we're pushing some of those sandbag messaging, make sure they're ready for the storm coming in.
Yeah, Mike, it's interesting. You'd never think that wildfires would have a connection to a tropical system and possibly to mudslides. But you know better than anyone that a lot of these hillsides are free of foliage due to wildfires. So with the heavy rain that we anticipate over the next several days, do you think there's a big risk of mudslides?
Yeah, absolutely. We've had our fair share of destructive wildfires here in San Bernardino County, especially in the Oakland and Yucaipa area. Those are some of our areas of concern, and we're seeing, some predictions of 5 to 12 inches of rain impacting some of those areas. So we're working with our county and state agencies. We're doing evacuation warnings, and we're really kind of monitoring that. We have swiftwater teams on standby and heavy equipment ready to clear those roads.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, it's people need to remember that it's more than just fires. You guys really cover just about everything and nature can dish out. You mentioned the roads. How do you expect them to fare in the coming days? Are you concerned about the strength of these roadways?
This year we've had kind of an unprecedented season as far as, weather testing some of our roads. We had a really, really rainy season. So some of our roads are weather tested. Caltrans from the state, our county public works and our fire department personnel have stood up additional staffing. So I'm pretty confident that they have those systems in play and we're ready for the response.
Mike, I'm going to give you the floor. What would you recommend people do to prepare? If they hear the sound of your voice, you give them some advice, what would it be? We got 30 seconds.
The biggest thing is in Southern California, you need to be ready for an emergency year-round. Fires, floods, and even snowfall is, work with your local municipalities. Make sure you're in the reverse 911 system. Have a plan in place for home and be ready to go if we ask you to leave.
Very well said. Mike McClintock, Battalion Chief, San Bernardino County. Again, thank you, Fire Department. We really thank you so much for your dedication and for your time. Let's send it back in, Alex. Alex, it's busy everywhere, dealing with something that is surely unusual to this part of the world.
Yeah, Reynolds, you said it. It's just a rare thing that we're dealing with right now, and being prepared for it is going to be very key. And one of the big things that we're going to be facing here as we are in the virtual view of San Diego Centennial Park, where conditions have been kind of on the gray side, overcast for most of the day, but that's expected to change as the rain moves in. We'll see that pick up a bit more as we get into tonight and then really pick up as we move through the day tomorrow. Ready for the rain to add up and potentially to leave us with some flooding, not just in Southern California, but western portions of Arizona up into Utah, most of Nevada, outside of the northwest part of the state, under a flood watch, and even into eastern Oregon and Idaho, because that moisture is going to be flowing northbound. So when we look at the flood risk here, at least for us through tomorrow morning, anywhere in the green shades, it's at least a possibility. Now, it doesn't mean that everywhere in the green we'll see flooding. It's just the risk is there and it's going to be a possibility. Likely, though, in that yellow zone. We'll actually expand that area in the yellow, the likelihood of flooding for tomorrow morning into Monday morning. So this is the core, the height of the storm here, bringing the heaviest of the rains all the way up into parts of central Nevada. And we also introduced that red zone. That's the high risk area, which is a thing that we don't see too often, not just here in Southern Cal, but across the nation. High risk days are pretty few, rare out there, but they are very, very damaging, right? 83% of damages that we see when it comes to flooding, they occur on high risk days. So this is why we're so concerned here, because that high risk is in. Heavy rain coming up and adding up, widespread, 3 to 5 inches. That's the yellow shade. Orange shading, you see 5 to 8 inches, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some double digits before this is all said and done. So some tips to follow here. If you encounter some flooding out there, stay put and get to the highest level of the building that you're in. Don't head out. Tomorrow's going to be really a day to just stay put in the house. Getting out of the vehicle is just not worth getting stuck in those waters. And if you just have to be out and you do get stuck, don't get out of the car because you may end up getting swept off your feet by some of those waters that are moving pretty quickly. And at that point now, you're just at the mercy of where that water wants to take you. Another risk that we face, and when you get these tropical systems coming ashore, they do oftentimes bring the risk for some severe weather. Damaging wind gusts, but also isolated tornadoes is something that we'll also have to follow. And the risk does include us here across western Arizona, southern portions of California, and into Nevada as well. So we'll watch how this moisture starts to move its way northbound here through tonight and into early Sunday, and then really picking up the intensity. You can see more of that heavy rain coming in throughout the day on Sunday and then spreading northbound Sunday night and into our Monday. Getting into northern Nevada, Oregon, Idaho as well. All these areas here can expect to get some wet weather thanks to this system. Dr. Postel?
Well, let's have a live look at Palm Springs, California, where multiple weather alerts are now in effect. That includes, get this, both a tropical storm warning, yes, a tropical storm warning for Palm Springs, California, and a flood watch. Hurricane Hilary, moving closer, will likely bring Palm Springs their average yearly rainfall in a matter of hours. Now, not 1 or 2 hours, but a bunch of them. Yeah, that's how hard it's going to rain. It's going to come down. Tropical downpours are an extreme rarity in Southern California, and we're starting to get some now in the eastern part of California and western Arizona. Blythe, Kingman, Yuma, rain continues with thunder, heavy rain at times, and more of it is coming for western parts of Southern California, where it's not raining now. In San Diego, the winds are relatively light. The winds here will pick up, but we're not going to see a whole lot of wind effect, I don't think. In western parts of California here in San Diego, we may have wind gusts over 30 to 40 miles per hour, but that would be about it. I think the higher wind speeds will be at higher elevations farther east, like in well, I don't know, Lake Havasu City, for example, or maybe even Yuma, Arizona. There we could see some higher wind gusts, and elevation plays a role as well. Flooding will be very significant. There's a high risk of flash flooding tomorrow. I think the heaviest rainfall comes in midday tomorrow in Southern California. Look at Hilary moving northward, probably making landfall over the Baja California region before moving into Southern California. And when it does move into Southern California, even long before it does, we're going to see the rain, and it's going to be a lot of it, and it's going to come down hard. There's tropical moisture at play here. The atmosphere is incredibly moist in a tropical sort of fashion that we just never see in Southern California. So expect extremely heavy rainfall. Those showers and storms that move in are going to be very efficient at producing flooding rains. This is an estimate for how much rain we're going to get. There are going to be, Alex, areas that get locally higher amounts than that, especially at the higher elevations just a bit farther to the east.
Absolutely. So, yeah, watch conditions go downhill there. And then, of course, we're watching several areas for possible tropical development from the Gulf of Mexico to the eastern Atlantic. As the peak of the hurricane season, well, that is approaching. There's a live look here from hot and dry Corpus Christi there on the left, and Miami, where we had another rain shower and storm move on through. We've been kind of in and out of that for a good portion of our Saturday. And the system that's bringing us some of that wet weather there into South Florida, well, that has the potential to move across the Gulf, potentially develop into a tropical system, and then bring some wet weather to South Texas, including around Corpus Christi. And as it moves over the Gulf waters, I mean, boy, that's not going to be something that holds back its development. Very warm waters here. So if the fuel source, that's there. What will be happening in the environment around that, though? That's going to be something key to follow. Right now, things are pretty quiet here in the Gulf. A few clouds that are showing up, but it's not there now. It is what's happening off to the east. This zone, this area of disturbed weather that we've been following across the Atlantic, has pushed its way up into the Bahamas, brought some wet weather there. A lot of moisture associated with it, but really the chances for it developing in the near term haven't been that great. A lot of dry air around it, Saharan air layer around, some of the stronger winds aloft as well. And so chances for it developing now aren't very good. It's down the road early next week. But in the meantime, it is bringing in that surge of tropical moisture, so that's going to mean some of those downpours kind of in and out of that across the Sunshine State. But it will be kind of pushed towards the west. Northward motion with this thing is not anticipated because we got that big ridge of high pressure in the middle of the country. That's what's bringing us the just insane heat and humidity there. But that's not going to allow it to move north. Some sort of a brick wall, which will push this thing towards the west. And again, it will have a chance to develop here as we head through the early part of next week and bring some downpours to South Texas. So, Dr. Postel, an area that needs rain, but we also don't want a tropical cyclone.
No, but you know what? Our team of meteorologists are bringing you the latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long. Stay with the Weather Channel for complete coverage with the latest radars and warnings. And for up-to-date, around-the-clock information, download our app on Amazon Fire and Roku. Stream it at twc.com.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
We're bracing for a historic hurricane impacting Southern California and parts of the desert Southwest. If you're just joining us now, this is the very latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center on Hurricane Hilary, giving it 100-mile-per-hour winds, Category 2 hurricane right now, with central pressure sitting at 964. So we have continued as it's moved northbound to see it losing a bit of its strength. But that does not mean it's losing the impacts that we'll be finding, which will be significant. Seeing it on the Baja with some of the heavy rain and gusty wind showing up there, and that is all going to be moving its way northbound here for you over the next 24 to 36 hours, and that puts us in line there in Southern Cal to deal with some of the bigger impacts in the coming days. So yeah, Dr. Postel, you're standing by to give us an update on what we can anticipate as the system moves on in. Some gusty winds out there, as well as that heavy rain threat. Those are real significant risks that we face.
Yeah, we've talked about the flooding threat, and that will be by far and away the most significant component. But there's also some wind risk here as well, with the first ever tropical storm warnings issued for Southern California, including Los Angeles. How about that? Palm Springs in a tropical storm warning. What does that mean? I'm sure many of us, if we're listening in Southern California, are wondering, what does that have to do? What do we do with that? Well, a tropical storm warning means that you can expect sustained winds of, let's say, 40 miles per hour, above 40 miles per hour, and even gusts higher than that, and expected within the next 36 hours. I'm not so sure there are going to be a lot of places that see sustained winds of 40 miles per hour. That's kind of like a 1-minute average of the wind. I'm not sure we're going to see a lot of, maybe higher elevations. But what we will see, I think, a lot of is some wind gusts that exceed 40 miles per hour, especially at higher elevations. We could see wind gusts over 50, maybe even over 60 miles per hour in some places, beginning. Here's the clock time, beginning probably tomorrow morning from south to north is when a surge of some of those stronger wind gusts move in, kind of like what this forecast suggests. We may indeed see 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts here, 25 to 30, San Diego and other areas nearby. Again, get a little bit of elevation and you get a lot more wind. Some areas here in eastern California, we could see wind gusts well over 60 miles per hour at the higher elevations. But look, there's the track, the expected track of the center of Hilary. That's important to note, because notice that the highest winds are along and to the east of that center track. Farther to the west, like in LA, we're not going to see nearly as much of a wind threat. That's if the track follows that. But what if it were to wiggle a little bit farther to the west? Then we would have a higher wind scenario along the coast. Alex, that's why we always say it is important to know where the center is going to go.
Absolutely. Well, of course, Hilary bringing a significant risk of that heavy rain. That's going to fuel dangerous flood threats here for us. And meteorologist Reynolds Wolf joins us live from Rancho Cucamonga, California. And, you know, Reynolds, the rain coming in is going to be pretty heavy for some of us, but really exacerbated by the fact that we've got that hilly and mountainous terrain. That can really, really ring out and add to the problems that we could face.
You're absolutely right about that, Alex. I mean, everything you're saying, I mean, the deck is stacked against California, compliments of really the landscape. And we're going to talk why. I can tell you that one of the things that people are doing here to try to prepare, they've been filling up sandbags. They've been doing this, my gosh, all day long. In fact, as you take a look at this video, you'll see it's, my goodness, moms, dads, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, grandparents. I mean, everyone. A lot of it has also been neighbor helping neighbor, truly evidence of the very best of us coming to the fore during the worst of times. Take a listen to this one gentleman.
My friend is in the hospital and he's unable to get to his house right now. So he gave us a call, and I'm trying to sandbag his house for him so it doesn't get storm damage while he's away. In this area, it's the flooding up against the foothills like this, especially on Hellman Avenue. That's like a flood channel. So I'm gonna go home and try and do my house then.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a team effort, a community effort, a family effort. Maybe all of it's true. Maybe all of it fits, right? Well, that is certainly what it's going to take. It's going to take a lot of people working together. And that has been the case not only here, but also in spots like Death Valley. In fact, take a look at this video. Doing more of the same. Looks pretty familiar. That's going to be an exercise, an endeavor that people have been doing all across the region, filling up those sandbags, especially in the desert because, well, you may not have the orographic lift in spots. What you have is soil that works against this situation. When you have an inch of rain that comes down, an inch and a half of rain, you can have some flooding in the desert. But when you have, well, a slug of moisture like this coming in from the Pacific, folks, it comes down like a sack of hammers. It's going to be quite rough at times. And as that water comes down, it does get absorbed in the soil, which means that, yeah, it's going to be going into a lot of places, filling up those dry creek beds as arroyos, and that's where some of the real danger happens to be. So as you go forward, yeah, it's going to be pretty frustrating for a lot of people and potentially very dangerous. So it is a situation where we need to just be our best selves, try to help each other out as we go through, especially the next 48 hours. All right, let's send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Reynolds. We appreciate that there. A lot of preparation that is ongoing here for us at this hour. Of course, the Weather Channel and the streaming app, we've got you covered here with our Hurricane Hilary special live stream. Now, the stream will help keep you safe if you are in the storm's path. Download today on Amazon Fire and Roku at streamtwc.com. I'll tell you, the tropical map, it is filling up. Circles galore here behind me here, and that's from the Atlantic side, the Eastern Pacific as well. And this as we approach that peak of the Atlantic hurricane season. Now, we are tracking Hilary as it heads toward the Baja Peninsula, as well as the threat of a tropical system in the Gulf of Mexico. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace, joined by storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel as we track this historic Pacific threat. Well, here's what we know so far about Hurricane Hilary. This hurricane, still a powerful one, Category 2, whipping up winds at 100 miles an hour, right off the coast of Cabo San Lucas. Now, for the first time ever, parts of Southern California are under a tropical storm warning. Officials are urging visitors to Catalina Island to evacuate as soon as possible, and the Navy is preparing too. The Navy moving about a dozen carriers and ships that are currently ported at naval bases across Southern California. Those are going to be heading out to sea, and any aircraft will also move to hangars out of the path of the storm. Most operations at Southern California bases will be suspended until Hilary clears out. Well, let's get the very latest on what is going on with Hilary. It's continuing to push northbound, but I mean, already been dealing with some of the clouds and even some of the rain coming into parts of the southwest, Dr. Postel.
Yeah, we're seeing the rain. It's already in place across parts of western Arizona and eastern California. It's been raining all day, and it's only going to get heavier. Look, Hilary is still a hurricane. It is weakening fairly quickly now, and will continue that weakening trend all the way to the end. It will probably even make landfall in Mexico before it gets to California. But that's not going to diminish the flooding threat that we're going to see. It's very significant. A lot of the heavy rain, believe it or not, is actually still way to the south of California and even closer to the core of the hurricane, which is all the way down here. So there's a whole lot yet to come as this begins to accelerate northward, now at almost 20 miles per hour. The main reason, well, one of them, that it's going to weaken is it's moving over progressively cooler water. Now, it doesn't guarantee you that, you can't have some strong winds still, but this is going to help reduce the amount of fuel that Hilary has to work with as it continues northward, following water temperatures that are falling through the 70s into the 60s. So that's good news there. But as I mentioned, the rainfall, never turn your back on a weakening tropical cyclone that's about to make landfall, because oftentimes they bring a lot of heavy rain and a flooding threat with them, as this one will in an unprecedented way, I believe. Southern California will see the worst of it tomorrow, and then it all shifts northward later on Monday into the northern Rockies and there northward after that. The amount of rain, maybe even quite a bit more than this in locally higher amounts, 5 to 8 inches in some spots in Southern California. Think about this, an annual sum of rain. The amount that we normally get in a year may come in a matter of hours. That's nuts. This is the kind of rainfall rate that we're going to see, which is one of the most significant threats that we're dealing with. This is a tropical air mass. We're not used to dealing with tropical downpours in Southern California and Arizona. We're going to get them with this, and we're also going to have some chance of severe weather with maybe severe thunderstorms and a tornado or two, Alex, common with landfalling tropical cyclones.
Yeah, absolutely. So yet another thing to be on the lookout for. Here I am joining you virtually from a rainy Los Angeles here. And yeah, we haven't seen the rain come into LA yet, but this is what it may look like here as we work our way through the day tomorrow. Flood watch, we've got that in effect starting tomorrow morning, as we'll see that rain picking up in intensity as we head on through the day. And it won't just be in Southern Cal. We've got flood watches up for western Arizona, up into Utah, a good portion of the state of Nevada, and even farther north from there, eastern Oregon, into Idaho. Flood watches up for this evening and heading on into our Monday. The potential for flooding is there, possibility anywhere you see that green showing up, and then likely to deal with flooding, flash flooding here in that yellow zone. And that will expand for tomorrow morning into Monday morning into Nevada. And we also introduce the red area, high risk area. And that's something that we don't see a whole lot, not just for this part of the country there in Southern Cal, where we don't see that much rainfall, but really any part of the country. A high risk day, it's a rare thing to see happening. But it's a big deal because high risk days account for 83% of all of the flooding damage that we see throughout the year. So this is why we are concerned. Really adding to the problems here in Southern California is what we've had to contend with over the recent years. Wildfires, and they've left these areas burned. These burn scars from the southern fire, the valley fire, fires burning there closer towards the Mexican border. So you've got areas that are going to be really conducive for flooding to take place because the land has just been stripped of the vegetation because of the fires. Well, send us your questions. We want to hear from you about Hurricane Hilary, and we're going to answer them a bit later on this hour right here on the Weather Channel. All you have to do on social media is use the hashtag Hurricane Questions.
Welcome back. Let's give you the latest on Hurricane Hilary. It's a 100-mile-per-hour hurricane moving northward. It is closing in on California as we speak. The rain has already begun, and it's going to get heavier. As this hurricane moves northward, it will weaken, no doubt about that, and there will be a threat for gusty winds, especially in higher elevations. But it's the flooding that really is the most significant threat that we have to concern ourselves with. This is the most recent advisory that we have from the Hurricane Center, 6 o'clock Mountain Time, 8 o'clock Eastern. Expect the next advisory to have those numbers even weaker. In other words, the winds lower and the pressure even higher as it continues to move along a path like this. But check this out. When was the last time you saw a cone for a tropical cyclone over California? This is a problem. We are not used to it. We've never seen tropical storm warnings or tropical storm watches over Southern California before. Maybe we're not ready for it, but we're trying to give you the awareness here that very significant flooding is likely on the way. Rain coming down exceptionally hard. The kind of rain that might give you your annual total, your yearly average amount of rain, in a span of a few hours. That's the kind of rainfall we're talking, 5 to 8 inches plus, locally higher amounts, depending exactly on where the center of Hilary goes. But the way it looks right now, eastern parts of Southern California will get more than the areas to the west right along the coast. But again, stay tuned for the latest adjustments in that track. But look what happens with deserts and heavy rain. They don't mix. When you get a lot of rain into soils, the desert soils, it just doesn't absorb the water. The rain accumulates, it pools in regions and then begins to run off in the complex topography and the terrain of the desert Southwest. So we're going to get a lot of runoff, mudslides, some landslides potentially, and lots of places that flood that don't normally flood, with rivers and creeks filling their beds quickly and the water overflowing the banks, and that could extend pretty significant distances from individual rivers, creeks, and streams. So be mindful of that. It's not just the falling rain, it's the flooding into the watershed regions. Flash flooding threat continues through tomorrow, very likely. But I would say the heaviest of all the rain, at least in Southern California, comes here tomorrow midday and then begins to shift northward thereafter. Now, preparations are underway as Hurricane Hilary tracks towards Southern California. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf joins us live from Rancho Cucamonga, California, one of the many cities in Southern Cal on alert this weekend. Reynolds.
Oh, you're absolutely right, Dr. Postel. They're all on alert here in the Inland Empire, just at the foothills, or rather, just really in the shadow of the St. Gabriels. People have been getting ready here at this spot all day long, collecting sandbags and getting ready for the heavy rain that we know is going to come. You know, the areas that will be affected are well, it's a big variety when you think about it. And if you think about California in a whole, it is more than just huge forests and mountains and deserts. It has a coastline that is unparalleled. This is like no other, which means with a coastline like that, you often have a lot of people that are boaters that get out on the open water. Well, we heard earlier from the Coast Guard Rear Admiral, and he had some wonderful advice for us and stuff that's worth listening to again. Take a listen.
Please come in. Please stay off the water. Not only are we expecting some tremendous wind gusts, as you were reporting earlier, but the sea states are expected to increase up to 20 feet. Which is pretty phenomenal. That's about the size of a 20-story building coming at you. That's a lot of power, and most people do not know how to react to those kinds of waves and that kind of weather. So please come in now. Please come in early. Please secure your boats, your paddle boards, your kayaks, whatever you can, so that it'll be there after the storm and you can go back out when it's safe and enjoy the waters.
Admiral Andrew Sugimoto, a 1990 graduate of the Academy. This is a guy who is just is decorated, just years and years of service, and he certainly has some good advice, so we need to take heed to that, no question. The best advice I can offer you in doing this for more than 30 years in broadcasting in tropical weather situations is preparation is everything, and certainly people here have been following that. Also, the buddy system is a good thing. If you can help a neighbor out, by all means do so. Maybe they can't get sandbags in front of their door, but maybe you can. It's going to be a lot of people, community sense, so to speak, helping each other over the next several days and beyond. Back to you, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely, Reynolds. And we see it time and time again in the aftermath of these potential disasters. We see people coming together to really help each other out. And it may be needed here in full force in the coming days. Let's talk about how this time is out here for us in terms of when some of the worst of the weather will move on in. And we'll start off looking at sort of the future radar here in Southern Cal, San Diego to be exact. And as we head through this evening, we'll start to see some lighter showers come on through. But really, it's as we head through our Sundays, starting in the morning now, 10, 11 o'clock. A batch of some heavier rain comes on through. That'll be with us, and we'll see this continue for several hours until we get to about the Sunday late afternoon evening time frame, and then we get a bit of a break in the action, and that's when things will start to settle down, certainly for Sunday night heading into your Monday morning. Much drier, but the heavy rain would have already fallen. And there in San Diego itself, calling for maybe 2 inches or so, but higher amounts as you start to move your way off towards the east. Some of the higher terrain there, that's where we could pick up 3, 4, 5 inches of rain that'll add up. And there'll be some breezy conditions too. Now, the stronger winds anticipated to be east of San Diego itself, but we'll see some of the gusty conditions pick up as we head on through our Sunday. During the afternoon, you can see 20 to 25 mile per hour wind gusts. The sustained winds probably won't be that strong, but wind gusts, and we'll see again stronger winds off towards our east. Certainly winds that'll be strong enough that could knock out some power, so be prepared for that. Now, of course, the Weather Channel streaming app has you covered with our Hurricane Hilary special live Stream. This stream will help keep you safe if you're in the storm's path. Download it today on Amazon Fire and Roku at streamtwc.com. Well, welcome back. We're here answering your questions as Hurricane Hilary inches closer and closer to the California coast. So we want to get right to it here. We've been seeing a number of viewers sending in those questions. This one coming in from Sherry, who says, Tulare County in California already got hit bad with flooding from last storms. How much rain will possibly drop here? Alluding to the onslaught. Remember, we were talking about the atmospheric rivers driving on into the West Coast here during the winter time, and they definitely saw their fair share of the rain that added up. Here's some of the video from that area and the flooding that resulted, roads getting closed, water covering these roadways. It was a mess. So no doubt a concern here is the fact that we could see some more rain coming into this part of the country.
Yes, we will see more rain. And the difference here is that with Hilary, the rain is going to come down much harder and fall in a shorter amount of time. Yeah. That really took place, those atmospheric river events, over a couple of days. This is all coming in a couple of hours or so, maybe a little bit more, 6, 8, 10, 12 hours. But, within a half a day, we're going to accumulate 5, 6, 7, 8 inches, across many areas in Southern California. And if you look at some of the rain that you can see on your screen, this is just the very beginning with rain showers and thunderstorms moving on in. And the amount of rain that we expect is very high. And again, a year's worth of rainfall in half a day, in a few hours plus. Yeah. That is very significant. It's the rainfall rate that we're concerned about that could cause so much of the flooding issues.
Yeah, it's one thing if you can spread it out over days. We can still be problematic, but here we're talking about hours and yearly rainfalls that we could see just in that matter. So yeah, definitely got to be watching out for that. Flooding is no doubt, when it comes to this system, the biggest concern I think that we have when it comes to this thing. Thanks for the question there. Here's another one coming on in. Says Hilary question. H. Scott asking. Granted, she is still she is moving into cooler waters. My question: since the Gulf of California is extremely warm, couldn't the feeder bands pull energy and humidity into the central circulation of Hilary and keep the strength up longer?
So this is one that's kind of, it's very difficult to answer. It's an excellent question, and I don't really know the answer to it, but I have some thoughts on it, and I think they're kind of well-founded. The question is posed well, because Hilary, you're right, is moving in this way, moving northward over cooler water. So the core of the hurricane will be weakening, but perhaps some of the outer bands, the water temperatures here, by the way, in the Gulf of California, they're almost 90 degrees.
Yeah, it's pretty warm.
Right, so in a developing hurricane or a tropical cyclone that's away from land, oftentimes you look for these feeder bands that develop, that's right, and they bring a lot of sort of individual elements of spin into the middle, like a mix master. So they help intensify. We start to see these curving bands. They help intensify tropical cyclones. Could that in this case happen? What if you had like a band that formed out here and then it rolled on into the middle of it? It's just too little of an area of water here. There's land and elevation in the way. It's not the same as a simulation would be over the middle of the ocean. So I don't think so, but it is an interesting question. But I would say, look, I mean, let's just say it's not going to happen. But if Hilary were to move right up the Gulf of California,
oh well, yeah, now we're in business at that point.
And the core of the circulation would remain over water, we could be dealing with a stronger system as it moves on in. It would still have to deal with the friction on either side of it because it's such a narrow swath of water. But that's something, thankfully, we do not have to deal with. Hilary is weakening, moving over cooler waters. It's the rainfall that we're worried about.
Yeah, we got plenty of issues to deal with when it comes to this system, that's for sure. All right, well, let's talk about what else is happening out there, because it is not just what's happening in the Pacific. We've got the Atlantic that is no doubt woken up. Lots of circles out there, areas to watch. A tropical depression is there as well, although with this depression, it should be short-lived here for us. It'll kind of work its way to the west, north of the islands, and really expect to see this thing fizzle out here in the next couple of days. But there are more other areas to watch, including one closer to home, and that's the one that we're going to be focusing it on. And that's been moving its way across the Atlantic, and it's pushed its way into the Bahamas. It's brought in some downpours, tropical downpours, and that is also something that we are watching moving its way across the peninsula of Florida, southern Florida, at least. Miami, you've been in and out of some of that rain activity here for a good portion of the day. Downpours, you kind of get a break, and then more downpours come on through. So that's what we're watching there, with heavy rain coming into Florida. Now, in terms of it trying to develop and get its act together, about a 50% chance of happening here for us as we work our way through the next several days. Not where it is now, but where it's headed in this hatched area. That's where we have the best chance for it to try to get its act together. Right now, having a tough time doing so, but it is going to be moving into an environment that may be a little bit more conducive for some slower development in time. But in the near term, we'll follow it here. We can actually follow the low spin and the moisture associated with it, and you'll start to see how it tries to consolidate a bit. That's the organization happening over those Gulf waters, which are plenty warm for this to happen. So we'll watch this early next week, getting closer and closer to South Texas. Brings rain initially here for us through this weekend into Florida, and then we'll watch it push its way westbound into South Texas. Right now, that seems to be the general theme of where this thing would be headed, into South Texas. So at the very least, expect heavier rains and the rain potential to go up, and with a shot of a potential tropical cyclone coming in as well for early next week. So one to watch. Of course, the Weather Channel streaming app has you covered with our Hurricane Hilary special live stream. This stream is going to help keep you safe if you are in the storm's path. All you have to do is download that today on Amazon Fire and Roku at streamtwc.com. Of course, stay with us. More coverage of Hurricane Hilary that is coming up right after the break.
Hurricane Hilary takes aim at Southern California. Nearly 22 million people under tropical storm alerts. A tropical storm of warning in effect for Southern California for the first time, including San Diego and Los Angeles. Time to prepare is running out as tropical storm force winds are expected to arrive midday tomorrow.
And even more people face the threat for dangerous flash flooding from Hilary. 28 million are under flood alerts from Southern California all the way to northern Idaho. We could see catastrophic flooding, landslides, and mudslides as Hilary brings historic rainfall to the west. And thanks for watching our extended coverage of Tracking Hilary. I'm meteorologist Jennifer Watson. We'll be live with you tonight through 1 a.m. Eastern Time, 10 p.m. Pacific. Now let's get right to the latest on Hilary. I mean, it's a weakening system, but still brings lots of threats.
We're talking about amounts of rain that, might be unprecedented in parts of the Southwest. Like, we've never seen these amounts of rain in some parts of the Southwest.
And it's amazing to think that even we could potentially see like some rainfall amounts that they typically see in a year.
Yeah.
And they get in a day.
Even a couple of years. One of the stats I heard earlier is that the wettest year on record in Death Valley, wettest year on record, 4.73 inches. We might get 3.5 inches out of this storm.
Incredible.
It is incredible.
Absolutely incredible.
It really is. And so, folks, we want you to take this very, very seriously. And let's take a look at the latest on this storm. 100-mile-per-hour winds, a Category 2 storm. Now, it is working out over cooler ocean waters. And so a weakening trend trend has begun here, moving towards the north-northwest at 17 miles per hour, and that weakening trend will continue such that by the time we get into the second half of the day tomorrow, we're probably going to see a weakening to a strong tropical storm as it's coming up towards the U.S.-Mexico border there, and then as it moves into Southern California, probably somewhere around a mid-grade tropical storm coming in there. Certainly very strong winds are going to be possible with the storm, but we're going to be looking at a terrific amount of rain. That is the thing that really has us worried about this storm. You look at the satellite presentation, there's certainly a lot of degradation here, but when you look at the total amount of moisture in the atmosphere, there is so much moisture here, especially for a dry region, and that is what is going to be coming up into the southwest and into California. And it's not just this system. So you've got the system right in here, but there's also an upper low right up in there, and there's lift in the atmosphere that is out ahead of that. So we're already starting to see some rain moving into the southwest. That's only going to be stepping up through the night tonight, certainly so into tomorrow morning, and then going into tomorrow afternoon. That's when it's really going to, be very, very heavy. And we could be talking about, incredible rainfall rates for this part of the country, 3, maybe 4 inches per hour in some areas. That's a lot of rain for Florida, for Louisiana. To get that in these dry desert regions, it's just going to be a devastating flood event, most likely for a large area in California and Nevada, and then farther northward as well, potentially. Right now, we're seeing lighter rain coming up into Las Vegas. There's already been some flooding in Las Vegas. That started overnight and early this morning. A lot more rain on the way. And here's the model forecast. Now, notice what happens as we go into tomorrow morning. So around the time when the sun is coming up, we're starting to get heavier rainfall there in Southern California, also starting to work into Nevada as well. It's particularly going to be very bad, we think, in the mountains in Southern California. So we're talking about the transverse range there, the LA County mountains into the San Bernardino mountains, and then down along the Peninsular Mountains, especially on the east slopes of those mountains, because we're going to be seeing east winds driving into those mountains there, and then the adjacent valleys as well, the Antelope Valley over into Palm Springs, all those areas getting clobbered by rainfall. Look at this. Look how the rain steps up as we go into the afternoon on Sunday and then continues through the afternoon. So that is going to be the critical time tomorrow there in Southern California. Tomorrow afternoon is when we expect to see exceptionally heavy rain there. And again, we're talking about values that are going to rival what we see in a year in Southern California. And so this is something that is, really key here. This is the most important part of this. You look at this high risk. We don't see these issued very often. About 4% of the time, this is a high risk for flash flooding, which extends from Palm Springs and then the Inland Empire as well. Again, those mountains that I mentioned there, San Bernardino, LA County, Antelope Valley, and then getting up towards Death Valley. In any of those areas, we could be talking about catastrophic flash flooding starting tomorrow and then stepping up as we go through the afternoon and continuing into tomorrow night. This is going to be a storm for the record books, folks. Please, please take this very seriously. Jen, over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm joining you virtually from stormy San Diego, where a tropical storm warning is in effect tonight. Earlier today, the city's mayor warned residents about what they can expect and precautions they can take ahead of Hilary.
We continue to ask people to shelter in place during the storm. Tomorrow is going to be a perfect day for you to stay at home and enjoy the company of your relatives, your friends, family, and your pets. Please prepare for tomorrow by making sure that your phone and other essential devices are fully charged in case the power goes out. I also recommend folks take precautions to make sure the batteries in your flashlights and, again, other essential equipment are powered and working. We do anticipate power outages to happen due to the high winds across our county. And so, again, these kinds of precautions will be necessary and I think helpful to you as we get through the storm.
And those are some great tips from the mayor. Absolutely, you need to plug everything in, get it charged. And basically, I think the smartest thing to do is just hunker down for tomorrow. Don't plan on driving anywhere if you don't have to. Just stay weather aware, because this is what we can expect for San Diego. And this is for this evening. Things are just going to continue to go downhill. We could see some heavier pockets of some rain on and off basically throughout the day on Sunday. Check out Sunday. This is 10 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. Very heavy pockets of that rainfall. It's just going to continue to increase in the intensity with the rainfall rates, and you can see it spread off to the east too. All these areas are going to pick up on that rain as well. But even through the afternoon hours, we're going to continue to increase that. I think the highest rain rates are going to be sometime late tomorrow morning and into the afternoon. Now, also the wind is something to keep in mind, and that's what we're concerned about, of some power outages as well. Now, the strongest wind gusts will be off to the east, but still we could see a strong sustained wind and even gusts upwards of 20 to 25, maybe even 30 miles per hour. So something to keep in mind. And when we're looking at the timing here, this is a graph that maybe give you a better idea as we head throughout the overnight hours. We still see that rain increasing, but by about midday tomorrow, that's when we see the highest rainfall rates, the greatest risk of flooding, and that will continue as we head throughout much of the afternoon, weakening a little bit as we head into Sunday evening. But as we look at rainfall totals, again, we could see 2 to 3 inches and obviously higher amounts farther off to the east and north. So again, Carl, this is a powerful storm and definitely one for the record books.
And now let's take a live look at Las Vegas. You're under a flood watch right now, and then through Monday, as Hilary is going to bring tremendous rain to the desert. We're talking about a huge impact here because of the nature of the soils. Of course, there's a lot of terrain in the southwest and around Las Vegas, but because the soils are dry, you tend to get quite a bit of runoff. That is going to be the worry going into tomorrow morning very early, and then through the day tomorrow and even into Monday as well. So let's talk a little bit about the timing of this in Las Vegas. We could be looking at significant flooding. We've seen some already there in Vegas. Rain's going to be stepping up overnight tonight and then continuing into the afternoon as well. Then the winds really start to kick in by late tomorrow and going into Monday. Here's another way to look at that model forecast here, showing rounds of rain coming through overnight and tomorrow morning, even more through the day, and then into late Sunday and even into Monday. So it's just going to be wave after wave after wave of heavy rain here. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the rainfall rates are likely going to be heavier than what you're used to here in the southwest, because the atmosphere is going to be just so moist. You see, we're talking about an inch, but maybe more in the mountains surrounding Las Vegas. And then you get up towards Death Valley, and this is what we were talking about earlier. So the wettest year we've ever seen in Death Valley, the wettest year we've ever seen is somewhere around 4.5 inches, and you're talking about maybe getting that in the space of a few days there in the region. Another thing to very quickly show you, we've got plenty of wind coming through, and that wind is likely going to really be stepping up by late tomorrow, and then here you see into Sunday evening, 30 to 35 miles per hour. So that too is going to be a factor. Certainly we could be looking at some power outages across parts of the southwest as that wind comes through. Jen?
Yeah, absolutely. And this part of the country isn't used to preparing for hurricanes and tropical storms. Weather Channel meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is near Los Angeles and Rancho Cucamonga as officials and residents are making last-minute preparations for Hilary.
It's not often that you hear Rancho Cucamonga with a tropical storm warning, but that's the reality that we're facing. And also part of the reality is people being vigilant, being prepared for what may be coming over the next several days. So a lot of concerns, no doubt. Now, how is the city preparing? Well, we can get an answer with city manager. That, of course, is John Gilson. And John Gilson, how do you get ready for a situation like this?
So we start preparing a couple days ahead of time. We send our public works crews out. Any known hot spots, we make sure it's clear of debris and ready for the rain that's coming. We also survey our street signals and other infrastructure to make sure that it's ready and prepared. And then we also send out fire and police. We start checking private structures, public structures, everything like that to make sure that it's ready to go for what's coming.
Now, John, when you do have these kind of situations, I know that flooding is not completely unusual. You do have it here in this part of the world, but still, this is unusual. What advice would you give people who live here?
So one of the things we would tell people is, look, you need to be prepared and have emergency supplies on hand for 72 hours. You should be prepared for a power outage, have an emergency evacuation plan ready, stay inside. When the rain starts, when the heavy winds start, don't go outside. If you need something, call 911, but also know that we may not be able to get there for a while, depending on the weather and the calls that are coming. So the best thing that they can do is be prepared ahead of time and then stay inside so that we can prioritize and handle the calls we need to.
I have to ask you about the city. When you have a situation like this, is it all hands on deck? Are you working all hours of the day? Do you work in individual shifts? I mean, how does it work?
So what we start doing is usually about 48 hours ahead of time. We start bringing in crews on shifts. We have them working 12-hour shifts, and we're paying attention to all the known hotspots and things that we need to. And so we'll rotate those shifts and then try and make sure that we're still going to have enough when the storm hits.
We really appreciate your time. I know it's going to be a lot of sleepless hours, no doubt. Well, folks, that's the situation that we have here. Everyone trying to be prepared best they possibly can. It's going to be a battle of that moisture coming through and its interaction with these incredibly beautiful mountains. Possibly some dangerous times ahead. Let's stay vigilant, and let's send it back to you.
Yeah, and the rain, the heavy rainfall, that's the biggest concern that we have for the entire region. We're going to take a closer look at Los Angeles and the timing for Los Angeles and what you can expect. Now, again, conditions are going to deteriorate as we head overnight into tomorrow. We're going to start to see those waves coming in, maybe a little bit lighter in nature as we head into tomorrow. But by tomorrow afternoon, especially by late tomorrow morning and then tomorrow afternoon, you see those heavier pockets of rain. That's where we're going to have the core of the system moving through. And we could see very high rainfall rates. That's the biggest concern. So my best advice for you is just hunker down for tomorrow. Don't go driving about. If you have any errands to run, get them done by the end of today, because again, it's going to be a very wet one. Dangerous conditions for you. Not only is there going to be rain, but the windy conditions as well. Things start to kind of meander out and basically dry out by midday on Monday. But this is the timing for you for Los Angeles. So again, things really start ramping up right around daybreak for Sunday, and they continue to increase with the heaviest rainfall rates basically tomorrow afternoon and evening, then kind of basically backing off a little bit and weakening. But still, we are going to see some rainfall into Monday. So it's going to be a day's worth of rain, if not more, 24 hours worth of rain. These are the rainfall totals for Los Angeles. We're looking at 3 inches, if not more. But check out right around the mountains, 4 inches, 5 inches. You got to think about the orographic lift, right? That's really going to squeeze out whatever moisture is in the atmosphere. And we've got a lot of tropical moisture, so that's a big concern that we have. Also, we've got a game tomorrow. Now, we all know that SoFi Stadium, it does have a retractable roof that does protect the players and also the fans in the stadium, but it's not completely like a dome. There are some openings in there, so I anticipate if they continue the game and they actually have it for tomorrow, yeah, you could see some people actually getting wet within the stadium, and also it may be a little bit slippery outside of the stadium and traffic driving to the stadium. Yeah, it could be a dangerous situation, Carl, for sure.
No doubt about that. And the thing that we're really worried about with the storm once again is the rainfall coming down. And let's talk about what's happening right now. We're seeing mostly lighter rain coming in here, but even light rain can cause problems in this part of the world because, again, you've got a lot of terrain and because of the nature of the soil. When you've got a more porous soil, which you see in a lot of the country, it'll absorb a fair amount of water. But when it's very dry and it's very hard, the water tends to run off. And so this is a look at what is called flash flood guidance. This tells us how much rainfall is necessary to cause flooding in the space of 1 hour. And you notice that it is really low all across California and the Southwest. The orange color indicates a half of an inch of rainfall, and the yellow indicates a 1 inch of rainfall. And so if we get more than a half of an inch to an inch of rainfall in the space of an hour over multiple hours, we're absolutely going to be looking at flash flooding. We could see rainfall rates of 3 to 4 inches per hour tomorrow as this comes in. So just wrap your mind around that. You're talking about really an unprecedented event here for parts of the Southwest. And just want to show you the latest on the storm, a Category 2 hurricane right now. It's going to be a tropical storm as it comes into California tomorrow. We'll have much more on this extraordinarily dangerous situation coming right up.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic.
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Please come in. Please stay off the water. Not only are we expecting some tremendous wind gusts, as you were reporting earlier, but the sea states are expected to increase up to 20 feet, which is pretty phenomenal. That's about the size of a 20-story building coming at you. That's a lot of power, and most people do not know how to react in those kinds of waves and that kind of weather. So please come in now. Please come in early. Please secure your boats, your paddle boards, your kayaks, whatever you can, so that it'll be there after the storm and you can go back out when it's safe and enjoy the waters.
Southern California residents are doing what they can to prepare. And on Long Beach, other coastal community residents are getting sandbags to shore up their homes and property from potential flooding. Local emergency crews are also building up sand dunes along the Pacific coastline. And Carl's got more on the forecast for potential flooding.
You know, this is just a very rare thing to see a storm like this coming up into Southern California. And we wanted to take a look at all the tropical cyclones going back to 1960 that have come up within 200 miles of San Diego. And when you look at the legend here, you can see that tropical storms are green, tropical depressions are blue. And every one of these storms, with the exception of one, was a tropical depression by the time it got up into California or the Southwest. That's because the water is cooler off the coast, and these things live off of very warm water. Nora was certainly one of the big storms that came up into the Southwest as a tropical storm right along the California-Arizona border, and we saw a terrific amount of rain with that in 1997. So a similar thing is going to occur in this case, but it was such a strong storm to begin with, a Category 4 storm to begin with, and that inertia is going to continue. So there's still going to be some wind that moves up into the Southwest, and there's going to be this huge slug of deep tropical moisture that also comes in. So here you see the water temperatures here that drop off into the upper 60s. There's the weakening trend. We're expecting to see by tomorrow afternoon a strong tropical storm approaching the U.S.-Mexico border and then coming up into Southern California beyond that. But for the very first time we saw tropical storm watches yesterday and tropical storm warnings late yesterday issued for Southern California, because there absolutely could be winds of tropical storm force, and then also very strong winds farther inland as well. High wind warnings here in interior parts of California and wind advisories in Arizona. So let's take a look at the timing of this wind, and we expect that the winds are going to be up to around 40, 50, maybe 60 miles per hour in parts of California and Arizona going into the middle of the day tomorrow. A fierce wind, and then tomorrow afternoon is when that center is going to be getting closer to Southern California. So the winds stepping up here in LA, and they continue to be really strong across parts of interior California and Arizona. So power outages are going to be a distinct possibility with this storm as it comes through, even into tomorrow afternoon. Still fierce wind coming up across parts of California and Arizona. And then as we go into tomorrow evening, still pretty strong, but beginning to wind down at that time as the storm is also going to be continuing to weaken. So, you're looking at a wind maker here, but by far the biggest impact is going to be the rain. Already there is some rain coming down across Las Vegas. We've had some flooding in Vegas already. That is only going to worsen overnight and into tomorrow morning. And here's the model forecast showing you how the rainfall really steps up. Here we go into tomorrow morning. Look at the intensity of the rainfall. The intensity is going to be a different thing for a lot of you in the Southwest. Generally, you don't get really heavy rain in the Southwest, and this is going to be very heavy rain that's coming through, along with thunderstorms, maybe some severe weather, and it's going to be multiple hours of that going right into the afternoon. We expect to see more of the same there in the LA Basin. So, those arroyo arroyos are going to be filling up very quickly. Urban flooding is going to be a distinct concern. Flash flooding, it's going to be a mess, especially in the mountainous areas and in those interior deserts from the Inland Empire and on eastward. Jen, over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people in this region of the United States aren't used to this at all, anything tropical. And so we're going to talk about the impacts for Los Angeles. And so what we're going to do is we're going to time out the rain for you. It's going to gradually increase as we head throughout the evening hours, as we see that core continue to approach of the storm. Yes, it will be weakening, but we do have all of that tropical moisture associated with it. So it doesn't matter if the storm is weakening, we're going to get the heavy rainfall from it. That's the biggest concern with the flooding, because they're not used to this type of rainfall and flooding, just like Carl mentioned. So heavy pockets of rainfall overnight into tomorrow, waking up to very heavy rain. And I'm actually a little concerned that you'll be waking up to possibly some flooded roadways for tomorrow morning. Now, we still have some heavier pockets of rainfall, a little bit more sporadic in nature throughout the second half of the day on Sunday and into Monday, but still we could pick up on some rainfall. So again, very concerning for Las Vegas and surrounding areas, all of southern California, Nevada, many of those regions. So when we look at the winds, though, it's calm right now, but they will be increasing with the gusts as we do head throughout the next 48 hours. And we continue to track Hurricane Hilary as it nears the southern United States.
Welcome back to our special coverage of what is going to be a devastating storm for Southern California and the Southwest. Category 2 Hurricane Hilary. It is weakening, which means the winds are coming down, but it is going to be an incredibly impactful rainstorm, producing rainfall amounts that could be the equivalent of a year's worth or maybe even 2 years worth in some parts of the Southwest and in Southern California. Let's take a look at the latest on the storm. Welcome into our special coverage. I'm Carl Parker, and one thing that we've been counting on is that the storm is going to be working over cooler water, so the intensity of the storm will continue to come down, but you still have this massive slug of deep tropical moisture that's going to be moving through. That's not changing at all. Here you see the forecast intensity for tomorrow afternoon, 70 miles per hour, so just a shade below hurricane. It's going to be a strong tropical storm as it's approaching the U.S.-Mexico border and then continuing to slowly weaken as it moves farther north. But tropical storm warnings are up in Southern California. We could easily be looking at tropical storm force winds. Now, when you look at the satellite presentation, again, you can really see a degradation here. We saw a really well-formed eye yesterday. You don't see that today. So already that weakening process has begun. But when you look at the total amount of moisture in the atmosphere, I mean, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between this and what it looked like yesterday. There is so much moisture through several levels of the atmosphere. We call that deep tropical moisture. That is what's coming up, and it's already starting to poke up and into parts of the Southwest and California. That's because of an upper low, which is sitting right in here, and that upper low is helping to grab that moisture northward and also pull the storm to the north. So already the rain has begun in this area, and it's only going to be stepping up as we go through the night tonight, and certainly so into tomorrow afternoon. I want to show you the high-risk area, and so we don't see these very often. They're issued a very small percentage of the time relative to all the advisories that the Weather Prediction Center puts out, but they account for 83% of the damage from flooding. And so when you see something like this, this is a very high-end event over an extremely large area. I mean, you talk about the amount of real estate that's involved here. We're looking at the Peninsular Mountains, the Coast Ranges, especially on the east slopes there, getting over towards the Salton Sea area, into the Palm Springs region, Coachella, San Bernardino Mountains, the Transverse Mountains, over into the LA County Mountains, and then farther north up into the Antelope Valley, and then into Death Valley as well. In all of those areas, we could be talking about catastrophic flooding affecting this area. It is going to be a really high-end event that was probably going to be outside of your experience, in part because of the rainfall rates, the intensity with which the rain comes down. It's just going to be very, very heavy rain coming through. And then on top of that, as I mentioned, we've been looking at this possibility of very strong winds all across the region. And so there could very easily be some wind damage and some power outages here through Southern California. Jen, over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the biggest concern. And you talked about this too, Carl, is the fact that most people living in the Southwest and California have never experienced anything like this. So they may not be sure what to do. And this is going to be definitely one for the record books, especially with the heavy rain and the potential for flooding. So we're going to actually time out. This is kind of a big view of the radar. This is the future radar. So this is going to be 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. And you can see still all of that moisture moving into Idaho and basically encompassing all of Nevada and really starting to move into San Diego and about to move into Los Angeles. And so this moisture is actually going to move into Canada. This is a huge swath of moisture, so something to keep in mind. And you can see finally by noon on Monday, things kind of taper down a little bit, but across Northern California, still some heavier pockets of rain. And just like Carl said, so this is the flash flooding threat through tomorrow morning. We have that likely area outlined right there, but it's the high risk area. That's the biggest concern that we do have. We rarely see this, especially in this part of the country. And so what that means is usually when we have those high risk days, which we're going to have tomorrow, that accounts for 39% of the yearly flood deaths. This is a big and serious situation. So that's why we're telling you about this and we're giving you the forecast, and we just want you to be smart and safe and basically stay home tomorrow and stay weather aware. And then the yearly flood damage high risk days account for 83% of damage. So something to absolutely keep in mind. Now, our team of meteorologists are bringing you the latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long. Stay with the Weather Channel for complete coverage with the latest radars and warnings. For up-to-date, around-the-clock information, download our app on Amazon Fire and Roku.
Well, right now, millions of people in the West are bracing for Hilary, and here's a time-lapse video showing the storm's outer bands moving over Cabo San Lucas. We saw an incredibly powerful storm moving by that popular beach resort there in Cabo San Lucas, and we are now looking at the storm weakening but coming up to the north, and it's going to present huge problems in terms of rainfall, in particular for parts of the Southwest and also for parts of California. So let's take a look at the latest on this storm, and it is now a Category 2 hurricane. It was a Category 4 yesterday. This has all been expected because it's working up over increasingly cooler water. Warm water is a big part of what drives tropical cyclones, hurricanes, and tropical storms. But the water being cooler here, we have less energy available, less moisture available, but there's still so much moisture wrapped into this thing. It's not just going to go away. And there's some inertia as well. That too goes away very, very slowly. We call that inertial stability, and that is what is coming up into Southern California, which is why we're expecting to see perhaps a mid-grade tropical storm moving into California, which is an exceedingly rare event. The last time there was a landfall of a tropical storm in California was 1939, 84 years ago. So it's just not something that happens very often, but the waters in the oceans are getting warmer, which means that this is going to be more possible going forward, even as you've got cooler water to the north here. As we take a look very quickly at the forecast, again, we're expecting the storm is going to be weakening to a tropical storm as it works over cooler water, but it's going to bring this mass of heavy rain up into California and the Southwest. Flash flooding is going to be an enormous threat starting overnight and through the day tomorrow. Jen, over to you.
Yes, absolutely it is, Carl. And this is our virtual view of Los Angeles. And a tropical storm may be unusual for Southern California, but city officials are reassuring residents they're no stranger to weather emergencies.
We're not waiting for the storm to hit. We have already begun working 24/7 to be ahead of the curve and to be ready as soon as the storm reaches our shores.
And the Weather Channel's Reynolds Wolf is near Los Angeles in Rancho Cucamonga as people there prepare for the incoming storm.
That's right, coming to you from Rancho Cucamonga, a population of roughly 174,000 people. This area rests just 37 miles away from Los Angeles and usually have 274 days a year of pure sunshine. But with this event, this tropical system coming closer, people are preparing, and they've been back here preparing all day long. In fact, if you take a look at this video, it has been one family after another. It's moms, dads, grandparents, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, everyone working together. Really, it has been a story of neighbor helping neighbor. Listen to this.
My friend is in the hospital and he's unable to get to his house right now. So he gave us a call, and I'm trying to sandbag his house for him so it doesn't get storm damage while he's away. In this area, it's the flooding up against the foothills like this, especially on Hellman Avenue. That's like a flood channel. So I'm gonna go home and try and do my house then.
It is incredible seeing the very best of people come out and some of the worst of times. But remember, it's not a story just into the Inland Empire. It is stretching all across much of the region. We heard earlier from city officials in Los Angeles. Let's listen to what they had to say.
Never thought I'd be standing here talking about a hurricane or a tropical storms. They're talking about winds up to 145 miles an hour hitting Los Angeles County. It's been 84 years since one came ashore, so it's a once-in-a-lifetime event that we're going to be experiencing.
Well, as we make our way over the next several hours and days, we're going to see a lot of changes. Right now, we've had a faint breeze coming out of the mountains, but tomorrow we expect it possibly with a roar. And it's not a story just the heavy rain and the possibility of flooding. Could be widespread power outages, too. A lot to consider in the coming days. Back to you.
Yes, absolutely. And so what we want to do is we want to time out some of the biggest cities for you so you know when the rainfall is going to come. And basically, the best tip that I can give you, and I've been talking about this all night, is the fact that just stay home, hunker down, and stay very weather aware for tomorrow. Just watch the Weather Channel all day because we'll have the latest on what is going on. But as we look at Los Angeles, this is the timing. As we head throughout the overnight hours, you can see things really start to increase. By daybreak tomorrow, we're seeing more of those pockets of rain coming in, and then we're going to see it increase in intensity. That rainfall rate is really going to increase into the afternoon, and especially throughout the evening hours as that core of the storm moves on through. You see we have the yellows and the oranges. That's the heaviest rain. So that's where we're very concerned about the potential for flooding. Now, it does weaken some as it continues to push off to the north, but we will still see some pockets of rainfall overnight into Monday morning, and then finally we get a break by about midday on Monday. Now let's switch it to a different city here. We're going to look at Palm Springs, and you can see we're going to see that those rounds of rain starting to already come in throughout the overnight hours. That will continue to increase by daybreak tomorrow morning and continuing throughout the mid to late morning hours. See all the heavier pockets of rainfall that we do have. Now that heavy rain will continue to spread off to the north. So again, Sunday is going to be the wettest day. Now, as we look at other cities, as we continue, that's going to push off to the north and west. But let's look at another city. I want to look at San Diego. I love San Diego. I've been there several times. The concern is we're going to see some lighter rain moving overnight and into tomorrow. But as the core of Hilary does move in, we get the deepest pockets of moisture. We're going to see the heaviest rainfall really ramping up by midday tomorrow into the afternoon hours. Look at this, 3 o'clock Sunday afternoon. So again, a lot of heavy rain is expected for California and the Southwest. Our team of meteorologists are bringing you the latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long. Stay with the Weather Channel for complete coverage with the latest radars and warnings. And welcome back to our special coverage of Hurricane Hilary as it continues to near the southwestern United States. And we're going to actually zoom in and get a better scope of what is going on. But you can see right now it's a Category 2 storm. It continues to weaken, which we are expecting as it continues to move through into cooler waters. But again, it's moving off to the northwest at about 17 miles per hour. And look at how large it is. And already moisture is moving into southwestern portions of the United States, into Las Vegas, into Nevada. You can see that, and it's going to continue to move off to the north and west as well. And we're going to see if our weather producer can advance my graphics, because the clicker is not quite working. But you can see this is a large expanse. It's a big storm, and all that deep moisture is going to continue to move into the California and the southwest portions of Arizona, even all the way north into Idaho. It's going to lift up to there, even into Canada. So again, this is a very powerful storm, and you can see we also have the latest with 90L, and we've got the 7-day development region, and you can see right here, this is what we're looking at. This is Hilary right here. So we've got the steering currents. We've got this big dip in the jet stream, and we've got that high pressure giving us all the heat across the central parts of the country. So we've got Hilary as steered by these two, and is basically parting the difference between them, right? Moving off to the north. We've got the cooler sea surface temperatures as well, and that's going to cause Hilary to weaken. But we have the upper low that's pulling up that moisture. There's so much deep moisture with Hilary that's going to bring the heavy rainfall total. So it doesn't matter if Hilary is weakening. We don't even need to think about that. It's the heavy rain and the flood threat that's the biggest concern. And so you can see where we have those deeper pockets, those oranges, that's where we could potentially see the highest rainfall totals. So that's something to be very concerned with and aware of. And we're going to see those pockets 5 to 8 inches. But the crazy thing is we could see even higher amounts than that. So this is something to keep in mind. This part of the country does typically not see tropical systems like this and this much heavy rain over desert areas. So that's where we're very concerned with flash flooding. And so we do have a likely risk out there outlined in yellow for flash flooding for tomorrow morning. But then for tomorrow into Monday morning, we have the rare high risk. And this is very concerning. So anyone that lives anywhere in California, you've got Arizona, Utah, Nevada, you definitely need to stay weather aware, hunker down, have that plan, and just be aware of any creeks or streams that may be nearby your home and that could potentially flood. This is where we do have the flood watches stretching all the way up into ports of Oregon and also Utah. So again, this is where we have the big concern for some flooding. And again, the heavy rain, Carl, is really going to ramp up as we head into tomorrow and we get the core of that system moving northward.
And we're talking about an event that we just have not seen in the southwest or California for a very, very long time. We wanted to also show you what's happening across the rest of the Eastern Pacific and the Atlantic Basin. There are some areas to watch now. One of those is south of Mexico. Another one is nearer the U.S. And then there are several other little systems. None of these appear to pose an imminent threat. We may see some heavier rain in Texas, which I'll show you in a moment. Here, first of all, is Tropical Depression 6. Now, you know, one thing we've been talking about this year is the fact that we're in an El Nino and it is strengthening. And typically when you have an El Nino, you tend to have more wind shear across the Atlantic Basin. You can see evidence of that right here. I mean, this thing just got sheared to nothing. You see this big, you know, blast of convection, those deep red colors indicating very cold cloud tops, a lot of thunderstorm activity near the center of this thing, and just poof, the shear just took it right out. A lot of times you'll see it kind of going back and forth like that. You can see it kind of waxing and waning, but for now, this thing is definitely not looking very healthy. So the forecast showing some slight weakening here as we go into Monday evening, and then beyond that, it may begin to pull up and move into the North Atlantic. So again, not an imminent threat with this system. Another thing that we're watching is an area of concern that is now very close to Florida, being given a 50% chance of developing within the next 5 days, and it is going to move along towards the west. Now here too, there's a fair amount of wind shear, so it appears that this system is not going to become very well organized. And you can see the hint of this system in the total atmospheric moisture here. And you notice that there's this very broad spin that is coming across the Gulf and then maybe gets a little more organized as it moves across into Texas. So, you know, even if it's not a terribly well-organized system, we certainly could be talking about some really heavy rain in the valley in Texas and Brownsville, getting into Del Rio as well. All those areas, say, south of San Antonio, Falfurrias along the coast, certainly could be very wet as whatever this is comes in. So that is going to be something that we'll need to watch for. Then beyond that, there's an invest area which is being given a 70% chance of developing in the next 5 days. That is most likely going to be moving here south of the Lesser and Greater Antilles. And then beyond that, the model's indicating that it may hang a right and move out across the Greater Antilles and out into the Atlantic and then continue off to the north. So certainly something that we're going to keep our eyes on here. But the main concern that we have in the tropics is, of course, this heavy rain coming into dry desert areas, areas that typically do not see a lot of rain. And so we're going to be looking at most likely some catastrophic flooding developing. And our team of meteorologists bringing you the latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long. Stay with the Weather Channel for complete coverage, the latest radars and warnings, and for up-to-date, around-the-clock information. Hurricane Hilary takes aim at Southern California. Nearly 22 million people under tropical storm alerts. A tropical storm warning is in effect for Southern California for the first time ever, including San Diego and Los Angeles. Time to prepare is running out as tropical storm force winds are expected to arrive midday tomorrow.
And even more people face the threat for dangerous flash flooding from Hilary. 28 million are under flood alerts from Southern California all the way to northern Idaho. We could see catastrophic flooding, landslides, and mudslides as Hilary brings historic rainfall to the west. And Carl, thinking about, the tropical season, for the Eastern Pacific and the Atlantic, I was not thinking at all that we would have this scenario. I don't know if any meteorologist could have predicted this to happen, but this could be potentially a catastrophic flood event.
It really could, and I think the thing is that it's really important for people to not use their own frame of reference, to not use their own experience and say, well, we've had this and we've had this, because this could really be well outside of that. And in fact, when you look at the wettest year on record in Death Valley, it's approaching 5 inches, somewhere around 4.7 inches. Wettest year in Death Valley, we could be looking at 3.5 inches of rain coming down in Death Valley in a couple of days. That's amazing.
It is amazing.
Yeah.
And I just think about, how dry the soil is, and it's just the flooding is the biggest concern that I have, and I think most meteorologists have with this storm.
Huge threat here. Catastrophic flooding is going to be possible with this storm.
Yeah.
And so let's take a look at the latest on the hurricane. It is now a Category 2 storm with winds of 100 miles per hour moving north-northwest at 17 miles per hour. It is now working out over cooler water. As you know, tropical systems derive their energy from warm tropical ocean waters. There are a lot of things that have to be in place in order to get a hurricane to form, but all of those things being equal, if you've got warmer water, you've got more energy available. And once the water starts to cool, you lose that source of energy. So predictably, we see that the storm is going to be weakening. It's already happening now. It's going to continue to happen. So it's probably going to be a strong tropical storm as it's approaching the U.S.-Mexico border tomorrow afternoon. But that's still a really big deal. We have not had a landfalling tropical storm in Southern California for 84 years. It's an exceedingly rare event. We may not see a landfall in this case, but we may certainly get a tropical storm coming up and across into Southern California and then producing a lot of very heavy rain. That is going to be the huge worry with the system. Already you can see some degradation in the cloud here, so it's not nearly as well formed as it was yesterday. But here's something I want you to see. This is the total amount of moisture in the atmosphere. As you know, parts of the Southwest and California are desert regions, and so we generally don't get a terrific amount of deep tropical moisture coming through. That is a huge amount of moisture that is working up, and in fact, by the time we get into tomorrow afternoon and that starts to come in, this could be the highest amount of total moisture in the atmosphere that we have ever seen, on record here. We may exceed all-time records for the total amount of moisture in the atmosphere. So that gives you an idea of what we're looking at here and how we're facing something that in many ways may be unprecedented. Another part of this is there's an upper low that's sitting right out in here, and that's helping to draw that moisture north. So even long before the storm actually comes up, we're already seeing rain coming into these desert regions. The rain has been stepping up in Las Vegas tonight, and we're going to see a lot more of that overnight and into tomorrow. So this really is the most important graphic that we can show you. First of all, flash flooding is likely. in Los Angeles, city of 22 million people, and then down into Orange County and down into San Diego. Flash flooding is likely in Las Vegas. So major metro areas will see likely flash flooding. We're talking about urban flooding. We're talking about arroyos filling up. We're talking about flash flooding that could be widespread in these areas. But then you get farther inland and you get into the San Bernardino Mountains, into the Inland Empire, into Riverside, and then farther southward here down through the coastal ranges into Palm Springs and Indio, then up into farther northward, the Antelope Valley, Barstow, and then towards Death Valley as well. In those areas, we could be talking about catastrophic flash flooding, like flash flooding of the type that you have never seen in these areas. So just be situationally aware, know where you are relative to those dry washes, rivers, that type of thing. Be prepared to move if you have to. It is going to be a huge event here for a part of the world that generally does not see this type of rainfall. Jen, over to you.
Yeah, and I'm joining you virtually from stormy San Diego, where a tropical storm warning is in effect tonight. And earlier today, the city's mayor warned residents about what they can expect and precautions they can take ahead of Hilary.
What we know for certain is that there will be sustained high winds of up to 50 miles per hour, and that there will be enough rain to flood low-lying areas like Mission Valley and the Tijuana River Valley. We have first responders positioned to address emergencies that may occur because of this flooding, but I ask people to avoid areas that are known to be flood zones. Do not drive through standing water on any street that may be flooded. It is often the case that these flooded areas are far deeper than they appear, and your poor choice to enter those areas may require the use of limited public safety resources that we'd like to devote elsewhere.
And that's some great advice there from the mayor. And so the biggest concern, like Carl's been talking about, like we've been talking about basically all day, is the flood concern. So I want to do some timing out for you for San Diego, because that's where they're going to see a lot of the heaviest rainfall. And it's not what they're used to, you know. So we're expecting potentially, like Carl has mentioned before too, some areas could see the amount of rainfall that they typically see in 1 year. We could break records all over the place. We're expecting to likely do that as well. Now, as we head throughout the overnight hours, this is San Diego. This is 2 o'clock in the morning. You can see already starting to pick up on some of that heavier rainfall. Now, as we progress throughout the morning hours, more of those heavier pockets, especially as we head into midday and as we taper off. It does weaken just a little bit as we head into the evening hours of Sunday. But again, for the next 24, 36 hours, expect heavy pockets of rainfall, and that really ramping up as we head into tomorrow morning and midday tomorrow. Now, the wind is also going to be of concern. Flooding is the biggest concern, but the wind could also cause some power outages. The heaviest wind will be off to the east of San Diego. But again, San Diego could pick up some gusts anywhere between about 25, 30 miles per hour, potentially even higher than that. So something else to be concerned with, Carl.
And we want to take you now into Las Vegas, and folks are out and about here and enjoying themselves, even though there's some light rain that is coming through now. Just know that overnight tonight and into early tomorrow morning, the rain's going to get a lot heavier, and we could be looking at widespread flash flooding here in the Las Vegas area. And part of the reason for this concern is the nature of the topography in the Southwest. Because of the nature of the soil, it's very hard and it's very compacted, and so we tend not to see rain soaking in or water soaking into that soil. Rather, it mostly runs off in the desert as it's accumulating. And then also you've got topography, which channels and funnels the water, and so that leads to more violent streams of water coming off of this very hard soil and then getting into the creeks and getting into the rivers and getting into those dry washes as well. That's going to be the worry, particularly because we're going to be looking at rainfall rates that are likely going to be much, much higher than what you're used to. I mean, if you get an inch of rain in Las Vegas, that can be enough to cause flash flooding in 1 hour's time. We could be looking at 3 inches in 1 hour coming through in some of these areas, and it's going to be developing overnight tonight. You notice as we go into 4 o'clock in the morning, that's when it really starts to accelerate. It really starts to step up in terms of intensity, and then it continues hour after hour after hour. Beyond that, we're going into 9 o'clock in the morning. We're still seeing this band of heavy rain coming across the region. It may not happen exactly like this. It may not set up exactly like this. This is meant to give you an idea of it, but there is this potential for multiple hours hours of heavy rain. And then even into the afternoon, tomorrow evening, we could still see some wet weather coming through. So all told, we're looking for somewhere around an inch of rain, but then more as you get into the mountainous terrain farther to the north and to the west. And then here around Death Valley, I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier. We could be looking at rainfall amounts that rival the wettest year on record. You know, that's why we're saying that this is going to be something that is outside of many of your experiences here in the Southwest. Also going to be some wind to talk about as well. Winds likely stepping up as we go into tomorrow afternoon and evening. There you go, around 10 o'clock in the evening. Winds 30 to 35 miles per hour there in Las Vegas. Jen, over to you.
And I'm virtually in Los Angeles, where wind and rain are expected in the next 12 hours. This part of the country isn't used to preparing for hurricanes and tropical storms. Our meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is east of LA in Rancho Cucamonga as officials and residents are making last-minute preparations for Hilary.
It's not often that you hear Rancho Cucamonga with a tropical storm warning, but that's the reality that we're facing. And also part of the reality is people being vigilant, being prepared for what may be coming over the next several days. So a lot of concerns, no doubt. Now, how is the city preparing? Well, we can get an answer with city manager. That, of course, is John Gilson. And John Gilson, how do you get ready for a situation like this?
So we start preparing a couple days ahead of time. We send our public works crews out. Any known hot spots, we make sure it's clear of debris and ready for the rain that's coming. We also survey our street signals and other infrastructure to make sure that it's ready and prepared. And then we also send out fire and police. We start checking private structures, public structures, everything like that to make sure that it's ready to go for what's coming.
Now, John, when you do have these kind of situations, I know that flooding is not completely unusual. You do have it here in this part of the world, but still, this is unusual. What advice would you give people who live here?
So one of the things we would tell people is, look, you need to be prepared and have emergency supplies on hand for 72 hours. You should be prepared for a power outage, have an emergency evacuation plan ready, stay inside. When the rain starts, when the heavy winds start, don't go outside. If you need something, call 911, but also know that we may not be able to get there for a while, depending on the weather and the calls that are coming. So the best thing that they can do is be prepared ahead of time and then stay inside so that we can prioritize and handle the calls we need to.
I have to ask you about the city. When you have a situation like this, is it all hands on deck? Are you working all hours of the day? Do you work in individual shifts? I mean, how does it work?
So what we start doing is usually about 48 hours ahead of time. We start bringing in crews on shifts. We have them working 12-hour shifts, and we're paying attention to all the known hotspots and things that we need to. And so we'll rotate those shifts and then try and make sure that we're still going to have enough when the storm hits.
We really appreciate your time. I know it's going to be a lot of sleepless hours, no doubt. Well, folks, that's the situation that we have here. Everyone trying to be prepared best they possibly can. It's going to be a battle of that moisture coming through and its interaction with these incredibly beautiful mountains. Possibly some dangerous times ahead. Let's stay vigilant, and let's send it back to you.
And those were some great tips there. And we're going to time out what you can expect in Los Angeles for the impacts and when the heaviest of the rain is going to get there. So as we head throughout the overnight hours, again, conditions are going to continue to deteriorate. This is 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Basically at daybreak, we're going to see some of the heaviest pockets starting to move in, and it's just going to evolve as we head throughout the day. You're really not going to get out of the rain that much in Los Angeles at all tomorrow and many of the surrounding areas. So the smartest thing you can do is just hunker down and stay home and just gather together, and there's no reason to really be driving out and about at all. Now things kind of clear out just a little bit by around midnight tomorrow night, but then we do have still some spotty showers are possible for Los Angeles. Now as we look at the timing, here's a better graphical look of it. We're going to see things really starting to ramp up as we head throughout the morning hours for tomorrow, especially peaking in the afternoon with the heaviest rainfall rates there. And that is the concern. With the heaviest rainfall, we could see a lot of that flooding and potentially street flooding. So definitely stay home. You don't need to be out and about. Now looking at the rainfall total forecast for Los Angeles, right around 2 to 3 inches, potentially upwards of 4 inches. But surrounding mountains, we could pick up anywhere between about 4 and maybe even 5 inches. So again, that's a big concern for flooding as well, Carl.
No doubt, and we're going to be looking at very heavy rain coming all across the southwest starting overnight tonight and then into tomorrow. It is lighter for the most part right now, but it is going to be stepping up overnight. And I want to show you what is called the flash flood guidance. And so this is telling us how much rain is needed in 1 hour to begin to cause flooding. And you see widespread yellow and orange color, the yellow and orange indicating 1/2 of an inch to an inch of rainfall. So if we get 1/2 of an inch to an inch of rainfall generally across Southern California and Arizona and parts of Nevada, we're going to be looking at flash flooding starting to develop. We could be seeing some rainfall rates of 2 or 3 inches per hour as this steps up overnight tonight. That's why there's so much worry about how bad this flash flooding is going to be. Now here's the model forecast. Notice what happens in Las Vegas and also Southern California tomorrow morning. So around the time the sun is coming up, it's starting to really step up in those areas. Much, much heavier rain. But the core of the storm has yet to come in Southern California. And as that happens here into the afternoon, that's when you really see an acceleration in the rainfall rates in Los Angeles, in Orange County, into San Diego County as well. Those mountains in particular, LA County Mountains, San Bernardino Mountains, the Inland Empire, Riverside, and then even farther inland into Palm Springs. Those areas could really get hit hard with rainfall. And as you know, with all the terrain there, that's just going to make it even worse. And then more of that heavy rain starting to get into the Antelope Valley and then up into Barstow and towards Death Valley as well later in the afternoon. And then finally, it does begin to move out very late tomorrow and into early Monday morning as well. And so here is the latest on our storm. It is a Category 2 hurricane. It is weakening. It will continue to weaken, but that's only in terms of the wind. Still a very, very serious rainfall threat and a serious wind threat as well. We'll have more coming up.
Back in my day,
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the details.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
In Southern California, you need to be ready for an emergency year-round. Fires, floods, and even snowfall is, work with your local municipalities, make sure you're in the reverse 911 system, have a plan in place for home, and be ready to go if we ask you to leave.
And California's governor has declared a state of emergency as Hurricane Hilary continues to churn in the East Pacific. Southern California residents are doing what they can to prepare. And on Long Beach and other coastal communities, residents are getting sandbags to shore up their homes and property from potential flooding. Local emergency crews are also building up sand dunes along the Pacific coastline. And the big concern continues to be potential catastrophic flooding. And Carl, what can you tell us about the forecast?
Well, so what we're looking at here is a storm that is gradually going to be weakening as it moves up, but that's really only describing what's going on with the winds. So we're going to be looking at the winds of a tropical storm coming through, but that weakening is almost irrelevant in terms of the rainfall threat that this poses. Don't take that to mean that this is going to be a weak storm that doesn't do that much. It's going to be anything but that. This is going to be a high-end event, perhaps one of the worst that we have ever seen in parts of the Southwest and Southern California in terms of rainfall and the flood threat. Right now, Category 2 storm, 100-mile-per-hour wind, moving north-northwest at 17. It will continue to weaken in terms of winds going through tonight and tomorrow, probably being a strong tropical storm as it's approaching the U.S.-Mexico border, and that'll be into tomorrow afternoon. But here is the total amount of moisture in the atmosphere, and there's this enormous area of very deep tropical moisture through several levels of the atmosphere. As this comes into Southern California, we could be looking at record values for this total atmospheric moisture. Like we've never seen that much moisture in the atmosphere over parts of the Southwest and Southern California. That is possible tomorrow. That's what we're facing. That's why we're talking about something that is outside of your normal experience. Here you see the rain coming into parts of the Southwest already. We're seeing some bands of some heavier rain. There's going to be a lot more of that going through tonight. This is really the most important graphic that we can show you here because we're looking at the flash flood threat. And flash flooding is likely in these enormously large metro areas, 22 million people in Los Angeles. Flash flooding is likely across the LA basin, down into Orange County, into San Diego as well, and then up into Las Vegas, also likely there. But then farther inland, that's where we're going to be looking at a catastrophic threat for flash flooding. And so we're talking about, say, from the LA County mountains across into the San Bernardino Mountains, Palm Springs, the Indio area, down the Peninsular Range here as well, Coachella, then farther north into the Antelope Valley, getting up into Edwards Air Force Base, Barstow, and then on into Death Valley as well. In all of those areas, we could be talking about rainfall that is on the order of something that you've never seen in these areas, and rainfall rates that you've never seen. You generally don't get really high rainfall rates. We've had a lot of stormy weather, certainly this past winter we did in Southern California, but generally you don't get really high rainfall rates when that occurs. And in this case, we might be looking at 3 inches of rainfall per hour. That's along the lines of what you see along the Gulf Coast in Louisiana or in Florida. So that kind of rain coming into desert and mountainous terrain is going to cause really serious flash flooding, urban flooding, filling up those dry washes, mudslides, debris flows, all of that. Those burn areas in particular are going to be very susceptible. This is going to be a really big deal for those interior parts of California in particular. You see the rain really stepping up, going into tomorrow morning early from Vegas into Southern California, and then really cranking here in the LA Basin by the time we get into the afternoon as the core of that storm begins to move in. Jen, over to you.
And one of the ways we want to keep you prepared is timing out where you're going to see the heaviest pockets of rain for some of the biggest cities that are going to be impacted. So we're going to take a look at Las Vegas, where you're already seeing the rainfall, and actually you're about to pick up on a very heavy pocket of rainfall. And this is just the beginning of it. It's going to continue to increase as we head throughout the overnight hours. So you can see right now, Las Vegas, we've got that kind of heavier band right there that's about to move in. So something to keep in mind if you're out and about this evening. You want to obviously have the rain gear handy, but maybe think about heading back to your hotel or where you're staying, because this is just going to continue to increase as we do head overnight into tomorrow. As we watch all of those bands of rain continue to lift northward, check this out. In the early morning hours, some very heavy bands of rain. That's going to continue as we head throughout the morning hours. Then as we head through the second half of your Sunday, it's going to get a little bit more sporadic, but still we could have some flooding issues with some of these heavier pockets and bands of rainfall. And we'll continue the chances for some rain as we head even into your Monday morning. So something to keep in mind with Vegas. Along with that, we're not seeing much in the way of too much wind gusts right now, but we could see that wind pick up a little bit, especially as we head into tomorrow. Just down to the south near Needles, 50 to 60 mile-per-hour wind gusts are possible. So again, we are going to continue to track Hurricane Hilary as she nears the coastline. 100-mile-per-hour storm, Category 2, as it moves off to the northwest at 17 miles per hour.
Welcome back to our coverage of what is almost certainly going to be an historic storm for California and the Southwest. Category 2, Hurricane Hilary right now with 100-mile-per-hour winds. The storm has been weakening. It will continue to do so, but that's not really the story. The story is the terrific amount of tropical moisture that is going to come up into desert areas and likely cause very serious, perhaps catastrophic flash flooding interior parts of Southern California and also into Nevada. And welcome back into our special coverage of Hilary. I'm Carl Parker. Let's talk a little bit about why we tend not to see tropical cyclones in Southern California. It's all about the water temperatures. They generally need water temperatures of 80 degrees to develop and also to maintain themselves. And so you see the water temperatures really drop off as you get closer to California because of the California current that comes down from the north. That's an important part of what shapes the weather there in the Southwest. And so when you look at tropical cyclones that have come within 200 miles of San Diego, you notice the coloring there. Green indicates tropical storm, blue indicates tropical depression. So they all universally have been weakening as they've been coming to the north because they've been over that cooler water. But the water temperatures have been getting a little bit warmer. And also this storm started out as a very strong storm. It was a Category 4 hurricane yesterday. So we do expect that it is going to be a tropical storm as it comes up and into Southern California. The main impact here is going to be an incredible amount of rain. In some areas, maybe a year's worth of rainfall coming down in a couple of days, especially into those interior mountains there. And we're talking about the Transverse Mountains, the San Bernardino Mountains, LA County, farther north into the Antelope Valley, right up to Death Valley, farther south down along the Peninsular Range, and then inland into Palm Springs. All of those areas could be in for devastating flooding as a result of this storm. Jen's going to talk more about that coming up. But we're also going to see a wind impact. And this is amazing because for the very first time, we've had tropical storm watches and tropical storm warnings issued in Southern California. There was a tropical storm in 1939, but we weren't issuing warnings and watches at that time. And that's why these are the first watches and warnings that have been issued for Southern California. And we're going to be looking at substantial wind farther inland as well. High wind warnings here in parts of California and Arizona. And we'll take a look at the model forecast for the winds here. The winds really stepping up going into the middle of the day tomorrow, southern Arizona and interior parts of California. Look at that in Borrego Springs, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. Then as we go into the afternoon, that core of the storm getting closer to Southern California, so the wind's beginning to pick up there as well. And it could be enough wind to bring down some trees and bring down some power lines. So we very well could be facing some power outages tomorrow. And then, of course, you've got this very heavy rain on top of that. And when the trees come down, they hold the soil together. So when they come down, the soil gets looser, and we might be seeing more mudslides and debris flows as a result of that. Really strong winds over a large area tomorrow afternoon. That continuing to move up into eastern parts of California, through western parts of Arizona as well, through the late afternoon. And then finally, by tomorrow evening, it's beginning to settle down a little bit there in California. But again, heavy rain is the main concern. And here's Jen with more on that for us.
Yeah, absolutely. The flood threat is the greatest threat, I think, with this system, along with the wind, but we are very concerned with that. So what we're going to do is kind of give you a wider out view and look at the future radar that what could pan out and potentially happen over the next 24 to 36 hours. So right now we're starting to get that rainfall in Vegas. We've actually been getting the rainfall in Vegas. That's going to gradually spread throughout Nevada. And then once the core of the storm starts to continue to near closer to the southwest United States, we're going to see that core and that rainfall kind of spread farther off to the south and west into Los Angeles and San Diego. And you can see the spin right there with Hilary as it begins to move onshore. And all that moisture is just going to continue to move inward. And the heavy rainfall rates, that's what we're concerned with. 2 to 3 inch rainfall rates are possible with all this heavy rain. And these areas are not used to this type of rainfall and a tropical system. So this is unprecedented for this type of region. And you can see where we have the likely chance for potential flash flooding into tomorrow morning. But what I really want to get to is what we've been talking about is that high risk for flash flooding and likely surrounding that in San Diego, Los Angeles, right in including Las Vegas as well. That's where we're very concerned with the highest risk of flash flooding. Keeping in mind the high-risk days are responsible for 39% of flash flood deaths. Now, our team of meteorologists are bringing you the latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long. Stay with the Weather Channel for complete coverage with the latest radars and warnings, and for up-to-date around-the-clock information, download our app on Amazon Fire and Roku at streamtwc.com.
There's a state of emergency in California as Hurricane Hilary keeps moving towards the northwest. Palm Springs is an area that is of great concern. Sandbags being placed in front of the hospital to keep water out of the facility there. Hilary is going to bring a terrific amount of rain in a very short amount of time, and that is going to lead to flash flooding. And here is the town's mayor.
The biggest issue that we have in Palm Springs is flooding. The desert is not used to getting even an inch of rain at a time, and so any rain really causes a lot of damage to our roads. It causes flooding on our major arteries, and that makes it harder for people to come to Desert Regional Medical Center, which is also our only level 1 trauma center all the way to the border. So it's just really critical that we are able to get those roads clear as quickly as possible.
And you heard her talking about the fact that they're not even used to getting an inch of rain at a time. So here we're talking about maybe getting 2 or 3 inches of rain in the space of an hour at times through this event. And an inch doesn't sound like very much, but it's a lot of water on 1 acre of ground. 1 inch of rain is about 27,000 gallons. So that's like dumping 2 backyard pools on 1 acre. And then if you get twice that or 3 times that, that's going to cause a lot of problems, especially in the southwest. That is the huge worry going forward here. So we've got a Category 2 storm, 100-mile-per-hour winds. It's working northward up through increasingly cooler water. That's important because that's going to continue to keep that weakening trend going in terms of the wind. But the storm is not going to be less of a threat in terms of rainfall, even though it is quote unquote weakening. And you notice right in here, there's an upper low that is helping to bring rain farther northward. So already the rain is underway, and we expect to see much more of that and an increase in the rainfall rates going through the overnight tonight. Jen, over to you.
Yeah, exactly, Carl. And I'm here virtually in Los Angeles, where state beaches in Orange and San Diego counties will be closed Sunday and Monday. A tropical storm may be unusual for Southern California, so city officials are telling people to be prepared.
Angelenos are urged to stay away from the shoreline and beaches throughout the duration of the storm. Hurricane safety tips and resources provided by the National Weather Service are available online.
And our meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is in San Bernardino County as people there prepare for the incoming storm.
That's right, coming to you from Rancho Cucamonga, a population of roughly 174,000 people. This area rests just 37 miles away from Los Angeles and usually have 274 days a year of pure sunshine. But with this event, this tropical system coming closer, people are preparing, and they've been back here preparing all day long. In fact, if you take a look at this video, it has been one family after another. It's moms, dads, grandparents, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, everyone working together. Really, it has been a story of neighbor helping neighbor. Listen to this.
My friend is in the hospital and he's unable to get to his house right now. So he gave us a call, and I'm trying to sandbag his house for him so it doesn't get storm damage while he's away. In this area, it's the flooding up against the foothills like this, especially on Hellman Avenue. That's like a flood channel. So I'm gonna go home and try and do my house then.
It is incredible seeing the very best of people come out and some of the worst of times. But remember, it's not a story just into the Inland Empire. It's stretching all across much of the region. We heard earlier from city officials in Los Angeles. Let's listen to what they had to say.
Never thought I'd be standing here talking about a hurricane or a tropical storms. They're talking about winds up to 145 miles an hour hitting Los Angeles County. It's been 84 years since one came ashore, so it's a once-in-a-lifetime event that we're going to be experiencing.
Well, as we make our way over the next several hours and days, we're going to see a lot of changes. Right now, we've had a faint breeze coming out of the mountains, but tomorrow we expect it possibly with a roar. And it's not a story just the heavy rain and the possibility of flooding. Could be widespread power outages, too. A lot to consider in the coming days. Back to you.
And one of the biggest concerns is the flooding, so we're going to time out some of the largest cities that will be impacted by the rain and the moisture from Hilary. So right now we want to take you to Los Angeles as we head throughout the overnight hours. Basically daybreak tomorrow morning, that's where we're going to see the widespread rain starting to move in, and then we're going to see those more intense rainfalls moving through as we head throughout the morning hours and into the afternoon, where you see the yellows and the oranges. That's indicative of very heavy rain. That is not what Southern California and much of the Southwest is used to, a tropical system like this. So expect that heavy rain to continue. What I would do if I was in Los Angeles, any of these areas, is just hunker down, watch the Weather Channel all day, or just pay attention to the weather. And if there's any creeks or streams nearby where you live, or something is actually at risk for flooding or floods frequently, be aware of that and stay away from that. And if you are close to something that does flood a lot, maybe stay with some friends or family. But that is Los Angeles as things kind of weaken and move off to the north on Monday. Now, as we look at Palm Springs, this is another area we're very, very concerned with. By 1 o'clock in the morning, we're starting to get some heavier pockets of rainfall there, and that becomes more frequent as we head throughout the overnight hours and through midday tomorrow. So something to keep in mind, we could see rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches. That could quickly flood those streets. And we've also heard people talking in Palm Springs, even just an inch of rainfall can cause flooding. So a lot of concern there. Now our team of meteorologists are bringing you the latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long. Stay with the Weather Channel for complete coverage with the latest radars and warnings. And for up-to-date, around-the-clock information, download our app on Amazon Fire and Roku at streamtwc.com. And we're continuing to bring you up to date with the latest on Hurricane Hilary. And we do have the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. And it has now been downgraded, weakened just a little bit, 10 miles per hour. It's now a Category 1 hurricane, still very powerful. And we anticipate it to weaken. So this isn't anything out of the ordinary. We're anticipating it to weaken to a tropical storm. The big concern continues to be the rain and the flooding. So yes, it's weakening, but don't pay attention to that. What we really need to pay attention to is the potential wind and also that heavy rain threat that we do have with Hurricane Hilary as it continues to move northward. So this is what we're anticipating. This is the current track of Hilary right now. You can see San Diego is within that cone as well as Los Angeles, but don't pay attention obviously to the track either. There's going to be expansive impacts from Hilary well outside of that cone of uncertainty. So again, this is kind of where the center of the storm is going to go, but huge impacts for the entire west coast of the United States. And so we're going to give you the latest on what we're seeing right now. Again, we have those tropical storm warnings in effect, includes Los Angeles and much of southwestern portions of California. And this is the first time they've ever seen tropical storm warnings issued, which shows you how rare this event is. So we have to take this very seriously. We have the high pressure off to the north and east. We've got this trough off to the west. And basically, we've got Hilary splitting the difference, and that area, that upper level low is helping pull that moisture northward, and that's where we're really concerned with the flood threat. There's a lot of deep moisture with this system, so it's not just like a typical rain shower. We're going to see a lot of heavy rain. Yes, it will be moving into cooler ocean waters, and that's going to allow it to weaken, but the biggest threat continues to be that heavy rain. And you can see the pockets of the oranges. That's where we're anticipating the heaviest rain. We could see anywhere between about 5 to potentially 8 inches, if not even higher amounts than that. So it's something to keep in mind. And this area of the country is not used to tropical systems, so we have a high likelihood of flash flooding. This is through tomorrow morning, but as we head through most of Sunday and into Monday morning, that's where we have the greatest risk for flash flooding, and I'm talking unprecedented, potentially catastrophic flash flooding. That's the highlight there in red. That is the high risk. We have a likely risk, which includes Las Vegas, Los Angeles, San Diego, for flooding as well. So the best thing you can do is hunker down, stay inside for tomorrow, because we will see that heavy rain moving in overnight and just continuing to increase in intensity as we head throughout Sunday. This is where we have the flood watches, and they expand all the way up into Idaho and eastern portions of Oregon. So this isn't a small system by any means. This is huge, and it's going to have big, big impacts, Carl.
No doubt about that. And, you know, we're into that time of the year when things are expected to really get going in the Atlantic Basin, and that's exactly what we've got right now. There are several systems that we're watching. Now, none of these are posing a really serious threat, at least not right now, but certainly there's a lot happening in general. Let's begin with a look at Tropical Depression 6. This is really interesting because you probably heard us talk a lot about the fact that this is an El Nino year. El Nino is getting stronger, and generally when you've got El Nino, you tend to have more wind shear, and that can weaken systems really dramatically, so they have a hard time getting going. That's exactly what's happened here, at least for now. The wind shear has really killed this thing. Now, sometimes they'll kind of wax and wane in terms of intensity. They'll pop up for a little while, and then the shear will kind of kill off the thunderstorms. But, you know, certainly you see there's been a big, big change in the appearance of this storm over the last several hours. Storms are trying to get going again near the center, but generally it's expected that the storm is not going to be much stronger as that wind shear continues to be in place, and then it's probably going to lift off to the north beyond that. There's another feature that we're watching that is closer to home. This is now just south of Florida, being given a 50% chance of developing. Here, too, we expect that the environment is not going to be particularly favorable. I mean, the water temperatures are off the charts in the Gulf of Mexico, but there's still a lot of strong wind aloft. And so when we look at the development area, it's likely going to go west. We're seeing this broad spin, which shows up here when we look at the total amount of the moisture in the atmosphere. So you have this very loosely defined area that starts to get a little more definition as it works across the Gulf. You can see a little more spin in the atmosphere, but it's still a very broad, you know, not particularly well organized system. But what it may do, even as a not very well organized system, is it could bring a lot of rain to South Texas, to Brownsville and the valley there, the Rio Grande Valley, and farther north towards Del Rio as well, maybe San Antonio. So these areas could be in for a lot of wet weather, even with a less organized system. So that's something to keep in mind. Another system that we're watching being given a 70% chance of developing, and that is coming across the Lesser Antilles. And so it's probably going to be south of the islands here, Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic initially, but then it may be pulled up and across the Greater Antilles and then off to the north beyond that. So this too does not appear to pose an imminent threat to the U.S. We'll let you know, obviously, if that changes. So, you know, that's everything that we're looking at in the Atlantic Basin right now. For the most part, even though there's a lot going on, we don't have any really serious threats out there. And our team of meteorologists bringing you the latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long. You want to stay with the Weather Channel for complete coverage with the latest radars and warnings. And for up-to-date and around-the-clock information, you can download our app on Amazon Fire and Roku at streamtwc.com. And we got a new advisory on Hilary, now a Category 1 storm, still an incredibly serious rainfall threat. We'll have much more on that coming up. Breaking right now, the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center is in, and Hilary remains a hurricane as it takes aim on Southern California. Nearly 22 million people under tropical storm alerts. A tropical storm warning in effect for Southern California, including San Diego and Los Angeles, for the first time ever. Time is running out to prepare. Tropical storm force winds are expected to arrive midday tomorrow.
And even more people face the threat for dangerous flash flooding from Hilary. 28 million are under flood alerts from Southern California all the way to northern Idaho. We could see catastrophic flooding, landslides, and mudslides as Hilary brings historic rainfall to the west. And you know, Carl, something that I am actually a little concerned about is curiosity, right? This is so rare for this region. I am concerned that people are going to drive early tomorrow morning out and about just to see things and get themselves caught in a dangerous situation.
Yeah, I mean, it could be one of those things where it's really troubling. I mean, just last year we had as little as 1 to 2 inches of rain in Death Valley, and really serious flooding as a result of 1 to 2 inches of rain. Here we could be looking at twice that amount.
Yeah, and I'm just very scared about just the heavy intensity of the rainfall, right? The rainfall rates could be 2 to 3 inches, maybe even higher than that, and catching people really off guard.
Yeah, it's just not something that we see very often here. We talked earlier about the fact that in Death Valley, the record wettest year was north of 4 inches, about 4.5 inches for the year. We might be looking at 3.5 inches of rain coming down there in a couple of days.
Remarkable, absolutely remarkable. And this is a huge expanse, right? This isn't even like a small city or area. Multiple states, much of the western part of the United States.
Yeah, huge metro area. I mean, the second largest market in the entire country. It's just quite something, that is for sure. And let's give you the latest on the storm. Again, the new advisory is in from the National Hurricane Center. It is now a 90-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane, so this weakening trend continues. All of this is expected, doesn't change anything about the seriousness of the impacts there in Southern California. We don't expect that it's going to be a hurricane as it comes up into California. It's going to be a tropical storm, but keep in mind, tropical storms, tropical depressions, storms that are quote unquote weaker can cause a terrific amount of damage. And when you think about, for example, what happened with Harvey in Houston. So we got a year's worth of rain in Houston in the space of a couple of days. We could also be looking at getting a year's worth of rain in Southern California, in parts of Nevada, again in a couple of days. That's why this is so worrisome, because this is not a region that generally gets that much rain. Here's a look at the new forecast, and you see they've got this coming in the afternoon here into Southern California as probably a mid-grade tropical storm. So wind is definitely going to be something. It's not going to be nothing. There could be power outages, trees coming down. As trees come down, we get looser soil. That makes mudslides and debris flows more likely. A lot of different impacts here. You look at the satellite picture, you see there is this degradation in the satellite picture, but there's all of this tropical moisture that's also being drawn up by an upper low here. So we're already getting some rain flowing into the southwest well ahead of the system. That's only going to be stepping up overnight tonight and then going through the day tomorrow. There you see mostly lighter rain here coming into Las Vegas right now, some pockets of some heavier rain, but we expect that it's going to get a lot heavier overnight tonight. Now, this is looking at the total amount of moisture in the atmosphere. So that area right there is where we've got very deep tropical moisture through several levels of the atmosphere. And as this comes up into Southern California, into the southwest tomorrow, we could be talking about record values, all-time record values of moisture in the atmosphere moving into this region. So that gives you an idea of how far out this event is from our normal experience. And this is probably the most important map that we can show you, because this is the flash flood potential. Flash flooding is likely in Los Angeles, home to 22 million people, likely in Orange County, in San Diego. It is likely in Las Vegas. But then farther inland, as you get into the Inland Empire, into San Bernardino, into Riverside, into Ontario, certainly even farther inland towards Joshua Tree and Palm Springs, we could be talking about catastrophic flooding in those areas. That's also going to be the case farther south, down towards the Salton Sea and into the peninsular ranges, and then farther north into the Antelope Valley, into Lancaster, into Edwards Air Force Base, up into Barstow, and then certainly so up into Death Valley as well. So a very large area where catastrophic flooding is possible with this system. So please don't use your experience as a frame of reference. This could be totally outside of your experience. Jen, over to you.
Yeah, and I'm joining you virtually from stormy San Diego, where a tropical storm warning is in effect tonight. Earlier today, the city's mayor warned residents about what they can expect and precautions they can take ahead of Hilary.
We continue to ask people to shelter in place during the storm. Tomorrow is going to be a perfect day for you to stay at home and enjoy the company of your relatives, your friends, family, and your pets. Please prepare for tomorrow by making sure that your phone and other essential devices are fully charged in case the power goes out. I also recommend folks take precautions to make sure the batteries in your flashlights and, again, other essential equipment are powered and working. We do anticipate power outages to happen due to the high winds across our county. And so, again, these kinds of precautions will be necessary and I think helpful to you as we get through the storm.
And now we're going to take a look at the timing. I think this is the most critical part because we're going to see conditions basically deteriorating as we head throughout the overnight hours as that rainfall continues to increase in coverage as well as in intensity. So we're going to take a look at San Diego, and things may be quiet right now, but things will really ramp up as we head throughout the overnight hours. Even this is 2 o'clock in the morning for early tomorrow, and you can see some heavier pockets of rain. As the core of Hilary continues to move northward, we're going to see that heavier rain and that moisture moving in. So as we head throughout all the morning hours, you can see just basically nonstop rain, maybe a few quiet pockets here and there, but for the most part, we're going to see that heavy rain just continuing to increase, especially as we head throughout the midday and afternoon hours. Finally, just backing off a little bit maybe throughout the evening hours, but really overnight into Monday, things start to quiet down. But basically, the next 24 to 36 hours will be just about nonstop rain. So something to keep in mind with San Diego, along with that, the wind. Now, the strongest wind gusts will be off to the east of downtown San Diego, but we will still see some gusts. With all the rainfall and that wind, we could see power outages. So something to keep in mind, make sure you charge your phone, have things plugged in that you need charged tonight because we could potentially lose power overnight, and especially with some of the gustier winds and the heavier rain bands. Now back to you, Carl.
Well, we want to take you now into Las Vegas, and plenty of people on the Strip tonight, even though there has been a light rain coming through. Hopefully everybody is well aware of the level of threat that we're facing here. The rain is really going to be stepping up overnight tonight, and then we'll probably have many hours of waves of heavier rain and very heavy rainfall rates. And so there absolutely could be flooding in downtown Los Angeles and certainly in the surrounding areas as well. There's always more concern about flash flooding in desert areas because of the nature of the soil. Most soils can absorb a fair amount of water, but in the desert, you've got this really hard, compacted soil, and so the water, rather than soaking in, tends to sit on top of it, and you get a lot more runoff as a result. And then when you add terrain to that, all of that runoff becomes channeled and funneled, becomes a lot more violent in nature as it's getting into those, little cracks and crevices. And so the creeks and riverbeds very quickly rise, and that really is going to be the worry in Las Vegas and surrounding areas going through tomorrow morning. Now, here's the high-resolution model forecast. As always, this is not meant to show you exactly how this is going to go down. It's meant to show you approximately how it's going to go down and to give you an idea of the timing. And so you see the rain really increasing in intensity going into the early morning hours, and then that continues for many hours beyond that, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We may be looking at multiple hours of really heavy rain coming into Las Vegas. So tomorrow morning could be a mess there in Las Vegas. Just keep that in mind. Have a plan. Just know what you're going to do. Then it does, thin out some, but we still do have some rounds of showers and storms coming through in the afternoon. All told, we're looking for somewhere around 1 to 2 inches of rain in the metro area, and then a little more in the mountains farther northwest. And then this is what we were talking about earlier. Look at that, 4 to 5 inches of rain there around Death Valley. That is a terrific amount of rain for that area.
Yes.
Over to you.
It absolutely is. And Carl, what was kind of amazing to me to see was that many people from the live cam that were still out and about in Vegas. I know it's Vegas, but I mean, we just got to be smart and get to your hotel and just stay indoors. Now, I'm virtually in Los Angeles, where wind and rain are expected in the next 12 hours. This part of the country isn't used to preparing for hurricanes and tropical storms. Our meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is east of LA in Rancho Cucamonga as officials and residents are making their last-minute preparations for Hilary.
It's not often that you hear Rancho Cucamonga with a tropical storm warning, but that's the reality that we're facing. And also part of the reality is people being vigilant, being prepared for what may be coming over the next several days. So a lot of concerns, no doubt. Now, how is the city preparing? Well, we can get an answer with city manager. That, of course, is John Gilson. And John Gilson, how do you get ready for a situation like this?
So we start preparing a couple days ahead of time. We send our public works crews out. Any known hot spots, we make sure it's clear of debris and ready for the rain that's coming. We also survey our street signals and other infrastructure to make sure that it's ready and prepared. And then we also send out fire and police. We start checking private structures, public structures, everything like that to make sure that it's ready to go for what's coming.
Now, John, when you do have these kind of situations, I know that flooding is not completely unusual. You do have it here in this part of the world, but still, this is unusual. What advice would you give people who live here?
So one of the things we would tell people is, look, you need to be prepared and have emergency supplies on hand for 72 hours. You should be prepared for a power outage, have an emergency evacuation plan ready, stay inside. When the rain starts, when the heavy winds start, don't go outside. If you need something, call 911, but also know that we may not be able to get there for a while, depending on the weather and the calls that are coming. So the best thing that they can do is be prepared ahead of time and then stay inside so that we can prioritize and handle the calls we need to.
I have to ask you about the city. When you have a situation like this, is it all hands on deck? Are you working all hours of the day? Do you work in individual shifts? I mean, how does it work?
So what we start doing is usually about 48 hours ahead of time. We start bringing in crews on shifts. We have them working 12-hour shifts, and we're paying attention to all the known hot spots and things that we need to. And so we'll rotate those shifts and then try and make sure that we're still going to have enough when the storm hits.
We really appreciate your time. I know it's going to be a lot of sleepless hours, no doubt. Well, folks, that's the situation that we have here. Everyone trying to be prepared best they possibly can. It's going to be a battle of that moisture coming through and its interaction with these incredibly beautiful mountains. Possibly some dangerous times ahead. Let's stay vigilant, and let's send it back to you.
Yeah, and that moisture and that rainfall is the biggest concern, the flood threat. That's the biggest concern that we have with Hilary and its impacts across the United States and the Southwest. Now, we're going to look at Los Angeles right now for the timing of the rainfall. Basically, things are going to be calm, but they're going to really ramp up as we head throughout the overnight hours. By daybreak, we're going to start to see more expansive rain, and the intensity is going to increase as well. When we start to see the yellows and the oranges, that's indicative of very intense and heavy rain. And so we're going to continue to see that increasing as we head throughout midday and throughout the afternoon hours. We'll taper off a little bit into Monday evening, but we still can't rule out some more spotty, heavier pockets of rainfall throughout Monday morning before finally kind of drying out a little bit. But that's a lot of rainfall. We're anticipating a lot of heavy rain. And looking at the graph, you can see this is maybe a little bit indicative of better timing, or you can visually see it here. We're going to be quiet through much of the overnight, but then things really ramp up as the core of Hilary starts to really move closer to the United States. And you can see by midday tomorrow, things are really going to ramp up with that heavy, intense rainfall. And that's where we could see flash flooding occur very quickly with all the intensity, because the ground is already going to be moistened by the earlier rainfall. And so this is just going to amplify that, right? And Los Angeles could see anywhere between 2 to 3 inches of rainfall, if not even higher amounts than that. You can see the mountains could see 4 to 5 inches of rainfall. And having a tropical moisture like this is very unusual for this part of the country, for Los Angeles. So the best thing you can do is hunker down, don't travel anywhere tomorrow, just stay put, stay in your home, and stay safe as much as possible. Now back to you, Carl.
Well, the rain is already underway in parts of California and Arizona tonight, courtesy of an upper low that's farther west that's also helping to pull the hurricane up. So we've got some lighter rain for the most part right now in Arizona, as well as into far eastern California. There are some pockets of some heavier rain that are coming through in Las Vegas, and we expect that that's really going to be accelerating going into the overnight hours and tomorrow morning. So here's the model forecast showing you tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, as the sun is coming up, we're probably getting into some pretty heavy rain in LA, in San Diego, farther inland as well, certainly so into those mountains in LA County, San Bernardino County, and then over into Las Vegas. It's going to be a lot heavier. And then the actual core of the storm is going to be coming up in the afternoon. So right in there, that's when those rainfall rates are going to take off there in Southern California, in LA and Orange and San Diego counties. We could be looking at rainfall rates of 2 to 3, maybe even close to 4 inches per per hour in some isolated spots. That kind of rainfall just doesn't occur in Southern California, and that's why we're so worried that this is going to be sort of outside of what you have experienced there in California if you've been there for a while. Then that core of rain comes up into the Antelope Valley and Death Valley in the afternoon and the evening and moves farther north into the Great Basin as we get into the early morning on Monday. It will have wound down by late tomorrow, but we do expect that the threats will continue well beyond the end of the rain. And there's the latest on the storm. New advisory in from the Hurricane Center, a 90-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane, a major rain threat. We'll have much more on this coming up in just a few minutes.
Of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Please come in. Please stay off the water. Not only are we expecting some tremendous wind gusts, as you were reporting earlier, but the sea states are expected to increase up to 20 feet, which is pretty phenomenal. That's about the size of a 20-story building coming at you. That's a lot of power, and most people do not know how to react to those kinds of waves and that kind of weather. So please come in now. Please come in early. Please secure your boats, your paddle boards, your kayaks, whatever you can, so that it'll be there after the storm and you can go back out when it's safe and enjoy the waters.
And California's governor has declared a state of emergency as Hurricane Hilary continues to churn in the East Pacific, and Orange and San Diego beaches are also closed tomorrow and Monday. On Long Beach and other coastal communities, people are getting sandbags to shore up their homes and property from potential flooding. Local emergency crews are also building up sand dunes along the Pacific coastline. So a lot of concern there with the flooding. And Carl, I know you're going to give us some more information and forecast on that.
Yeah, so we have the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. We're looking now at a 90-mile-per-hour Category 1 storm. So this has all been expected. It is expected that the winds will weaken with this storm, but you have to be very careful about using the term weakening, because weakening implies less of a threat. And believe me, this is an enormous threat that we're looking at from this storm, because it is going to bring so much rain into areas that typically don't see as much rain, and also because the rainfall rates are going to be so high. Here's the latest forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center, looking for what might be a mid-grade tropical storm coming up and into Southern California. They always weaken as they move up because they're getting over cooler water. That's always been the case. But we still could be talking about a formidable windstorm here, and that could mean winds that could bring down trees and power lines across the LA basin. So tropical storm warnings are up in Southern California for the first time ever. There was a tropical storm in 1939, but we weren't issuing watches and warnings at the time. So this is why we saw the first watches and warnings in Southern California, and in fact for the West Coast, of course. So here you see the current satellite picture, and we're definitely seeing a degradation in the cloud pattern here. It's not nearly as well formed, but when you look at the total amount of moisture in the atmosphere, there is a ton of moisture. There's so much moisture here that's going to be moving up. and it's been stretched out and sort of elongated by an upper level system that's coming through. So we're already getting some rain moving in here. That's only going to be stepping up through the night tonight. And so when we look at this flash flood threat, this is an enormous area that is being implicated here. We're talking about likely flash flooding in the LA basin, home to 22 million people, likely flash flooding in Orange County and down into San Diego County, likely flash flooding over into Las Vegas as well. But then there's an even higher threat as you get farther inland. We're talking about potentially catastrophic flash flooding, filling up those dry washes, urban flooding, also looking at mudslides, debris flows. And so that from the LA County mountains over into the San Bernardino Mountains as well, the Inland Empire here, Riverside, San Bernardino, farther inland into Indio and Palm Springs, down the Peninsular Range as well, the Salton Sea area, then farther north into the Antelope Valley, into Victorville, and also around Edwards Air Force Base and into Lancaster, and then up 15 into Barstow and farther north into Death Valley as well. In all of those areas, you're looking at perhaps an event that you've never seen before here in California. So please, please be very, very careful about what you do, how you do things tomorrow. Have a plan, know where you are, have situational awareness, know where you are relative to all these areas where there could be high water, because this really could be something different. We could be talking about something that we just have not seen before here in Southern California and in parts of the Southwest. There you see the rain really stepping up overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning, and then it gets even heavier in the afternoon there in the LA basin. That'll continue through the afternoon. Jen, over to you.
And Carl, what you're saying with situational awareness, that is so critical and so important, especially with what we have going on and the big flood threat, because this area of the country is not used to this much rain in a tropical system like this. And we're already seeing that heavy rain that basically about to move into Las Vegas. You can see we're seeing all this moisture is from Hilary, and it's going to continue to increase in coverage and intensity as we head throughout the next 24 to 36 hours. So zooming in a little bit closer to Vegas, you just had a heavier downpour kind of move through. That's weakened a little bit. You're going to get a brief little break, but still continue to see this light rain as we head throughout the next couple of hours, and actually kind of increase as we head throughout the overnight hours and into tomorrow. This is 4 o'clock in the morning for Las Vegas. The concern is waking up tomorrow morning, and there could be flooding when you wake up. So something to keep in mind. The smartest thing you can do if you're in Vegas, you know, have some friends in Vegas, make sure they are aware of the situation, because a lot of people in Vegas are visiting. They're not from Vegas. They're not used to this. And so just text them, send them a message, do what you can to make them fully aware of this. This is 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Still like dissipating a little bit with the heaviest pockets, but still there's some sporadic ones out there that you need to be aware of. Now, as we head into Monday, things really kind of weaken, but still there is the chance for some flooding and some heavy rain. So just be smart and be safe.
Welcome back to our special coverage of what is likely to be an historic storm for Southern California and parts of the Southwest. We are now looking at a Category 1 hurricane, winds of 90 miles per hour. And so as expected, the storm has been weakening, will continue to do so, but don't confuse weakening with a lesser threat. That is absolutely not the case. We're talking about an incredible and perhaps unprecedented rainfall threat for parts of California and also for Nevada, and a lot of strong wind on top of that as well. So the reason why we haven't seen storms like this generally is because you've got colder water that comes down along the east side of the Pacific. That's the California current. Water temperatures in the 60s right now off the California coast. And so water temperatures generally need to be at 80 degrees or above to maintain tropical systems. Yesterday, when our system was in this area with water that was very warm, it was a Category 4. Now that it's here, getting into slightly cooler water, it is starting to weaken in terms of the intensity, in terms of the wind, but there is still this huge area of deep tropical moisture that's going to be coming up, and that really is what has us the most concerned. The moisture, the rainfall that's going to be moving in, and the rainfall rates, they're going to be off the charts. And a lot of cases. We're going to be talking about levels of moisture in the atmosphere that could be setting all-time records in parts of California and the Southwest. Storm is likely going to be a tropical storm as it moves in to Southern California tomorrow afternoon. So there are tropical storm warnings up for the very first time in history in Southern California. We had tropical storm watches for the first time yesterday. The reason why we haven't had these before is because we don't get these types of storms very often, but also because the last one that did occur was in 1939 before watches and warnings were issued. High wind warnings up as well. And let's take a look at the model forecast here. So we expect these winds to get much stronger around the middle of the day in parts of Southern California near the Mexico border and also in southern Arizona. And then that wind field continues to grow, to expand northward. Widespread winds here of 40, 50, and 60 miles per hour in gusts. So that could easily be enough to bring down trees and power lines. Power outages could be widespread. But on top of that, when the trees come down and their root systems come out of the ground, that loosens the ground. Trees actually hold the ground together. And so when they fall, that loosens the ground, and that makes mudslides and debris flows even more likely. So when we're talking about getting incredible amounts of rainfall here, you know, half of a year's worth of rain in the space of a couple of days, we could be looking at widespread mudslides and debris flows as well. Those strong winds move up there into southern Nevada as we get into the afternoon. And then as we go through the evening tomorrow, gradually things do begin to subside some, getting a little bit better going into Sunday evening, but still some strong wind around and still some heavy rain around as well. And then finally, we are going to be looking at some lesser winds by the time we move into Monday. But the huge concern here is the rainfall threat. We're talking about tremendously heavy rain moving across California and Arizona. And this could be really an unprecedented event for some parts of the Southwest and California. And here's Jen with more on that for us now.
Yeah, absolutely, Carl. I think that's the biggest concern that we do have is the risk for flash flooding with so much intense rainfall happening in such a short amount of time in the area that it is going to be occurring. And we're already seeing the rainfall in Vegas, and that is just going to continue as we head throughout the overnight hours. We already have that moisture that's moving inland, and this is from Hilary, and it's just going to continue to increase in coverage and intensity as we head throughout the overnight hours and into tomorrow. This is 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can see the pockets of heavy rain around Las Vegas and then starting to fill in around Los Angeles and San Diego. Now that's going to continue to increase in intensity as we head throughout your Sunday, because you can see the spin and where we have Hilary is going to continue to lift off to the north and west. And you can see it beginning to move inland and across much of the western part of the United States. Lots of heavy rain around, but you can see it's not just a quick hitter and done, right? It's not just a couple of hours. This is going to be a long-term event over the next 24, potentially to 30, 36 hours. And that's where we have the concern. Still some spotty showers around into your Monday. So we have a likely risk outlined here for flash flooding for tomorrow. The bigger concern is for Sunday into Monday morning. That's where we have that high risk of flash flooding. That's the biggest concern that we have. We could see intensity of rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. And think of just the area where we're going to see this is not used to that type of rainfall and usually doesn't get that much rainfall even in like several months time span. So this is the big concern we continue to have. And our team of meteorologists are bringing you the latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long. Stay with the Weather Channel for complete coverage with the latest radars and warnings. And for up-to-date around-the-clock information, download our app on Amazon Fire and Roku and stream at twc.com.
Communities throughout California are preparing for Hurricane Hilary. There is a state of emergency throughout the state. The storm is bringing intense rain in a short period of time, so flash flooding could be a huge issue affecting 29 million people across the southern part of the state. And we do have a new advisory as of the top of the hour from the National Hurricane Center. So the storm is now a Category 1 hurricane. It is weakening as expected, but don't confuse that term weakening with the impacts. We expect that the impacts are going to be high-end impacts in terms of rainfall. You don't need a strong storm to have a tremendous amount of rainfall impact. That's exactly what we saw with Hurricane Harvey, which weakened to a tropical storm, then sat on Houston for a day and a half as a tropical storm and eventually as a tropical depression, and it caused the most rainfall that we've ever seen from a tropical cyclone in the lower 48. This is going to be similar in some respects in that in the case of Harvey, we saw a year's worth of rainfall in the space of 2 days. We could be looking at, in some cases in Southern California, a year's worth of rainfall in the space of 2 days. We just don't get a ton of rainfall in this part of the world, and we certainly could be getting a ton of rainfall here. Several inches, maybe even some double-digit rainfall. Here is a look at the forecast track from the National Hurricane Center, looking for a strong tropical storm to come towards the border there, the U.S.-Mexico border, and then perhaps a mid-grade tropical storm moving across Southern California. And there are now tropical storm warnings in effect for the first time since the National Hurricane Center started issuing these watches and warnings. A really remarkable, unprecedented event in many ways. Jen?
Yeah, and I'm here virtually in Los Angeles, where state beaches in Orange and San Diego counties will be closed Sunday and Monday. A tropical storm may be unusual for Southern California, so city officials are telling people to be prepared.
We're not waiting for the storm to hit. We have already begun working 24/7 to be ahead of the curve and to be ready as soon as the storm reaches our shores.
And meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is in San Bernardino County as people there prepare for the incoming storm.
That's right, coming to you from Rancho Cucamonga, a population of roughly 174,000 people. This area rests just 37 miles away from Los Angeles and usually have 274 days a year of pure sunshine. But with this event, this tropical system coming closer, people are preparing, and they've been back here preparing all day long. In fact, if you take a look at this video, it has been one family after another. It's moms, dads, grandparents, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, everyone working together. Really, it has been a story of neighbor helping neighbor. Listen to this.
My friend is in the hospital and he's unable to get to his house right now. So he gave us a call, and I'm trying to sandbag his house for him so it doesn't get storm damage while he's away. In this area, it's the flooding up against the foothills like this, especially on Hellman Avenue. That's like a flood channel. So I'm gonna go home and try and do my house then.
It is incredible seeing the very best of people come out and some of the worst of times. But remember, it's not a story just into the Inland Empire. It's stretching all across much of the region. We heard earlier from city officials in Los Angeles. Let's listen to what they had to say.
Never thought I'd be standing here talking about a hurricane or a tropical storms. They're talking about winds up to 145 miles an hour hitting Los Angeles County. It's been 84 years since one came ashore, so it's a once-in-a-lifetime event that we're going to be experiencing.
Well, as we make our way over the next several hours and days, we're going to see a lot of changes. Right now, we've had a faint breeze coming out of the mountains, but tomorrow we expect it possibly with a roar. And it's not a story just the heavy rain and the possibility of flooding. Could be widespread power outages, too. A lot to consider in the coming days. Back to you.
Yes, absolutely, Reynolds. A lot to consider for sure. The biggest risk, again, is the flooding. So we're going to time out some of the biggest cities in the path of Hilary and the remnants of Hilary for you, so you know when the rain is going to come your way. Los Angeles, it's going to be around daybreak tomorrow where we're going to see that big plume of moisture starting to move in, and then we start to get those pockets of heavier rain throughout the mid to late morning hours and then continuing through the afternoon hours as well. So it's going to be a lot, basically nonstop rain for the entire day. So something to keep in mind. This is why the flood risk is so high. It's going to be a little bit more sporadic in nature overnight into Monday morning. Still some rain showers are possible, but then it looks like we really start to dry out. Now, as we move a little bit farther down to Palm Springs, this is where we have concern for flooding as well. And she even mentioned, they've even said that even an inch of rainfall can cause some significant flooding. So think about, we could see even more than that, and rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. And you can see here with the future radar, we're seeing that heavy rainfall just continuing almost nonstop with very heavy pockets as we head throughout the mid and afternoon parts of your Sunday. That will continue to kind of weaken and become more sporadic as we head overnight into Monday. So tomorrow is the big day where we're anticipating most of the rainfall. Looking at San Diego, that rain will continue to gradually move in overnight with some heavier pockets. And you can see even by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we have some heavy rain right around the area. So you will be waking up to potentially some flooding on the roadways. My suggestion is just to stay home, hunker down, get through tomorrow and see how things are, and then potentially, if it's safe, venture out and run errands or do whatever you need to do on Monday. But definitely do not head out and about for tomorrow, because the risk for flooding does continue. Now, our team of meteorologists are bringing you the latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long. Stay with the Weather Channel for complete coverage with the latest radars and warnings. And for up-to-date, around-the-clock information, download our app on Amazon Fire and Roku at streamtwc.com. And thanks for joining us for a special live coverage of Hurricane Hilary. And we're going to give you the latest on Hilary right now. It's currently a Category 1 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 90 miles per hour as it continues to near the southwest United States, moving off to the north-northwest at about 18 miles per hour. You can see it is going to continue to weaken as it moves over the cooler ocean water, but that's not the concern. What you need to think about is the flood threat and the fact that it has so much moisture associated with it. And that's going to be moving into the southwest and causing a great risk for flash flooding. Now, as we look at the path, the cone of where the center of the storm is going to go, you can see it encompasses part of San Diego, Palm Springs. That's the core, that's the center of it. But the impacts are going to be well outside of this cone. We're going to have the potential for flash flooding and also possibly some power outages with the wind as all that moisture continues to lift northward. So really don't pay attention to the cone. Much of the area, parts of the southwest, California, you're talking about Arizona, Nevada, Utah, even Idaho and parts of eastern Oregon have a threat for some heavy rain and some flooding. Now, we have tropical storm warnings in effect for Los Angeles and San Diego for the first time ever. This is a very rare event. So we've been talking about situational awareness, and you need to be prepared for this because this is something that not a lot of people, even those that have lived in these areas their entire life, have ever experienced. So this is what we have for the steering. We've got the high pressure to the east and we've got this trough to the west, and basically Hilary is splitting the difference, moving northward. That upper low is pulling that energy, that moisture northward, and that's what we're concerned with. It is going to move into cooler sea surface temperatures or ocean water, which is great news because it is going to weaken with its intensity, but we're more concerned with the moisture, right? The rainfall. It doesn't matter, even if it does continue to weaken, which it will, that moisture is already there and is going to move into parts of California and Nevada and Arizona as well. This is where we can expect the greatest risk for flash flooding, and we could see rainfall totals anywhere between about 5 to 8 inches, if not even higher totals than that. So this is something to be concerned with because this part of the country is not used to this much rainfall, not even close, not this deep tropical moisture. So we do have the likely threat for flash flooding through tomorrow morning, but the big thing is for tomorrow through Monday morning, we're going to see the bulk of the intense rainfall, potentially 2 to 3 hour rainfall rates is possible as well. The red high flash flooding risk, that's the biggest concern we have. Also, you have likely around there as well. We do have the flood watches stretching all the way northward into parts of Idaho and eastern portions of Oregon. So the smartest thing you can do is stay hunkered down, stay inside for tomorrow, keep an eye to the sky, and just be aware of any areas around where you live that could potentially flood. Now to you, Carl.
Well, we want to talk about the Atlantic Basin in general, and we're really just getting into the heart of the season. You know, the hurricane season is very interesting because it's sort of back-end loaded. We've been in this season for almost a full 3 months, but we still have 83% of the season to go in terms of historical activity. We're right now at the beginning of the big ramp-up and the peak that occurs around the second week of September, and then we still tend to see a lot of activity even going into October. So it is fitting that there is a lot going on in the Atlantic Basin right now. We've got many little storms that we're watching. There's nothing that's really of a, great concern right now. There are a few things that we want to keep our eyes on. There's a tropical depression that's way out in the central part of the Atlantic, and we've spent a lot of time talking about El Nino and how that could have an impact on the tropical season this year, because what El Nino does is it increases the wind shear. And so when tropical systems are developing, they optimally develop in an environment where the winds are pretty much the same and not terribly strong as you go up through the atmosphere. But when they get a lot stronger and they start coming out of different directions as you get up higher in the atmosphere, that can blow the thunderstorms away from the low-level center, in which case you see exactly what you're looking at right here. There was a huge blow-up of thunderstorms, and then it kind of just contracted, and it went away. And now they're trying to come back a little bit. And so it's not uncommon to see storms kind of waxing and waning in intensity when they're in a high-shear environment. But the upshot here is that we're not expecting much out of this tropical depression. It's probably going to remain weak over the next couple of days and then may begin to pull off to the north out into the central part of the Atlantic. Now, another thing we're watching is an area of concern, and that is just south of Florida, being given a 50% chance of developing in the next 5 days, and that is likely going to work west into the central Gulf and eventually into the western Gulf as well. Now, this is looking at the total amount of moisture in the atmosphere, and you can kind of pick up a little bit of structure to this. It's actually, very poorly organized right now. It's probably going to continue to be only loosely organized as it moves west. You can get a sense of a little bit of circulation in there, and so it's probably not going to do a whole lot. However, you never want to say never in the Gulf of Mexico. The water temperatures are off the charts in the Gulf. And the other thing is, it's likely going to bring a lot of rain into South Texas. So the Rio Grande Valley, Brownsville, maybe up to San Antonio, you could be looking at some heavy rain as a result of this system. Another one to watch here, being given now a 70% chance of developing, and that is likely going to work westward in the Caribbean, and then eventually it's probably going to hang a right and move out into the North Atlantic. That does not appear to be a big threat at this time. Well, our team of meteorologists are bringing you the latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long, and stay with the Weather Channel for complete coverage, the latest radars and warnings, and up-to-date around-the-clock information. And you can download our app on Amazon Fire and Roku. Well, breaking right now, the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center is in, and Hilary remains a hurricane as it takes aim on Southern California. Nearly 22 million people under tropical storm alerts. A tropical storm warning is in effect for Southern California, including San Diego and Los Angeles, for the first time ever. Time is running out to prepare, and tropical storm force winds expected to arrive midday tomorrow.
And even more people face the threat for dangerous flash flooding from Hilary. 28 million are under flood alerts from Southern California all the way to northern Idaho. We could see catastrophic flooding, landslides, and mudslides as Hilary brings historic rainfall to the west. And one of the things I'm really concerned about, Carl, is the fact that this is so unusual for California and the Southwest. And like you said, situational awareness is going to be key because, this is something we're really not used to, and you got to be aware of your surroundings. If there's creeks, streams, anything that's prone to flooding that you live nearby, you got to be aware of that.
Yeah, you have this, normal range of events that occurs, and your experiences are shaped by that range of events. Well, the thinking is that this event is going to lie well outside of that normal range of experiences. So whatever you've been through before is probably not informative in this case. It's probably not going to tell you anything about what you're in for here, because we're talking about such crazy amounts of rainfall that are on the way.
It really is. It's so outside the norm that I don't think anybody can truly comprehend, which is why we continue to focus and use words like unprecedented, because this is really truly something we've never seen before or experienced.
Yeah, one of the stats that we've been talking about for a while now is that the most rain we've ever seen in a year in Death Valley in California is around 4.7 inches.
Yeah.
That's the most rain we've seen in a year there. We could be looking at 3.5 inches coming down in 2 days.
Which is just remarkable.
It's hard to wrap your mind around that.
Yes,
Yeah.
and the amount of mountains and the flooding and
Yeah.
the enhancement, it's pretty
It's
crazy.
a big deal, it really is. So let's give you the latest from the Hurricane Center on the storm right now. And again, it is a Category 1 hurricane, 90-mile-per-hour winds. It is weakening as expected, but we put weakening in quotes because it is certainly not weakening in terms of the threat. It is a high-end threat from rainfall. So even though the winds are coming down, the rainfall threat is enormous. Always remember, you don't need to have a strong system to have a huge rainfall threat. Harvey was a tropical storm in Houston, and it produced the most amount of rain we've ever seen from a tropical cyclone in the U.S. And so here's the forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center, looking for perhaps a mid-grade tropical storm to come into Southern California. And here's a look at the modeled total amount of moisture in the atmosphere. And so with the tropical system, you have a moist atmosphere, not just nearer the ground, but up through several levels of the atmosphere. And so this represents a terrific amount of moisture. And as this comes up into California, and again, we're talking about this unprecedented nature of this event, we could see the highest amounts of total atmospheric moisture that we have ever seen in some parts of Southern California and the Southwest. All-time records could be set for the amount of moisture that comes in from the system. So that gives you an idea of what we're facing here. There's also an upper level low that's in place that's helping to pull the moisture northward along with the system itself. So because of that, we're already getting some rain coming in, light rain for the most part, but it's going to be stepping up as we go through the night tonight and really take off, we think, in the overnight there in Las Vegas. Here's the most important graphic that we can show you right now. And you're looking at a threat for flash flooding that is going to be likely in the Los Angeles basin, home to 22 million people down along Orange County. That's why this is such a big deal. Here's the model showing you how it really starts to step up tomorrow morning in Southern California, as well as into Las Vegas. And then the core of the storm begins to come up into Southern California in the afternoon. That's when your threat for flash flooding is going to be greatest in LA, in San Diego, and that'll continue through the afternoon and then move up into the Antelope Valley and into Death Valley later in the afternoon. Jen, over to you.
Yeah, and I'm joining you virtually from stormy San Diego, where a tropical storm warning is in effect tonight. Earlier today, the city's mayor warned residents what they can expect and precautions they can take to stay ahead of Hilary.
What we know for certain is that there will be sustained high winds of up to 50 miles per hour, and that there will be enough rain to flood low-lying areas like Mission Valley and the Tijuana River Valley. We have first responders positioned to address emergencies that may occur because of this flooding, but I ask people to avoid areas that are known to be flood zones. Do not drive through standing water on any street that may be flooded. It is often the case that these flooded areas are far deeper than they appear, and your poor choice to enter those areas may require the use of limited public safety resources that we'd like to devote elsewhere.
And that is the concern. The flooding is the greatest concern that we do have. That was some great tips there. And we're going to plan out the timing here for you so you can see what you're going to expect over the next 24 hours in San Diego. So especially as we head overnight into tomorrow, and as Hilary, the core of Hilary, actually nears the coastline, that's where we're going to see the impacts really start to ramp up and increase. The rainfall is going to expand in coverage and also intensity. So this is 2 o'clock in the morning for San Diego, possibly some heavier pockets of rain already. activity. And that's just going to continue to increase as we head throughout the day. And you can see this is 10 o'clock in the morning, 8 hours later. And basically there were some brief breaks in the rain, but for the most part, it was just about nonstop raining. And it's going to continue through much of Sunday. You can see the heavier pockets there. So that's why we're so concerned with flash flooding. Not only that, it's going to be breezy. It's going to be gusty. You got to think this is a tropical system. Yes, it is weakening, but we're going to have some wind with it as well. And so even as we head overnight into Monday, we could have a few earlier in the evening storms Sunday, but then we should actually clear out for the most part as we head into your Monday. Now, like I said, the wind's going to be a big impact as well. The greatest wind gusts are going to be farther off to the east, but San Diego, you should see some strong wind gusts anywhere between about 20 to 30 miles per hour, potentially higher than that. But keep in mind, it's still going to be a sustained breezy wind as well throughout the entire day, despite the larger gusts. Looking at the timeline right here, you can see really as we head throughout the overnight hours and daybreak tomorrow, especially by midday, lunchtime and into the afternoon, that's when the intensity really does ramp up before it does weaken a little bit as we head overnight into Monday, but can't rule out a few little isolated heavier downpours for Monday as well. Now back to you, Carl.
Well, I want to take you now live into Las Vegas. We've been looking at the Strip for a while now, and it is still fairly busy. There's a lot of rain. This is right downtown, and this is you know, a pretty packed scene given the level of threat that we're going to see coming in overnight tonight. We've got light rain moving in now, but we expect that in the early morning hours, that rainfall is going to be increasing. The intensity will be increasing, and it could go on for several hours tomorrow morning. And so hopefully everybody there on the Strip and surrounding areas is well aware of the level of threat that will be coming through overnight tonight. So the desert is always of great concern to us because of the nature of the soil. When you've got, you know, more typical soil across a lot of the country, that can absorb a lot of water. But in the desert, the soil tends to be very compacted, very hard, and it does not absorb water very easily. And the result is that you get a lot of runoff in the desert. Now, when you add topography to that, that runoff then becomes channeled and funneled, becomes a lot more violent in nature. You get those dry washes filling up, and the creeks and the streams start running very high in short order. That is what we're going to be facing tomorrow here in southern parts of Nevada and in the Las Vegas metro area. So let's take a look at the model forecast. And as I mentioned, light rain right now, that'll continue for the next several hours. Then overnight tonight, early in the morning, it begins to step up a little bit in intensity, and that continues for several hours, going through perhaps 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. So tomorrow morning could be a mess there in Las Vegas, and then we'll see even more scattered storms beyond that. Probably not as consistent, but there will be more storms coming through, and then finally it does begin to thin out some by late tomorrow. So, you know, not a terrific amount of rain on the way here in the forecast for Las Vegas, but it doesn't take a whole lot of rain to cause really big problems. And then you look farther north and west into Death Valley. This is what we were talking about earlier, a crazy amounts of rain on the way there for parts of Nevada and interior parts of California. Jen, over to you.
And I'm virtually in Los Angeles now, where wind and rain are expected in the next 12 hours. This part of the country isn't used to preparing for hurricanes and tropical storms, so our meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is east of LA and Rancho Cucamonga as officials and residents are making last-minute preparations for Hilary.
It's not often that you hear Rancho Cucamonga with a tropical storm warning, but that's the reality that we're facing. And also part of the reality is people being vigilant, being prepared for what may be coming over the next several days. So a lot of concerns, no doubt. Now, how is the city preparing? Well, we can get an answer with city manager. That, of course, is John Gilson. And John Gilson, how do you get ready for a situation like this?
So we start preparing a couple days ahead of time. We send our public works crews out. Any known hot spots, we make sure it's clear of debris and ready for the rain that's coming. We also survey our street signals and other infrastructure to make sure that it's ready and prepared. And then we also send out fire and police. We start checking private structures, public structures, everything like that to make sure that it's ready to go for what's coming.
Now, John, when you do have these kind of situations, I know that flooding is not completely unusual. You do have it here in this part of the world, but still, this is unusual. What advice would you give people who live here?
So one of the things we would tell people is, look, you need to be prepared and have emergency supplies on hand for 72 hours. You should be prepared for a power outage, have an emergency evacuation plan ready, stay inside. When the rain starts, when the heavy winds start, don't go outside. If you need something, call 911, but also know that we may not be able to get there for a while, depending on the weather and the calls that are coming. So the best thing that they can do is be prepared ahead of time and then stay inside so that we can prioritize and handle the calls we need to.
I have to ask you about the city. When you have a situation like this, is it all hands on deck? Are you working all hours of the day? Do you work in individual shifts? I mean, how does it work?
So what we start doing is usually about 48 hours ahead of time. We start bringing in crews on shifts. We have them working and 12-hour shifts, and we're paying attention to all the known hotspots and things that we need to. And so we'll rotate those shifts and then try and make sure that we're still going to have enough when the storm hits.
We really appreciate your time. I know it's going to be a lot of sleepless hours, no doubt. Well, folks, that's the situation that we have here. Everyone trying to be prepared best they possibly can. It's going to be a battle of that moisture coming through and its interaction with these incredibly beautiful mountains. Possibly some dangerous times ahead. Let's stay vigilant, and let's send it back to you.
And right now we're going to look at the timing for Los Angeles and what we can expect over the next 12 to 24, even 36 hours. So it's calm right now, but by daybreak tomorrow, we're going to start to really see that expansive rain starting to move in as the core of Hilary continues to move closer toward the coast. You can see the heavier pockets of rain indicative by the yellow. That's going to start to increase as well. So the intensity, the coverage of rainfall, this is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So daybreak is when things really start to get ramping up. And then it just continues throughout the day. This is 4 in the afternoon. That's about 8-9 hours of rainfall. Then it kind of tapers off a little bit into the evening and overnight. Still some spotty showers are possible, but we are concerned with the rainfall rates. But it could reach up to 2 to 3 inches per hour. So very heavy rain is the biggest concern with the flooding. Looking at the timing in a graph form, you can see by daybreak we really start to ramp things up. By mid to late morning, that intensity gets even higher. And you can see around lunchtime through the afternoon hours, then it kind of weakens off just a little bit. But again, we're going to have several hours of very heavy rain. And you can see right around Los Angeles, we're anticipating right around 2 to 3 inches, maybe even a little bit higher than that. The mountains and farther off to the north and east could see 4 to 5 inches. Combine that with the gusty winds, we could see some power outages as well. Back to you, Carl.
And part of what makes this so difficult is the fact that the rain is already occurring here in the southwest. It is mostly lighter rain right now. We've had some little pockets of some heavier rain coming through Las Vegas, but we expect that it's going to be increasing overnight tonight. And here's a look at the model once again for you. And so there is tomorrow morning, and we see certainly an acceleration in those rainfall rates in Las Vegas as well as into Southern California. Then the actual core of the storm begins to move into Southern California. And you see what's going on there. I mean, it's really going to be coming down there. And so in the LA basin, there's going to be a flash flood threat. It's going to be a much higher threat as you get up into the mountains in LA County and also into the San Bernardino Mountains, then farther inland in the Inland Empire and Riverside, and then certainly so over into Palm Springs, and then northward up into the Antelope Valley. That whole area lifting up going through the afternoon. So the afternoon really is going to be the critical time, and then it continues to rapidly move north and really winds down by the time we get into tomorrow night. But the damage, of course, will have been done by that time. We're going to be talking much more about this ongoing threat here. Right now, a Category 1 hurricane with 90-mile-per-hour winds, weakening as expected, but not weakening in terms of the rainfall threat. We'll have much more on that coming up in just a few minutes.
Pop-Tarts toaster pastries.
The Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the details.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
In Southern California, you need to be ready for an emergency year-round. Fires, floods, and even snowfall is, work with your local municipalities, make sure you're in the reverse 911 system, have a plan in place for home, and be ready to go if we ask you to leave.
And California's governor has declared a state of emergency as Hurricane Hilary continues to churn in the eastern Pacific. And Orange and San Diego beaches are closed tomorrow and Monday. On Long Beach and other coastal communities, people are getting sandbags to shore up their homes and property from potential flooding. Local emergency crews are also building up sand dunes along the Pacific coastline. And the big concern continues to be the flood threat, Carl. And what can you tell us about that?
Well, it's a very serious flood threat, and it's probably going to be among the most serious flood threats that we've seen for some parts of California and also the Southwest. This is probably going to be outside of your experience if you've lived there for a while, because these rainfall rates are going to be so high, because the rainfall amounts are going to be so much higher than what we have seen in the past. So right now we're looking at a 90-mile-per-hour storm, a Category 1 hurricane. It is weakening as expected, but weakening means that the winds are coming down. It does not mean that it's posing less of a threat. In fact, it's posing a very high-end threat in terms of that total rainfall. Now, here you see the forecast track. It's going to be becoming a tropical storm probably around the middle of the day tomorrow as it's approaching Southern California, working over this cooler water. So that does bring the winds down, but there's still a wind threat. There are tropical storm warnings in effect in Southern California for the first time ever. We did have a tropical storm in 1939, but there were no warnings or watches at the time. You look at the satellite presentation, there's definitely a degradation here in that satellite presentation, but there's this massive area of deep tropical moisture through several levels of the atmosphere, and that makes the rainfall efficiency very, very high. So we can have rainfall producing, the storm is going to be a very efficient rainfall producer as it comes across into Southern California. The rain already starting now in Las Vegas, but it's going to be stepping up overnight tonight and then into tomorrow, and this is what we really want you to see. So we're looking at likely flash flooding in Los Angeles, down through Orange County, San Diego, and then likely flash flooding in Las Vegas. But then in interior parts of California, of Southern California, and that's the LA County mountains, that's the San Bernardino Mountains, that's the Inland Empire, Riverside, farther south down the Peninsular Range, that's farther east as well into Palm Springs. In those areas, we could be looking at a catastrophic flood threat. So flooding of the type that you've never seen in this area before. It's going to be urban flooding. It's going to be flash flooding. It'll be filling up dry washes, mudslides, debris flows, just, wild flooding here across this region. So please be very aware of where you are relative to the threats, where you are relative to the creeks and those drainage systems. Just understand where you are because those things are going to be filling up. Same story farther northward as well, into the Antelope Valley, into Lancaster, into Palmdale, towards Edwards Air Force Base, Victorville, up 15 into Barstow, and then into Death Valley as well. We could be looking at rainfall amounts that rival what we get in a year, and in fact, maybe even rival what we get in the wettest years that we've had. So, again, you've got this normal range of events, and you've got this, which sits well outside that normal range of events. And so it's really important for you to not use your own experience as a guide in this case, because this is probably going to be outside of what you've experienced before. Looking at the model forecast here, we see this heavy rain really stepping up in Southern California and Southern Nevada going into tomorrow morning. And then by the afternoon, very heavy rain there in the LA basin. That continues for the next several hours after that and continues to push northward up into the Antelope Valley and eventually towards Death Valley as well. It is going to be a high-end flash flood potential tomorrow. Jen, we hope everybody takes this very seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. Flooding is the greatest risk with with Hilary, so all that moisture moving and lifting northward. So what we're going to see right now, we've got that rain moving in. This is already associated with Hilary, and it's been raining in Vegas all today. And you can see that rain continues as we zoom in a little bit closer. We've had some heavier pockets that has now pushed off to the north, and we've been actually looking at the live cameras, and there's still a lot of people out and about despite the fact that it is raining. So something you need to do if you're in Vegas or if you have friends in Vegas, text them, let them know, just hunker down, get back to your hotel wherever you're staying and stay safe, because this rain is going to continue as we do head throughout the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning. So you could be waking up to tomorrow morning in Vegas to potentially some minor flooding or even some major flooding. This is 4 o'clock in the morning. This is what the future model is predicting, some very heavy rain coming down. So keep that in mind. Be situationally aware of where you are. A lot of people in Vegas travel to Vegas. They aren't used to a tropical entity impacting the city. Even the people that live there aren't used to it. So we're going to still see that chance for some rain, but really becoming more sparse in nature as we head into Monday. But again, that flooding continues to be a big concern. Along with that, we do have the risk for some wind gusts as well. So we continue to track Hilary. Hilary is a very strong storm, but it will continue to weaken though as it does near the southwest coast. But the big thing is the moisture plume that is going to move in. The moisture and the wind are the greatest risks as Hilary moves inland in the United States.
Well, there's a look at the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and we're talking about a Category 1 storm right now, and it is moving north-northwest at 18 miles per hour, 90-mile-per-hour winds. It is weakening in terms of the wind speed, but it continues to be a huge threat in terms of the rainfall that will be coming up here into Southern California and the Southwest. Generally, it is very difficult to get tropical systems in Southern California, and that is because of the cold water that sits just off the coast. We've got cold water dropping down from the north in the California current, and so yesterday the storm was down here near Cabo San Lucas. It was a Category 4 storm. Now it's in this position in water that is slightly cooler, and it's starting to weaken. As it gets farther north, it will continue to weaken. And in general, when we look back over history, we've seen plenty of storms come up towards Southern California, but they have all weakened as they've got up into that latitude. There you see in blue, that's where storms are tropical depressions. In green, that's where they're tropical storms. Only Nora came up as a tropical storm into the southeast part of California, caused huge problems with flash flooding there. But we may see the green line from this storm, the tropical storm, reaching well up into California, and that is unusual to see a storm that strong making it up into California. You have to start with a very strong storm. It has to be pulled up quickly. But the other part of this is that water temperatures are getting a little bit warmer all the time, making it a little more possible for storms to get farther north. So it's forecast to be a mid-grade tropical storm as it comes up into Southern California. And here you see for the very first time tropical storm warnings in effect in Southern California for LA, for the LA Basin, Orange County, San Diego County, and then farther inland as well into the Inland Empire. And so tropical storm force winds will be possible in these areas. Then farther east into California and into Arizona, high wind warnings in effect. So we're going to see widespread, very strong winds. And that's a problem too in terms of the mudslide and debris flow threat, because when you've got these strong winds coming in, and you've got them knocking over trees, that loosens the soil that was underneath those root systems, and that can add to the threat for mudslides and debris flow. So we've got very strong winds coming up here across Southern California and into Southern Arizona going into the afternoon. There we see 5 p.m. exceptionally strong winds continuing to move northward there, and that continues into 8 p.m. as well. So over a large area of Southern California and Arizona, we're going to be looking at a threat for power outages with this storm. That too, very unusual. We just don't generally see storms that strong of a tropical nature coming up and into this region. But the biggest story is going to be the very heavy rain here and what may be record amounts of moisture moving into Southern California and into Nevada. And so a huge flash flood threat along with that. And here's Jen with more on that for us now.
Yeah, absolutely. Flooding is the greatest risk that we have with the system. Combine that with the wind as well, with the power outages. But the flood threat is really, really high. So we're going to look at the future radar, and you can see as we head throughout just the overnight hours into tomorrow, the expansiveness, right? How it continues to get some pockets of heavy rain for Vegas, but then down through California, San Diego, Los Angeles, as the core of Hilary starts to really near the coastline, you can see all that heavy rain moving in, and that's just going to continue. You can actually see the spin as it starts to lift northward over California and parts of the southwest, and that moisture will just continue to move in. You can see those pockets of heavier rain by midnight tomorrow. This time tomorrow, we're going to see more sporadic in nature, but really clearing out some. But the heaviest rainfall is going to be farther north across northern portions of California into Nevada, and actually moving northward into Idaho and parts of Oregon. But you can see it does relax just a little bit, still some heavier pockets. But again, this is a big system. There's so much moisture associated with it, and that's why we're concerned with the flooding. We have a likely outlined here in yellow through tomorrow morning, but the most important is tomorrow to Monday, where we're going to see the heaviest rainfall rates and the highest intensity, and that's where we have that outline there, the highest risk for some flash flooding. We have the likely 2 encompassing Las Vegas, Los Angeles, San Diego, but that high is the greatest risk, which is a big concern just because we're not usually used to seeing this much rainfall in this location. And so when we have those high risk of flash flood days, 39% of the yearly flood deaths come from those days. So that's why we're so concerned with this. And then along with that, 83% of the damage is associated with flooding yearly happens on these days. Now, our team of meteorologists are bringing you the latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long. Stay with the Weather Channel for complete coverage with the latest radars and warnings. And for up-to-date around-the-clock information, download our app on Amazon Fire and Roku at streamtwc.com.
Welcome back to our special coverage of Hurricane Hilary, and this is what it looked like in Cabo San Lucas earlier today as Hilary's rain bands moved over the southern tip of Baja California. Very popular resort city, will not be welcoming tourists anytime soon. We have also seen some pictures of some really devastating flooding farther up and along the peninsula. That really is our main concern here as the storm continues to move north. So right now we're watching a Category 1 hurricane, 90-mile-per-hour wind. It has been weakening as expected. That is only in terms of the wind speed. It is still posing a very serious and, in fact, perhaps catastrophic rainfall threat for parts of California and Nevada and even a little bit of Arizona. There's the forecast track and intensities. This is showing you where the center is likely to go, but the impact's extending well outside of that cone. And here is the flash flood concern. So flash flooding is likely in Los Angeles, down through Orange County, in San Diego, likely in Las Vegas, and then we're looking at potentially catastrophic flash flooding, talking about urban flooding and then also flash flooding and then filling up dry washes, arroyos, mudslides, debris flows. All of that is on the table from the LA County mountains over into the San Bernardino Mountains, the Inland Empire, Riverside, Ontario, farther southward down the Peninsular Mountains there, and then farther east into Palm Springs and Indio and Coachella, and then to the north, Antelope Valley around Lancaster and Palmdale, Victorville, and into Edwards Air Force Base, up 15 into Barstow and into Death Valley as well. In all of those areas, expect to see something that you may never have seen if you've lived there for a while. That's how serious this flooding is going to be there in Southern California. Massive rainfall threat here for Southern California, the likes of which we probably have never seen. And we're talking about getting a year's worth of rainfall potentially in a couple of days in some spots, maybe even more than that. Very, very serious flash flood threat here going into tomorrow. Jen.
Yes, and I'm here virtually in Los Angeles, where the state beaches in Orange and San Diego counties will be closed Sunday and Monday. A tropical storm may be unusual for Southern California, so city officials are telling people to be prepared.
We're not waiting for the storm to hit. We have already begun working 24/7 to be ahead of the curve and to be ready as soon as the storm reaches our shores.
And meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is in San Bernardino County as people there prepare for the incoming storm.
That's right, coming to you from Rancho Cucamonga, a population of roughly 174,000 people. This area rests just 37 miles away from Los Angeles and usually have 274 days a year of pure sunshine. But with this event, this tropical system coming closer, people are preparing, and they've been back here preparing all day long. In fact, if you take a look at this video, it has been one family after another. It's moms, dads, grandparents, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, everyone working together. Really, it has been a story of neighbor helping neighbor. Listen to this.
My friend is in the hospital and he's unable to get to his house right now. So he gave us a call, and I'm trying to sandbag his house for him so it doesn't get storm damage while he's away. In this area, it's the flooding up against the foothills like this, especially on Hellman Avenue. That's like a flood channel. So I'm gonna go home and try and do my house then.
It is incredible seeing the very best of people come out and some of the worst of times. But remember, it's not a story just into the Inland Empire. It's stretching all across much of the region. We heard earlier from city officials in Los Angeles. Let's listen to what they had to say.
Never thought I'd be standing here talking about a hurricane or a tropical storms. They're talking about winds up to 145 miles an hour hitting Los Angeles County. It's been 84 years since one came ashore, so it's a once-in-a-lifetime event that we're going to be experiencing.
Well, as we make our way over the next several hours and days, we're going to see a lot of changes. Right now, we've had a faint breeze coming out of the mountains, but tomorrow we expect it possibly with a roar. And it's not a story just the heavy rain and the possibility of flooding. Could be widespread power outages, too. A lot to consider in the coming days. Back to you.
Yes, absolutely. And that's why we want to give you the timing of when you're going to expect the heaviest rainfall, so you know when that is, and you can stay smart and safe and keep your family smart and safe as well. So here's what we're looking at for Los Angeles. Daybreak tomorrow, that's where we're going to see the heaviest rainfall moving in, or basically the more widespread rainfall moving in, but then it intensifies as we head throughout the day. Rainfall rates could potentially reach 1 to 2, if not maybe even 3 inches with some of these heavier pockets. This is something to keep in mind. So the best thing you can do is stay inside and stay weather aware for tomorrow, and just don't go out and about. I know curiosity is a big thing. We've never really experienced this before, but just stay put until you know things are safe to go outside and there's really no flooded roadways, because you do not want to get stuck when there is flooding. So things will gradually clear out, though, as we head into Monday for Los Angeles. Now, as we head to Palm Springs, what we can expect for you for timing, that's gradually going to increase throughout the overnight hours as well. A little bit earlier for Palm Springs than in Los Angeles. Some heavier pockets throughout the overnight hours, and then that's just going to continue as we head throughout the morning. You can see practically nonstop rain with some heavier, intense banding moving through there. And look at that, even into the afternoon hours, as that core does move inland and onshore, you can see some more heavier pockets of some rainfall as well. And things kind of weaken just a little bit and becomes more sporadic as we head overnight and into your Monday. Now, as we look at San Diego, the rainfall is going to gradually increase as we do head throughout the overnight hours as well. The heaviest rainfall is going to come in by mid to late tomorrow morning and into the afternoon hours. Again, very dangerous situation here, so you want to stay home, stay inside, do not travel out and about. Our team of meteorologists are bringing you the latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long, so stay with the Weather Channel for complete coverage with the latest radars and warnings. And our live coverage of Hurricane Hilary continues. The greatest threat we have is the flash flood threat, which we're really concerned with. We're going to give you the latest, though, right now of Hurricane Hilary. Currently a Category 1 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 90 miles per hour. It is starting to move into cooler ocean water. That's why it is weakening. That's what we're anticipating it to do. But no matter how much it weakens, it's the biggest risk right now is the moisture, right? The flood risk. We do anticipate it to weaken into a tropical storm before it does move inland into parts of California and the Southwest. Right now, it's moving off to the northwest at about 18 miles per hour. Now, where we're anticipating the core, the center of the storm to move inland and potentially the strongest wind gusts will be San Diego. You can see we've got kind of that cone, that very slim cone right there. That's the center of the storm, and we're expecting it to move inland as a mid-grade tropical storm at about 50 miles per hour. That could fluctuate just a little bit, but this is the center of the storm, right? The core. But we're going to see impacts well outside of the center of the storm. All that moisture is already moving in. Las Vegas has seen a lot of rainfall today, and we do have tropical storm warnings in effect for Los Angeles, much of southwestern portions of California, including San Diego, Oceanside, Huntington Beach, and this is the first time they've ever been issued for this part of the country, which makes it so rare. So this is the setup. We've got that high pressure off to the north and east. It's going to gradually shift off to the east, and then we've got this dip in the jet stream, right? This area, this upper low, that's helping lift up that moisture, and that's what's going to really drive the storm off to the north rather than making a more westward turn, which is what we typically see. It's going to move into over cooler sea surface temperatures or ocean waters, which it's already doing. It's already weakening, and it's on that weakening trend. But the greatest risk with this is the flash flooding and the rainfall. There's going to be so much moisture, tropical moisture in the atmosphere. I mean, it's got so much moisture pulled up with it that it's just going to really just dump over southwestern portions of the United States. So 5 to 8 inches is possible across parts of California and moving even around Las Vegas, not necessarily over Las Vegas, but parts of Nevada. So that's where we're going to see the heaviest rainfall. We could see even higher rainfall totals than that. Now, we do have that high risk of flash flooding. We do have the likely risk, and this is through tomorrow morning. But things really ramp up throughout the day tomorrow with the intense rainfall rates potentially of 2 to 3 inches per hour. And that's what we have outlined in the red, this high right here. That's where we could see the greatest risk for flash flooding. And outlined in that, we do have likely Las Vegas is in that, Los Angeles, San Diego. So the smartest thing you can do is stay weather aware for tomorrow. Stay inside, do not travel anywhere, and just be aware of the potential for any flooding near where you live. But flash flood watches or flood watches expand all the way northward into Idaho and eastern portions of Oregon. So this is going to be a large, impactful, expansive system. Now back to you, Carl.
Well, we want to talk about the Atlantic Basin right now, and we are very much into the heart of the season. You know, the hurricane season is interesting because it's very back-end loaded. We're already now about 3 months into the season, not quite 3 months into the season, and we still have 83% of activity to go, at least historically speaking, statistically speaking. So we've got a long way to go here. We're now into this big ramp up towards the second week of September. That is the statistical peak of the season, and so it's fitting that we're seeing a lot of activity in the Atlantic Basin right now. There are several areas to watch, none of them really posing a really serious threat at this time. There is a tropical depression that's out in the central part of the Atlantic, and this is an interesting one because we've talked a lot about El Nino and the fact that there would be more wind shear with El Nino, and you can absolutely see the wind shear in this case. The winds in the upper levels coming right across the circulation and blowing those thunderstorms away from that low-level center. So there was a big area of thunderstorms at first, and then they just kind of collapsed. Now they're trying to bounce back a little bit. That's pretty typical. They sort of wax and wane like that. But we're not expecting to see much out of this system. Should be rather weak as it gets closer to the Leeward Islands and may eventually pull off and towards the north. Now, closer to home, near Florida, there is a system that's being given a 50% chance of developing in the next 5 days, and it's likely going to work westward into the Gulf of Mexico, getting towards the western end of the Gulf and towards, say, Texas later in this week. This also doesn't look like it's going to be developing that much. If you look at the total amount of moisture in the atmosphere, oftentimes you can see a really well-developed circulation show up in this. Right now it's really, really loosely developed, as you can see there. And then as we go through time, maybe a little more structure, a little more organized. Whether it does become organized or not, there's probably going to be an increased chance for heavy rain in South Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley, maybe from San Antonio and on southward and farther westward as well. So that would be the biggest concern, just a lot of rain coming in with that system. Then farther off to the east, we've got another system to watch, Invest 90L being given a 70% chance of developing. That's likely going to work westward and south of the Greater Antilles. And then it's probably going to take a right and move out off to the north and to the east and out into the North Atlantic. So you put all of that together, and right now we don't really have any serious imminent threats for the U.S. in the Atlantic Basin, but there is a lot going on out there, and certainly a lot to watch over the next several days. Well, our team of meteorologists are bringing you the latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long. Stay with the Weather Channel for complete coverage with the latest radars and warnings. And for up-to-date and around-the-clock information, you can download our app on Amazon Fire and Roku at streamtwc.com. We'll have a little bit more coming up here in just a few minutes on our ongoing hurricane, 90-mile-per-hour storm moving north and headed to California tomorrow. Well, we're watching a very serious threat for flash flooding in Southern California in Hurricane Hilary. It's a weakening storm. It will continue to weaken, but weakening only applies to the wind speeds. And it's still going to be a formidable windstorm as it comes up into Southern California. Now forecast to be a tropical storm moving into the state tomorrow afternoon. There you see the tropical storm warnings that are up in Southern California. We have never seen a tropical storm warnings in Southern California. There was a tropical storm in 1939, but warnings weren't issued at the time, and so this is a first for Southern California. This is what really has us worried. This big area of deep tropical moisture coming up and into Southern California, and it could be the highest amount of total moisture in the atmosphere that we've ever seen here. So all-time records could be set for the amount of moisture in the atmosphere, and so there's a widespread concern about flash flooding. Flash flooding is likely in LA, down through Orange County and San Diego. It is likely in Las Vegas, and we could be talking about, in that red area there, catastrophic flash flooding in the LA County Mountains, the San Bernardino Mountains, the Inland Empire into Riverside, farther east into Palm Springs, and then down into the Peninsular Range and the Salton Sea, and then farther north into the Antelope Valley, and then up along 15 into Barstow and also into Death Valley. Widespread threat for flash flooding, and it could be along the lines of something that we have never seen here in recent memory in California. Huge threat, and we're going to continue our coverage starting tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. right here on the Weather Channel and throughout the day tomorrow.